$134 million judgment that they had got, and then SK Hynix denying that they're interested in the Ohio fab acquisition from Intel. They're down markedly here, over 6.5%, but as Adara mentioned, SMCI doubles their margin outlook. Fantastic report for them. They're up about 14.5%. Joby in focus as well. They're tying the knot with Virgin Atlantic. Nike changing their China strategy. They're going to do direct to consumer through their own channels. They're going to cut out a lot of the middlemen. Kind of a different take than they've done in North America, Adara. And then we got, as you mentioned, some earnings names. We got AT&T, we got IBKR, GE Vernova as well. And then Oklo, speaking of nuclear, they've got a build out here with the federal government. Should be an interesting day.
Yeah, really, no matter what sector you're looking at, there's probably a catalyst or five. With that in mind, let's take a look at what was being traded yesterday in Blue Ocean. As always, there's going to be a lot of tech and a lot of DRAM here. You've got Micron in second place, SanDisk in third place. This is all, of course, by notional volume. And then actually in fourth place, you've got SK Hynix. So a lot of these memory names here. Then, of course, the South Korea ETF, actually 2 South Korea ETFs in focus, and DRAM. So 6 of the 10 names here that were the top traded on Blue Ocean by notional, they're going to be in that memory space. So memory was in focus last night. Let's find out what's in focus today as we send you over to Sean and Neil. Good morning, Sean and Neil.
Good morning. Well, you guys got all the
Morning,
stories.
Dara and Sharif.
Yeah, there is a lot.
I mean, there's not much else for us to cover over there.
Well, there was one thing that didn't get. The only thing I think that was key this morning that didn't get mentioned was GE Vernova with a very, very mixed report. It's like for every good you could find a bad, and they actually broke $1,000, catching a bit of a bid, but it was down close to double digits at one point, and that was one of those. That was one of those ones that was going to matter this earnings season, just from a sentiment standpoint, because if they're not buying the dip on the power going into data centers, it might give a little bit of a hint as what is to come. So yeah, obviously with Alphabet after the bell, that's going to be huge. No questions asked. IBM is going to be put to the task tonight. IBM can't screw this one up. They've already said how bad it's going to be, and if it's any worse, look out below. You kind of hope that, you really do hope that with that preliminary, it was the worst they got out in front of, and there's no surprises tonight for IBM, because the market's not going to like it. They already punched them pretty hard.
Yeah, I think IBM will go up no matter what happens here tonight. SMCI, kind of the opposite there. They're coming out with a little bit of a better report. They're up 14.5% here as they start talking about demand, looking like it's going to exceed what they were expecting as well, gapping up after updating its Q4 26 projections right there. $60 billion in Q4 orders. They're increasing its margin 15 to 17% from 8%. So, almost doubling up their margin projections here, SMCI. So this is going to be another name to look at for sure, coming right back up, right into a shelf here, where we'll see if it can break above 30 and try to hold it for a minute. Up to 33, 34 should be interesting there for SMCI. So this is kind of what I'm looking at here today, a little bit of SMCI. Intel's right at the spot where we got stopped out yesterday. So this is still some kind of ways for me. We got stopped out, then it ripped up to 106, and it was right at yesterday's level right here, right now, as there was talk about SK Hynix getting involved in some data center there in Ohio, whether or not they, help either fund that, buy part of that out with Intel. That doesn't seem to matter too much today. Intel down 4%, while the NASDAQ down 1%. So here we go, looking to break that low right there. This was me yesterday getting stopped out, and then this is what the stock did. So, waiting to see if we can get some revenge today at 101.50. Yeah, that's right. Sharif's mic's still live. Of course, everyone heard that, so that was awesome. But yeah, then USO also, yeah, no problem. Andre, keep it live all the time. That was good. This is down here to 130 right now for USO, as Sharif has just mentioned there. Mr. Rubio wondering about the negotiation tactics and whatnot, and how serious people are over in Iran. So up another 3% here. Oil finally breaking through that 50 period yesterday, and now getting higher and higher and higher. So today we wait for Google, of course, and I think it's going to be a little risky to trade both Google or Intel today with IBM, Tesla.
Yeah.
Intel's tomorrow night, of course, but tonight Google. Yesterday Google was down in a up tape, which was kind of strange, and today it's up in a down tape. So I don't know what to think about Google. Yesterday the market was up 2%, and this is what Google did. So interesting to see what winds up happening here today. Probably a little bit of a hands-off situation there for me today on Google, as I can't really figure this out, and I think the market's just waiting.
Yeah, the ones that day before, like sometimes there might be something like right into the close on momentum basis, but for sure, I think Tisha and a few in the chat, Mike P, are not going to be hands off when it comes to LABT or some of these other small caps. I did put the story here for Lakewood Amidex Biotherapeutics here. So they announced resistance data for NU3 in alignment with Presidential Advisory Council on combating antibiotic-resistant bacteria. That is the story. Obviously, there's a lot of small cap movement lately. We've had a few that did like 100%. A couple that did 1,000%. There were like halters all the time. This is another very small float. 600,000 float. It says and only 6% short, but it doesn't really matter. When the float's that big, it doesn't really matter how much is short because it's so easy to soak up. It's already done 7 million shares. So add this to the one that's on the watch list, ADVB, and should be an exciting one. I do believe we're supposed to have Luis on this morning, so it'll be interesting to see if this is on his list, the way it's screaming through volume. I'm going to guess a yes. I'm sure it's on yours, Sharif.
No question about it, Neil. This one just ripped up in a straight line off $2. That's with the closing print yesterday. $7 touch, losing 5 here. The 5-minute chart is kind of, it's not wide enough to be able to see the price action. So let's flip to the one. So the volume weighted average price at around 4, a little bit below 4.25. So I'd like to see it hold 4 here. You're getting some higher lows here on the one. If you can reclaim 5.25 here, you reclaim trend on the one, and a possible move back into 6. So LABT, Neil, astutely pointed out by you, and a good look here. But this one just broke out, guys. We're talking about 5-6 minutes ago. So it's very fresh, Adara.
Yeah, we're going to talk here about some SMCI and some USO. Before we get to that, I do want to announce some news here from VBIO, Valian Bio. This is, of course, a small cap company. And Valian Bio announcing that Ukraine's Ministry of Health has actually accepted the company's entolimod regulatory dossier for formal review. Apparently, this entolimod is being developed as a special countermeasure for acute radiation syndrome, and the review could potentially lead to a regulatory decision within the next 45 to 60 days, representing the drug's first formal evaluation by an allied nation. The company is saying they've got actually manufacturing capacity for this for approximately 1.3 million doses. Now, check out our midday show at 11:30 a.m. We're going to have the CEO of VBIO come by to discuss this more. So definitely stay tuned and check this out. We're going to get into here a couple catalysts we mentioned earlier in just a little bit more detail. SMCI, which will be mentioned, I promise, countless times before the opening bell, and with the names you guys are looking at in the chat quite a lot. Supermicro coming out here with some pretty strong Q4 revenue outlook here, revenue numbers specifically for their margins. Sharp contrast to what we saw with IBM's preliminary report last week, Sharif.
Yeah, they do a little bit of different things, though, Adara. And so this is very much a physical product that we're talking about here. And it's heavily anchored to one client, and that is Elon Musk's SpaceX and XAI. Big order from them, $60 billion in new quarterly orders, heavily anchored by those two companies. CEO Charles Liang, he confirmed that they're building a 2nd gigawatt scale AI data center for SpaceX and XAI. That's the main headline here. But Adara did mention the doubling of the projected gross margins. We're talking about 15 to 17%. That kind of stole the headlines. But when you actually look at their Q4 revenue projections, it's near the bottom end. It's like 11 to 12.5 billion. And so this is a real a profit story, not a revenue story, Adara. And the profit explosion, high margins and specialized product mix. So they're taking advantage, like everybody else is, SK Hynix, Micron. They're not going to be left out of the cut, and so they're doubling their prices as well, and that's giving them some good margins.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to kind of see what IBM does today. Now, as Sharif mentioned, they're not necessarily in the same field, but I think they're more interesting just to kind of look at as we've got two companies, one with very poorly received and weaker than expected preliminary earnings, the other with better than expected preliminary earnings. So let's see how IBM reacts to the actual report today. That could maybe give us a sense in the inverse of what SMCI might do with the prelim earnings reaction versus the actual numbers. Let's get into here, though, USO, because we do have, of course, oil back in focus. Some comments were made by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio at a conference last night suggesting that Iran is not a serious negotiating party.
And the audience here can't be understated. He's in Asia, and the Asians are the ones that are hurting for supply, right? North America doesn't have a problem with supply. It's Asia, and they're about to have more of a supply issue. Adara, here's why. So there's something called the crack spread, not making it up. It's actually kind of the crack spread is the margin between crude oil and the refined products. So we get all the headlines, right? Brent broke $90. All right, that's big. But the problem is now you're getting issues with jet fuel and diesel because these the crude oil and the refined products are coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, and that is basically choking off the Middle Eastern distillate exports from these Gulf refineries. So not only do they have an oil problem, they actually have a refined product problem now. And so I would read through this possibly some higher airline prices, Adara, as we know the airlines have been quick to pass off the increase in jet fuel to customers. So I'd be looking out for that as well.
Yeah, always a lot of different ways to look at this oil trade. Are you guys looking to trade USO? And also, of course, what are your thoughts on SMCI?
Well, maybe let's go back to SMCI in a quick little second and maybe deal with this oil thing first, because you look at some of those airlines. I hate I could hit the flat bottom brake button. You look at Delta, it's just holding the line. Like we've had escalation basically every single day for the last couple of weeks, almost for the last 2 weeks, and you're barely holding out here. Like it's kind of the thing where it's coiling up and hoping for some kind of a turn that just doesn't seem like it's happening. Though I would venture that you could also look at what's going on in some of the cruise lines, where it's a similar story. Like a recent bottom had just got made on CCL. It's not quite threatening it yet, but I look at that 50 period. The longer you get, the longer we just continue to have this escalation, the more along the lines of, hey, retest of that low coming in. Makes some sense. Neither one of those has broken support for the last couple of weeks yet, but they are absolutely right there. And then I think it's a short-term short after that, presuming we don't get any good news, which we haven't really had any, if we're being real. SMCI, at the end of the day, this is a stock that has been looking for good news. So here's the margin numbers, the excuse. It wasn't as if the rev was even that great. Like that was kind of in. They even said the low end of their midpoint, low end of their range, which was slightly worse than analyst estimates. But if you're doubling margins, that's exactly what you want to hear, because that's at the end of the day, profits are where it's about. The circular nature of things and relying on one client, they're not the only ones in that boat. But I look at those prior areas it's gapping above. 29, 28.2, there was some more distinct rejection selling in the 28.2 range. But I think if you don't hold those two spots, then it's telling you everything you need to know about this. Then the market's not going to be respecting this at all. But I want to look for the dip buy on SMCI because it's already trending down. So it broke the low, which means fill in the gap into this 28 and a quarter level to go for the long. But yeah, watch out for those airlines holding out life. I mean, if Delta holds that level, and then we get good news, it would be a long, I suppose.
For me here on USO, I mean, it's just been a good little move higher here. I don't see there's any reason why we don't try to go long on USO. 130. Not that it's key level because it's 130. I mean, it's going to trade the way oil trades, so it doesn't really matter. It's not like you can say, oh, I was looking at Apple to get to 330 or some sort of a key level like that. But I'm just going to watch this 200 period moving average. If you look sort of yesterday and see how the trade happened, I mean, it's a lot of the time there riding this up, gets a little choppy, then we kind of stay underneath until eventually we break it there at 3 o'clock. Little choppy there. Let's just see where it winds up settling down. I want to try to get it off some key levels. We're now underneath VWAP and everything, but we don't have too much data here this morning. It does look like the momentum is still going to be into oil right here. So I'm going to just try to look long. I mean, a name that's been moving decently with it. We looked at a small stock like Battle, and we've looked at different names like that. Occidental here today, nice upside play. This back to 56.50 might be something, but we're well off. Like look at the move here in Occidental. I mean, this has been from 48 up to 58 and basically in a straight line. I mean, that's a really great move, and I just think it's again, just like I thought this was a little too far too fast, I almost think this is a little too far too fast. So if we can bump up anywhere into this area here, $60, I think there's going to be a little bit of a retracement happening in some of these oil plays, and it's been a really good run for many of these names, and we even identified XOM down here when it was time down at 130. How good, or 139 it was? Yeah, 130 right there. So that's now it's 153. Talk about a huge move back upside. I mean, it just went whoosh, hit the 200 period and then right back up again. So I'm still looking at some, 160 is happening here again too for this name. So 60 in Occidental, 160 here in XOM. I think we're just getting a little too far too fast in many of these names, but hey, it doesn't look like we're any closer to settling down any of this sort of controversy there in the Middle East. And then Palantir, PLTR, I think is a good name to have a look at as, defense spending. A little nervous about if there's defense spending is going to be kicked back up or not here with so much money being spent in Iran. We are waiting for Palantir and, for their report, but it could be a little downside action for PLTR if they can't guide forward, right? I don't know what that defense budget's going to wind up looking like. Like, as I just mentioned, a lot has been spent here in Iran. And what does that look like now for the next couple quarters for a name like Palantir if they can't get going already right now? So I'm a little nervous about some of this top action that we just seen. 160 in XOM, 60 in Oxy. I think oil's moved a little too far, too fast to the upside. And just nervous about this Palantir trying to break above 135 right now. Good buys, man, down into this area for sure when it looks like we've had a little bit of a bid near 125. But I wonder if we retest some of these levels down here on Palantir into the 120 to 125 area again on defense spending as we, worry a little bit about what's next. Yesterday we talked about, the sort of tensions in China and whatnot that could be escalating at any time with, China talking about, I don't know if Taiwan's going to be an issue at some point here. And if it is, what does that do for the AI trade as well? And look at how far China's come there just in a couple weeks as well, 31 up to 35. And that's like almost a nice 15% rate there in the last couple weeks on the back of Kimi and, Alibaba and just some worriness of the AI sort of battle back and forth. And remember, NVIDIA's not there, right? So, they're doing this all on their own with Huawei and, different Chinese, factions over there producing similar results to what we're seeing on the AI trade in the United States. So
they're not there.
Yeah, they're
not legally anyway.
Yeah, they're not there. And I don't think China wants to build on NVIDIA machines anyways because of the restrictions that could eventually be put in place. If they build up all their AI models on Huawei and things like that, they don't need to worry about U.S. intervention. So I
that's
think
where that back and forth is there.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah. I don't think China needs NVIDIA, but does NVIDIA need China? That's part of the problem that everyone's going to find out very soon.
I think people want them to. And I think there's a side to that coin that you've got to feel like not allowing NVIDIA in there is just going to allow China to... Look, necessity is the mother of invention. You're just going to let them catch up to a certain extent. So,
yeah, it's already happening.
They don't need to catch up. It's a big time give or take. Well, they haven't caught up completely with it.
But they don't need to, is what I'm saying. I think they can develop their own models on their own systems.
They can,
just
but
let
then
USA do whatever they're doing.
But if they do catch up, then it's almost like taking another leg forward. Like that's something geopolitically that, believe me, the U.S. government does not want to happen because of what that would mean for military. You want something to get military spending up. The paranoia that would cause if they had that kind of a technological leap would be huge. Like you don't wonder if that started to happen. The government's already trying to put money in chip names. We're going to talk about, I saw a great question in the chat. There was some discussion already asking about options. And I saw a few viewers in the chat helping some people out, trying to make sure they get educated on it. And we always get our education on options from Joe at about this time.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. First name on our list here today is Nebius. We're going to be looking at this $220 marker deal, or NVDA investing into the company, we should say. Open interest, 12,800 contracts at this $220 marker. This is at the money, all right, guys? So we'll keep an eye out on this. The momentum clearly is to the top side on this name, and the value within the options contract held relatively well. We'll get into that momentarily. Now, as for the volume here, we're sitting on 3,300 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, one thing that I want to note is that the liquidity most definitely stepped into this underlying asset. We don't typically see it in the top volume names. I believe it had roughly just under 400,000 contracts through all concentration of strikes combined on yesterday's session. Now, we're sitting on a $25 spread. This would be a little bit more wide, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's nothing to write home about, but it's not what we would see typically in the NVDAs, the NASDAQs, and the Apples of the world, all right? Now, as for our delta, guys, once again, we're gonna be sitting at this at-the-money marker of $50, roughly $49 on your delta, and your gamma exposure is relatively light. But what we really wanna focus on here is our at-the-money implied volatility. All right, so our implied volatility is most definitely upticked, and we're sitting around 170%. That's pretty high, and with that being said, that's going to be priced into your options contracting. Now, who does this benefit at the end of the day? Not the buyers, not all the time. It's most likely the writers. Why? Because you have the increase in implied volatility, and as the average true range cools down day by day, you can see the decay in the implied volatility priced out of the contract, and then you also have your Greek metrics, such as your theta, implemented in as well. So that really, really diminishes the value of the contract, considering it's expiring on Friday, guys. So keep that in mind. Moving forward, let's take a look at our contract itself here. So right out of the gate, once that deal was made, you have the options catching up to the underlying price. I was looking at some things earlier in the morning. I still don't see fluctuation or volume stepping in within the contracts, because I was reading that we were supposed to get the bigger names, the ones that have 2 DTEs, the NVDAs, the Apples, the Teslas, trading in the pre-market from 8:30 to 9:30, but I haven't seen any changes. I'll keep you guys posted on that. But once again, 229% on this one with a low of $3.60. So that's your total risk to a high of 1185. All right, guys, moving forward, let's take a look at Apple, another name here. So we're sitting, you can see how much of a difference the spread is here, all right, guys? So we'll just keep that in mind. But our open interest at this $330 marker, sitting at 12,000 contracts. Now, as for the volume, 32,000 open and closed on yesterday's session. And you can see that the spread isn't crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if that tightens up a little bit after the open. Now, as for our delta, $41 in our gamma exposure, relatively cool. At the money IV, sitting around 32.3%, slightly elevated here for Apple. But one thing that I want us to focus on, just due to the fact that the float is so large and it takes a lot more capital in order to move this underlying asset, it makes the options contracting a little bit more difficult to trade and to hold its value, all right? So you got a 97% return, but you can see the fluctuation in the up and down within this specific contract itself, and it's expiring this Friday. So just be cautious when you are buying some of these. When you get that strong move to the top side, you want to look to take some profit as soon as you possibly can, because any minor pullback can really hurt the value of the options contract itself at that specific strike price. So those are two names, Nebius and Apple. Let's see how they perform after the open. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you there, Joe. And well, Nebius had a big move yesterday, so maybe it's got some more in it. But Apple, that 330, that comes into play. That's actually something that comes into play today. And there's been a lot of gravity toward the last 4 sessions. It's either been bouncing off of this or rejecting that 330. But we're trading there every single time. Like if it gets above, look for it to run away. If it holds below, look for it to kind of retest low. It kind of gives you one of those pivot level areas to keep an eye on, I think, for sure. We were talking about that, what was that sucker called again? LABT. I just want to quickly go back to that Lake Hood. It did make I don't want to say a right turn because it's still up 220%, but it did make a jaunt into $7. And I realized usually when we pull up a small capper and give you the story, actually I didn't bother looking at or showing you guys the chart. So if it does dip, like 450 to 460 was an obvious level here on the daily as prior resistance. So as it starts to come back in, there's VWAP, and then there is that. I know some people are like, oh, it doesn't usually bounce if it doesn't hold at VWAP, but there are bounce spots. We saw that yesterday with Kids and a couple of other names. Even when they were in a downtrend, there were little spots where it could catch a bit of a bid. That 450 looks like the key level that's going to need to hold on the open for LABT. Still one of the best volume names out there, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Joe just mentioned there that Nebius there for 220 expiring on Friday, it's going to be $12. So you're going to need to get to 232 in order for that to even just be flat on that trade, and that's exactly where this 200 or this 50 period moving average is sitting. So I do think that it's going to favor the writers there. And if Nebius can get going, great. I mean, obviously we have some big reports coming tonight with the cloud coming through. It's only Wednesday, so you have Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday's trade as well. But that's going to be an interesting level for sure to look out for on Nebius. I would think it would be a short if we get up to there, but hey, if IBM can come out, Intel can come out, Google can come out and talk positively all about the cloud business and compute, and if there's still some demand there, I do think that Nebius does have an opportunity to get at least to that 230 area. So I think that would be an interesting little look there. So I'm glad that Joe brought that up. And then of course there's Nebius yesterday with a huge rebound kind of a day, and then CoreWeave again as well, as I was talking about yesterday. Both of them kind of moving in sync here, with CoreWeave looking to get back to the upside. Nebius has held out much, much better, but look where CoreWeave wound up going, all the way back into $70 again, which we've seen a few times. The last couple of times we've seen off 70, we've gotten back to $100 both times. So this could be a good opportunity to get that 30 or 40% back into your portfolio if things go right for CoreWeave. I mean, it's just been a good bouncing spot there. And since its IPO, it's done pretty well, right? I mean, came out at about $40, sitting now at 80 with, looks like a little bit of upside coming for CRWV. So, I like both of those names coming into the dates here today. I'm going to actually find out when does CoreWeave actually report. Wednesday the 29th for CoreWeave, and NBIS probably something similar to that. We do have SpaceX talk to get to. Yeah, both days are the 29th. So both CoreWeave and Nebius on the 29th. So a week today, both of these names are going to come out. So I like the chance to potentially get some a little bit of a bump up here off of some of these lows. So we'll see what winds up happening there. If everything goes well with the mega cap names and the CapEx still seems to be there, then I think these names can definitely benefit off of some of those lows. But you've missed the 70 already. I mean, it's already up 15% from 70. So you got to have to give a little bit up there, as it's been 3 straight up days for CRWV, and we'll see if you can kick today. I mean, you're already down 1% on the NASDAQ, and these names are pretty flat right now. What was Nebius today? They're getting hit down today, down 4%. So looks like CoreWeave going to be the stronger name here today versus some Nebius. But yeah, so far so good. NASDAQ giving a little bit back of what we made yesterday. Closed up yesterday about 1.8%, down now 1% here today. We do have some small caps to talk about, and Luis is waiting in the wing. So let's go back over to the desk to talk to Luis from A-Day Trading.
Good morning here to Luis Barbado. We know he talks a lot of small caps. He's also trading out of Barcelona, Spain, over at A-Day Trading. So great to have you here. Good morning, Luis, and congrats to Spain on the FIFA win.
Thank you very much, Alara.
I'm sure you guys are doing a lot of celebrating over there. Let's get right into these small caps to start, because I'm sure you guys are going to discuss this perhaps a bit more when you show up on the midday, because Luis will also be on the midday as usual around 1 p.m. Let's take a look here at LABT. This is a name that we've discussed an awful lot. This is that Lakewood Amadex Biotherapeutics sharp move to the upside. Is this one that you're watching, or have you already traded this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. We are watching. First of all, I think it's very interesting to say that yesterday we had like 3 crazy runners, 3 stocks moving like 100, 200%, 500%, I think one of them. So where we are heading to today, first, I think we have to analyze what did they do, what these 3 runners do yesterday. First one, we have DFNS. Okay, so when it starts to move up, first thing you do, of course, check the flow, check the news, check the country, all our process in the decision making. We check the country, we check the flow, we check the possibility of offering and so on. But one of the most important things is look to the left on the chart, okay, to find a previous resistance, so until where it can go. And in DFNS, when we look to the left side, we see this resistance here on $8.80, $8.90, $9, around that area where it started to go down. It went down a lot, a couple of days, and then it popped. It just stopped there, went all the way down. And when yesterday it started to run, it stopped just right there on the previous resistance. The second thing we see here, we have a reverse split. Okay, the day before we have a reverse split 1 to 125. That means that the float is divided 125 times, and the price, it is, recalculated. So this is very important because the float is getting much, much smaller that day. Okay, that's the first one. You want to check the second one? Look, EIVK, this one. Look to the left, the same. We have the same situation. Look, we have a couple of resistance here. It started to go down when the market opened from $2. Where did it stop? In the resistance. And what do we have? The same. Reverse split a couple of days before, 120. So it is the flow divided by 20. So very narrow float again. And the third one hits. What do we have? Just the same. We go into resistance a little bit. We stop a little bit earlier, but we had here the resistance. And what do we have? Again, also a reverse split. Here you have a reverse split of 110. So in all the three situations, we had a reverse split, we have a trend down, and we have some zones where we could stop in case we start to run. So with this background, we go to the 2L ABT, and we have the same. We have a place there where, you know, it could stop because we have some resistance there, and we have a reverse split 1 to 10. So the same situation, if you want to short this, wait for the previous resistance, so around 750, and you have to take into account that the float is very, very narrow because of the reverse split. So don't short front side, wait until resistance, wait until the confirmation is done. And now, if you are short now because it looks pretty good, let's see how the VWAP reacts, because the first time it went to the VWAP, we saw new highs. So if you're short here, recycle some shares out here, take some profits and pay the trade.
Thank you so much for going over that, Luis. Really quickly, we'll get back to small caps in a minute, but I have to mention this story from AMD. Advanced Micro Devices, you guys can see on your screen, popping and then immediately dropping here after the Wall Street Journal reported that the company is going to be investing $5 billion in Anthropic as part of a chip deal. We heard earlier that they were nearing a chip deal with Anthropic. This is going back to Monday, but now it sounds like this is actually happening. AMD will apparently be putting $3 billion into Anthropic in a chip agreement, and then against spending $5 billion total. Anthropic also set to buy up to 2 gigawatts of latest gen chips from AMD. So that's the deal here with AMD, and potentially also the market guys expect more potentially from AMD. CEO Lisa Su at the company's Advancing AI keynote at 12:30 p.m. today. We'll get right back into small caps there. Luis, I just had to mention that one quickly. I know we're all watching oil. USO, of course, absolutely in focus over the last couple of days. We had more comments and more strikes from the U.S. side as of yesterday. So what are some small cap ways that you like to trade oil? Because I know we've been trying to look at more oil-related small cap tickers. There was that SKYQ, there was BATL. What are your favorites to look at for this sector?
Yeah, those two are our favorite ones because they have the most volume and the most volatility. It's all about what is the timing in both of them. Right now, it seems like SQYQ, it's more active, it's willing more to break highs, and when it breaks highs, it goes more parabolic than battle. It seems like the volume that was in battle for last couple of months is moved to SkyQ. So right now we are watching more SkyQ, avoiding shorts against resistance. We're waiting until it gets very exhausted, get very, very volatile on the upside. So, and always looking for the underlying, like the oil, what is happening in the oil to take the trade on SkyQ.
Yeah, thank you for going over that, because I know that these, I think, are some tickers and sectors that people are always kind of looking for. I have a question about another small cap for you that was trading earlier, at least to the upside. This is Advanced Biomed, ADVB. I believe you've got like a 560,000 share float on this, already given back some of the move. Is this one you're watching potentially later today? And did you get to trade this move pre-market?
Not today. We traded this a couple of days ago when it went to $14 on the aftermarket and the pre-market. It was also very interesting, this area here. We traded this short area around $8, $9. It was very interesting because you could see that the volume couldn't break this pre-market high. So we were shorting here again and again until against these pre-market highs. It worked pretty fine several times. Then aftermarket is broken, just, you know, with lower liquidity, it's easier to break the highs of the day and the pre-market. So that's what happened aftermarket. And then, well, it was a very nice trade here. I didn't check locates. I don't think they are very, very cheap on this one. But yeah, absolutely, it's a good trade. Right now on this one, we would wait for what we call the VWAP rejection. So wait for a pop to the VWAP around 9:30, and you can short there with a tighter stop. It is the same trade that we trade in SXTC. Oh, sorry, SPCE. There you go. We call it the VWAP rejection. So the stock went up a lot. It went down all the way down. So the stock is already destroyed. So here you're waiting for a retest of VWAP. There you go. We have the POV here, the most volume price traded there. So you're waiting to get to the VWAP, where you know the massive of the positions is that the average price of the position size in the average price of the day. So you short there with a very tight stop, and it's working pretty nice. Look, from 520s to 330s already, and it looked like it's gonna close red today, probably below 250. So it was a good trade, and we are waiting for the same in the one you said before was ADVV. Here, we're waiting for a safe pop here to 9930 to short there.
Hey, thank you so much for all of this small cap info. As always, Luis Barbado, where can the people find you if they want to learn more?
Well, they can find us on X, 8day Trading, and they can email us on info@8daytrading.com.
You can also often catch Luis Barbado of 8-Day Trading in our chat as 8-Day Trading, and he's going to be on the midday today at 1 p.m. to discuss more small cap runners for you. So we'll see you later. Thank you again, Luis. Before we go back to the guys, though, I really quickly as well want to talk a little bit more about this AMD story, if we can here, Andre, just so that people are aware in case you missed it. So I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat saying, who's getting paid here, AMD or Anthropic? Basically, the headline that I'm seeing here from Wall Street Journal is that AMD is going to be investing $5 billion total in Anthropic, but Anthropic will also be purchasing up to 2 gigawatts of AMD's next-gen Instinct MI450 chips starting in H1 2027. So that's a little bit of context. This story here also has a quote from AMD CEO Lisa Su, quote, "We have very much wanted to be a major part of their Anthropic's infrastructure." So this is, I think, Sharif, kind of an interesting look. I mean, we'll get a lot more into this on the rundown. AMD is already going to be on the rundown because of that event.
Yeah.
But does this pose like real competition here for NVIDIA potentially?
It does, Adara, and it does just because the demand is insane, right? It's not a competition because their product is better. I'm not saying their product is worse, but you can't get enough of this stuff. So I like it. I like the fact that Anthropic is diversifying as well. We know that they don't own their own data centers. This is obviously the first step. If you're going to buy these products, you're going to have a data center to house them in. As you mentioned, $5 billion right off the bat. But Adara, I can't help but think about the circularity, like we heard yesterday, right, with Nebius and NVIDIA. Here again, we've got the actual chip maker investing in the LLM, and then the LLM or the model, the frontier model, going back and putting that money right back involved. So I don't know. It is what it is. They keep doing it. Market keeps eating it up. So let's see.
We'll have to wait and see if AMD or NVIDIA is on the upgrades and downgrades. Let's find out.
None of them will be on the upgrades and downgrades today, but that can change for tomorrow. Now, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Hershey's at the top of the list with a hold rating and $180 price target. That is down from $215 from Stifel. TKO Holdings, overweight rating here, but we're going to get a price target reduction to $222. That's down from $225. JP Morgan reducing their price target there, guys. Now, as for Netflix, you're positive this morning, outperform rating, but we're going to get a slash here in the price target to $90, Sharif, from $120 there. DraftKings also with a buy rating, but we're going to get a price target cut to $38. That is down from $40. Moving forward, guys, we are going to be looking at some upgrades, Sharif, as we can see what we have going on here. CoreWeave at the top of the list. Today, guys, up 1/3% going from a hold to a buy, and $126 price target by Truist. Now, DigitalOcean also getting the nod, guys, hold to a buy, and $160 price target. That's up from $135. Now, Interactive Brokers reporting after the bell yesterday, guys, slightly negative this morning, but $110 price target. That is up from $105 from BMO Capital. And then General Motors also reporting yesterday as well, too, guys, an overweight rating here with a $120 price target. That is up from $110. JP Morgan giving them that nod. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. You got two of the names. One on the upgrade list, one on the downgrade list that have pseudo breakouts. So look to see the problem. Volume not too high in GM, but GM did tagged at 80 level yesterday, and kind of a double tap. Okay, $80 and change. It's like 10 cents or something like that, but a bit of a double top. But the other interesting one, which is counterintuitive, Netflix got smoked after their report. But today, it threatens that lower high at about $69.50. So yeah, they got a downgrade. And obviously after earnings, when you have a disappointing earnings, you are going to likely see some downgrades after the fact. But yeah, this 69.5, you break, there's a huge gap. Close a candle over that one on the 15, and then this one has an opportunity to at least be able to trend. But that's the rub. When you gap down like this, nothing is proven until you're really broken out some resistance. And that one gets put to the test here on Netflix, hopefully today. And for anyone that's certainly long, has this in the long term, really got to hope it breaks that 69.5, because otherwise this downward trend is going to be very, very much intact for sure on Netflix.
Yeah, I was already talking a little bit about CoreWeave here today. It was at 0% when we started talking about it. Now it's at 0.43. So looks like it's starting to go a little bit to the upside here on CRWV at some. There we go. We were muted there, so you had no idea what I was talking about. But there I was going to go on CoreWeave. I was just going to say, like, a little bit of an upside tick there. We were talking about it just a couple minutes ago. It was at nothing. Now it's starting to go back a little higher, so nice upgrade there from Truist. We talked about how it needs to get a little bit upside there, breaking off that 70 low. So I actually like CoreWeave today. On that upgrade, and see like we're above now VWAP, we're above the 200 period moving average, and it looks like we're trying to get even higher right now. So for me, yeah, CoreWeave today looks like it's building some nice structure down here. 79 is not too far away. I mean, I don't know if we necessarily want to sit there and look at that as a potential long early, but if it does come in and hold $79, I actually like CoreWeave for a battle back there. I mean, once this gets going, it sometimes there's no stopping this name. Yesterday it was pretty choppy off the open, then it got going, respected VWAP again, hit VWAP there, bounced, hit VWAP there, bounced, and right now we're trying to, bounce off this level as well. So for me, CoreWeave is a very important name to look at one more time. And just so you guys know, AMD, what's going on? Oh, the breakfast has arrived. There was an upside take there on AMD on that Anthropic news, and then right back in to the downside again, now down another 2.5%. We did sell some yesterday at 544. We talked about that in the during the afternoon, so that was a good out, hopefully. Getting back into today, 530, who knows? But yeah, we sold some at 500, he sold some at 544, just raising some cash for this earnings season. AMD, good trader, man. It's been a great stock to hold. That is for sure. A name that I haven't bought in years and years and years, but will take advantage of a little bit of sell side action up here for myself anyways. It looks like it's productively long, but just not really worried about what happens in this particular name. When I see some highs, I'm going to take the profit there. So a little bit out at 495 the other day, and a little bit out yesterday at 544 for AMD on that news there with Anthropic. You're going to use some of their chips, I guess, there. I think that's what the story was. But AMD upside and then fading right back in now and see where we wind up going. But I had a nice little up and down movement there. And then the other name that I'm looking at, which is the sticky note's already out, you guys can go check it out if you want. But SpaceX short again is what we're going to be looking for. Let's just see, yesterday it ripped people's faces off as Kathy Wood and company went in there and started to buy a little bit, turned the machines on. When the machines turned off, oh boy, was that a good one. As we were short yesterday. You guys can, I don't even know if I tweeted it out, but today's trade here will be SpaceX short at 125. And yesterday into the close there, let's see if we had it at all, if I tweeted it out. Yeah, so we started the short there at 129.50, and then you can see there was the short starting. We started at about 11 o'clock, and then the move, to the downside started to happen. So, we'll wait to see what SpaceX gets going again here today. If there is some actionable trades to it, then we'll let it just float to the upside. And then when we start to see, see there's a little bit of volume down here when it started to really rip higher there, maybe we'll wait to see if we can get some sort of a downside trade there for SpaceX. Joby, I mean, that's a name that Sharif has. And I know Sharif also, I don't know if you're out of Bloom Energy, but that one's been. Oh, you wet the beak. That's fine. I was gonna say because Bloom Energy is down like 40% or so from its highs, and Joby as well. Hey, look, man, if Sharif likes it, maybe I should start.
It's on the watch list today.
Down here at $7, is it? Okay. Yeah, what is the news about?
They got they're partnering with Virgin Atlantic as like their primary airline partner, and they're looking to connect like London, like basically London airports.
Okay.
It's a cool concept. I mean, I was just there. I mean, like, if you have the ability to, jet around faster like this, it seems like a good notion, but how close are we to actually seeing some real revenue? I think for Joby would be the real question. And then the other problem with this, sure, you could say it's making a bottom at 7, and maybe this news would help, but all pre-market long, it's just been closing in the gap. This actually looked like something was going in the AM, and it's been sliding. Like, how many times have we seen a pullback like this, and we're thinking about, oh, if it's bullish, you can pull back into the prior high and go, and you're talking about after the open. It's 847. And it almost filled in this entirety of the gap here on Joby. But the concept is cool. You can find it on the free watch list. Thanks for the super chat. In terms of volume, volatility, buy pressure, this pre-market on the gap up, this one does not necessarily have the juice. And it really didn't break. You could make the argument that it's trying to break trend here, right? Like this day would be attempting to break the trend line, but that's on a daily chart, so confirmation would come after the fact. Hopefully this is something that gets it going. The concept is cool, and I think they're getting steps in the right direction, but you got to really break this trend. It's been a pretty nasty one here. What are your thoughts, Sharif? I know you like this name. It's not really great for today's volume for a day trade, that's for sure.
I hate this damn thing, Neil. No, I mean, of course, I'm exaggerating, of course, but, it is frustrating because, what really frustrated me yesterday was Archer came out with the exact headline that I've been pounding the table on for Joby. Just for the intermediate to short term, get some military applications right now. My only concern, Neil, was the weight of weaponry, right, and how that could factor in to range. But Archer obviously had a way to get around that. They tied the knot yesterday, and they rocketed up, I believe, over 20% or the day before, whatever it was. Joby, we're still yet to hear anything in terms of military application for them. All we're hearing is sort of commercial, kind of taxing, air taxing, Dubai, New York. I don't know, Adara. This one continues to sell off. I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out here with Joby. Hopefully that one is able to take flight for you and for all investors everywhere. Let's talk about a couple names, though, heading into the bell. We've got a very stacked list for you, very stacked watch list, a very stacked rundown. I want to talk, though, some SaaS earnings, because those are absolutely going to be in focus. You've got IBM reporting after the bell today. You've got ServiceNow. And I mean, with the case of IBM, you actually already have the prelim earnings. What are some things people should know heading into these reports?
Well, they need to know that IBM lost 25% of its value in one day, the worst day it's had since 1987, and that wasn't for no reason. They came out and they said, look, people are stopping their spend, they're constricting their spend on our high-margin SaaS products as well as our high-margin physical products. I'm talking about the Z mainframes, which they make a lot of money on. So it's kind of a double whammy here, specifically for IBM. Now, when IBM did sell off Adara to the tune of 25%, it wasn't alone. Salesforce dropped 5%. ServiceNow, which I believe reports after the bell today, also 7%. Accenture, 8%. So nobody was spared in this sort of SaaS-mageddon. And again, it has to do with companies reallocating their spend onto physical goods. We're talking about storage, we're talking about RAM, we're talking about servers. It's not in vogue right now, SaaS.
Yeah, and we actually kind of heard similar comments as well from the CEO of Pegasystems, another name in that sector, which is down a lot here on earnings, PEGA. So that's going to be an interesting look. Let's talk a little bit as well here, completely different topic, on SKHY, SK Hynix, and Intel. Some reports coming out of South Korea that SK Hynix was looking to get involved in this Ohio data center from Intel, or Ohio plant rather, from Intel. SK Hynix saying they're not interested.
It made sense right away, right? Because then you start thinking, all right, SK Hynix, they want to have North American presence, especially with the current administration, build in the USA, build in the USA. So it made a lot of sense, especially for DRAM, but they're denying the entire thing. Now, my concern was what this means for the 14A node, because my understanding was the Ohio fab, which is delayed for 2030, 2031 completion, was supposed to house the majority of 14A. That's not right. That's actually not right. They're actually relying on Oregon, their Oregon facility, where they have all of ASML's advanced EUV machines, and that's where they're going to be making the bulk of the 14A node should it make its way to market. So you needn't worry if you're an Intel investor. 14A, 18A is still on schedule.
Yeah, Oregon, I think, is generally understood as Intel's larger manufacturing base. So that's an interesting look there for INTC. Are you guys looking at SK Hynix, INTC, or any of these SaaS plays? There's a lot to talk about right now.
Yeah, I just was looking at this IBM move. I mean, the fact that Sharif mentioned that we dropped 25% there in one single day, but the thing is, it found the 200 period there on the weekly chart, and it goes all the way back here to 2024 again of November of 2024, and potentially found that bottom right there. I mean, we're gonna have to wait again tonight to see what that report is like, but I feel like it may be a non-event tonight, especially if traders have already sort of digested those numbers. And if they do come out with that same similar guide, you know, as Sharif just mentioned, there are a lot of the money coming out of their SaaS products and you know, over into, again, the data center build outs, and they are nervous about where their revenue is gonna come from. I would assume that they've sort of kitchen sinked it right there with that report. So we'll see what happens here tonight. But yeah, looking in to see if it holds this $200 mark. I mean, that was going to be something that's going to be pretty key. There's that level right here on the weekly. So it goes all the way back here. This is now a daily chart. So I think IBM does have an opportunity to withstand whatever report happens tonight and find, that's BE, okay, and find a bounce there off of, you know, key level, $200. That's for IBM tonight. As far as SK Hynix and Intel is concerned, I mean, this is that breaking spot yesterday that we stopped ourselves out at before we ripped up. So I'm interested to see what Intel can do here. We're reporting tomorrow night. Can we hold that $100 mark? You know, down 4%. The market looks like it's in trouble, but how many times have we seen the market make these moves down and then just rip back up? I mean, you know, we've been down 1% and end of the day up 2%, you know, and it's almost on nothing. Just the market just turns around and people come in and start to buy these names up one more time. So yeah, I think it's nervous hands ahead of Intel. And this is, you know, like I said, I really do feel like Intel's a name that I want to get involved with, Intel and Qualcomm, in this sort of, you know, move towards more PC strength. And that's why I am trying to sell. I am selling some AMD, and I just want to wait for the. I still own some Intel, so want to wait for that quarter. If it's weaker, I would love to buy some more Intel down here around $90 or so. So I'm trying to raise some capital in some other names and looking to pick up some Intel on hopefully a cheap move down and then temporary move down on their report.
More of a reason to for Intel. They did already hint earlier this year that you would see announcements for potentially two or three larger fab customers in the back half of the year. So the idea that that's coming down the pipeline is good for them. The other thing to consider when it comes to U.S. fab partners, and well, a lot of the building out that's been happening is it's been making margins go a little bit higher. Like if TSMC has to move over into the U.S., everything they're producing is a little bit more expensive there. It does broaden things out and allows Intel to catch up a little bit. But it's interesting because Intel and SK Hynix have very similar, like they're at the cusp. Like exactly where they found bottoms yesterday is effectively where we're sitting. So you're kind of hanging on this ledge right now, gapping down, giving up the entirety of the move from yesterday's trade, and suddenly you're just hanging off of that cliff. And I look over at DRAM, it's just a little bit different right now. It's actually hanging out underneath that cliff. So it's a little bit of extra weakness in some of the memory names this morning. Now, if it breaks the top, I think you got to temper the expectations. If it tries to go, you know, from here, if you have an over/under kind of level at 56.5, like that's the pivot spot. If it breaks that top, I'm thinking room to 58, but you don't want to be fighting that one if it gets out and about and above it too much. Because I really do think going more than yesterday's move seems a little bit unlikely going into all the earnings tonight and then again tomorrow. So I'd be more inclined to be looking for the fade in front of yesterday's high if it's able to break that top there on DRAM. We had to pay for locates, but they're basically free for us here at Real Trading. Just a little bit of weakness in the memory names for sure. Just double checking. Not that LABT. I know we're coming back and just always want to make sure that we're covering those small cappers for you guys just to keep you abreast of what's going on with them. It didn't really get to that. Now this doesn't want to load. That 4.5, maybe the 3-minute wants to load. There we go. Didn't really get anywhere close to that 4.5 level, but it's holding the volume weighted average price rather nicely and doing plenty of volume. We got a super chat, but with no message. So I can't flash it on the screen the way that we usually would, but I can say thank you to Nelson Mendez for the $10 super chat. We appreciate you, Nelson. Hey, you didn't say good morning. Next time, maybe you got a symbol that you're interested in. You just pop it in there, like $, whatever it might be, or you just wanted to say hi. Oh, and then you do right here. What about CHAI? Well, that was the one from yesterday, right? Was it, or was it a different?
Trump is talking now.
Oh boy.
USO moving higher right now, talking about how any sort of missile that's sent in, he's going to be pissed off. So Adara has a story right now.
He's not talking, he's truthing. President Trump with a Truth Social post that came out 24 seconds ago, at least when I first pulled this up, quote, "From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, or drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy, all caps, one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump." So basically, if there are any devices of any kind used to shoot at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, you're going to see a bombing here from the U.S. That's what President Trump is promising. Send it back to you guys.
All right. Well, we've heard that kind of rhetoric obviously before, and I thought he was already bombing.
Every night.
Yeah, it's 11, 12 days in a row now. So just trying to again, they're not empty threats, but I don't think Iran cares. So you're just going to have to wait to see how this all settles out. I mean, it's really caught a bid, in oil. And I started the show by saying I thought it was a little too far, too fast. I still do think that way, but I mean, it doesn't seem like it's slowing down anything here. I don't know, wait for it. We talked about, this high of USO near that 160 marker. I don't think we get back to those levels, but, all this talk is definitely not helping the summertime gas prices. And, with midterms coming around the corner, I mean, he tried his hardest, I believe, over the last couple of weeks to try to get gas downside, including blaming like some of the petro companies, for being too greedy. But you can see what's happening right now with the price of, the underlying itself. And that's just getting back up to the upside. All this talk is not going to help anything. So it's like you want one thing onshore, but then offshore you want something else. So I don't know. Why can't we just find some sort of a peaceful middle ground here? It seems like they've been trying it since March. And, here we go into the mid to end of July now. It doesn't seem like anything's getting resolved. So I would just try to buy dips. Like 200 period's been good. So let's let this name settle out here. Let the market open up. And we'll try to look at this 200 period moving average in and around 131 right now. Coming back in a little bit now again. So that's nice. I think it's more of the same stuff that we've heard many times before.
I think you like seeing that they're not sustaining the moves up when we get these spikes. Like it will make a spike and then we're actually pulling back. It's when when that next candle on a 3 or 5 is breaking back out, that's where you got troubles. Alan, thank you for the super chat. See, here's the thing. I was actually just looking at that Sky Q. Appreciate the super chat. Sky Q and Battle, like neither one of these are reacting. Like look at the barcode on BATL. The stock for the last 3 days, it's what, 7-cent range, whatever that works out to. A lot of times you look at the short float on this and you get excited because if oil goes, it's done it in the past, but you've got to be breaking out tops. It's basically 9 or 10% whenever it's able to get above 165 the last little bit. And then that other one, Sky Q, which I just had up as well. This one feels like it has a better chance to go. I know Luis even said that it was moving a little bit better. But even as it breaks out above 460, look what happens at $5 the last 3 days. So temper your expectations. If we're never getting the big continuation on these spikes, and it's quiet types of days after the open where it's mostly sideways on USO, it's hard for those small cappers to go. Like what you need to see is like explosive trend up in oil, which we're just not seeing it. When that happens, yeah, then Battle and Sky Q get a bit more interesting, but we're already reverting that move, boys. It's already past 9 o'clock. We got a free watch list to continue to talk about here today. Lots of names on it, whether it's earnings after the bell or some catalysts this morning. We'll cover them all now.
The range continues, guys. Here on the SPY, we're down a little bit of more than 1/3%. We closed out at 748.25 yesterday, so we continue to range between that 740 to 750 area on the SPY. Today, a little bit no different. 745.5 is where we're trading now. So we're just going to say yesterday's closing print at 748.25 R1, and then if we really catch a bid for whatever reason, we're looking at 750. That is same established range. If we start selling off again, Adara, 740 is support.
Time to look at our Trader TV Live watch list, which you guys can support. It's absolutely free by just typing the link that you're going to see in your screen in just a minute or clicking the link in our description. What do you get with this free watch list? You get a look at what events are happening today, what events happened prior. They're moving stocks this morning, any pre-market or post-market earnings in focus, anything and everything you need to tackle the market every single session. SMCI at the top of the watch list and at the top of our rundown today. Well-received preliminary earnings here for SMCI with a pretty big announcement as well with Elon Musk's XAI.
That's the big announcement, but there's a couple of eyebrow-raising things, as there typically is with SMCI. So let's get right down to work. So gross margins doubled, 15 to 17%, but this has been all over the map. It looks like a small caps chart. We were 6.3% gross margins in Q2. We bumped up to 9.9% in Q3, and now somehow we're at 15 to 17%. So analysts remain very cautious because this fluctuation quarter to quarter is kind of less reflective of a strategy and more reflective of just the product mix that they have, right? And the prices that come with that. So some food for thought there, but that $60 billion new quarterly orders heavily anchored by that big boy giant. Of course, we're talking about SpaceX and XAI. That should be good for the company as it gives them a long runway for revenue. But Adara, this had a very, very bad June quarter. It was all over the map after they issued that $7 billion in equity and convertible debt to fund their inventory. It sold off pretty aggressively. So nice move up, but just look at the chart.
You guys feeling super about SMCI today?
Feeling super about SMCI today. Well, when it's got momentum, it's one of the most explosive stocks out there. And as far as I'm concerned, it always puts it on the radar when it's got the relative volume. So of course, you got to be looking at it. Whether it can break out 30 at this point would be a secondary story. It's made a pretty convincing support level at 24 that we don't really have to worry about. But look at the daily. Right in around this 28 to 28 quarter has been the spot where it had resistance and support. So you need to turn that back into support. With 30 minutes till the open, it might have already dipped into here, but it's trend break off of this 28 and a quarter was the look. That's what I threw on the note. So it's got still some time to work down into that level before a bit of a reversion, and then respect this 29 area, that prior high. So I think from there up to here, if you hold above 29, that can become a secondary play for SMCI. But everything about this is look at it from level to level, minute to minute, day to day. I still am pretty skeptical about them in a general sense because it seems like you're only ever like a couple of weeks away from the next controversy or negative headline. So always take it day to day with these guys. And it's not like buying the dip and in somebody that's going up, that's trending to the upside. It's a very, very different story with SMCI. It's one of the few names that hasn't had much of rally off the lows.
Like all we really want to hear is that margin number. I mean, 8% to 15%. I mean, doubling what their expected margins are for the next quarter. I mean, this is supposed to be huge. Like that's exactly the look that we're talking about. I mean, we know the business is there. They've just confirmed that. And now they're going to be making more money on that business. So, I know that we have some problems with, some of the trust issues here with management, and they violated some of the agreements and, shipped products maybe potentially where they shouldn't, found loopholes, did have an huge accounting kerfuffle not too long ago. It reverse split. Yeah, okay. Or no, not reverse split, split down. So we can't look at that. But, they had many issues in the past. And so I think that's why there's a lot of traders a little nervous about SMCI, but the business is clearly there. And now margins are improving. I mean, I like the stock. It's too bad it's up 12%, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback into here, 26, 25, something like that. Definitely worth a bid on SMCI. I mean, they're doing the opposite of what IBM's trying to kitchen sink, and SMCI is saying, hey, look, we're getting more business and our margins are doubled. So yeah, we obviously operating at the right pace now, and that's what management tries to do, right? Improve margins, whether or not that be by cutting of employees, just trying to get more efficient. It looks like SMCI is doing that and working out for them. So probably mishit there on the downside. And yeah, I'm surprised with that kind of a talk right there. It should mean, more guidance, more upgrades. So let's wait for their quarter. When is their quarter? SMCI will be reporting in, I have to zoom out and find out when SMCI reports. Aren't they one of the ones where it's kind of like we never really know when they're confirmed? So it is.
We're always asking questions.
Yeah, right now it's August 11th. right here is what we're seeing right now, confirmed. So August 11th right there for Super Micro. So you still have a little ways to go. You can wait to see what the CapEx spend looks like for many other names. But getting hit, SMCI, I think I like to buy that with this new margin news. Many companies struggling with margins right now. SMCI is doubling theirs. So that's what businesses are all about, right? Future cash flow, future value. So I like SMCI down here. I think it's worth a buy, and it's a good story. So, let's go on SMCI, up 12%, market down 1%. We'll see if this fades back out. Any sort of a bid down where we started, I think is worth it, man. 26.50. Let's go SMCI.
We're going to take a look here now at some big earnings that are set to come after the bell. We already talked about some of these SaaS companies reporting, but Google and Tesla, two of the Mag 7, both reporting tonight. These should both be reports that traders and investors are watching carefully.
Yeah, we already got the deliveries, a record number, 480,126, beating expectations by about 18%, but that's in the past. What are we expecting now, Adair? We're looking for 54 pennies EPS on $26.36 billion in revenue. You guys might have different numbers. I've seen a couple of different figures out there, but we're also focusing, of course, on vehicle sales gross margins. We want to talk about FSD and when potentially we may see unsupervised FSD. How about the robotaxi commercialization? You guys have heard me talk a lot about how we're seeing the actual robotaxi itself on the streets of Austin a lot more, and that's kind of Tesla's modus operandi, right? We saw it with the Juniper, start seeing those on the streets a little bit more, and then all of a sudden, a month or two later, they were out. So going to be focusing on that, but as we spoke about yesterday, their energy business, don't fall asleep on that. That's also important, and the regulatory credits, which are 100% margins, those always end up giving them a little bit of an EPS boost.
Yeah, and with Google, I mean, you've got a lot to look at here as well. Of course, you're going to be focusing, I think, on CapEx, potentially see what that CapEx is. We know they also have some concerns here now over delays of that Gemini Pro model. Do you think that's maybe going to be addressed by the company in this report?
It better be. I mean, given the sell-off that we saw a couple of days ago when that was delayed, the announcement was delayed, I think they'll probably be front and center there. I'd like an explanation as to why, though. With respect to CapEx, Adair, you astutely pointed that out. $45.1 billion is what they're expecting to spend on the quarter. That's the analyst expectations. With respect to earnings, we're looking for $2.88 a share on $81.3 billion in revenue. We're also looking for cloud, right? That's one of their biggest growth divisions, as well as one of their higher margin products. We're looking for a 17% jump on that to around $13.2 billion.
Yeah, stick with us tonight for these post-market earnings for Google, Tesla, IBM, ServiceNow. But stick with Neil and Sean right now to hear what they think about these Mag 7s ahead of the report.
Like, I feel like that 17 is going to want to have a 2 on it, and that's the kind of number that'll really give the wow. Like, if the cloud growth beats that 17 and gives us like 20 to 25%, then we're like, whoa, okay, and then that'll be a little bit more exciting, especially because of the delay of that model. They can say some things in the call that might assuage that. I think that can happen, but the initial spike, it's going to be about cloud growth. For sure. The rest of the market, not the rest of the market, but you know what I mean, like the rest of the AI trade cares about that CapEx number. As long as it's not contracting, then I think you can be all systems go. It's make sure that's not contracting so the rest of the story can continue to catch a bit underneath it. But more importantly, that cloud is where you're proving that you're actually making, you're generating cash out of this, because that's that big cash cow. I think 17's nice, but you want to put a 2 in front of that because that's where the competitors can be for sure. In terms of trading it today, I think if between the two of them, it would be more likely Tesla, because it's got this, if it were to have bounced, it does have this like mid 380s level that looks really good for potential fade, and then even a break if it can get above that. But Google's more of a pass for me. We're more likely to look at the DRAM again today. IBIT's going to be on the radar, of course, and we haven't even talked about SpaceX. That should hit that 120 again. Oh, we're going to.
Yeah, we'll do SpaceX in a couple minutes there. But yeah, Tesla downside there. I think Adair's mic is probably on there again. Andre, no problem. Downside right there through 379. Tesla's been going downside this morning. So yeah, just a little bit of a takedown. 376.50, 376. Looks like we're trying to get a little lower here on TSLA. It's been a negative push, for some of these Mag 7 names. And I would think Tesla is just one of those ones that needs to try to find a base. Like, I don't really even know what to expect here coming from their report. Like, I don't know what Elon's really going to talk about here, if he's even going to be on the call or not there tonight. I mean, we're not really expecting any sort of a refreshed model. I know the Cybertrucks aren't selling that well. We've already got the refreshed Model Y with Juniper there. I think there's a 6-seater that's trying to come out, and then we wait to hear, as Sharif mentioned there, with FSD and fully automated, and when and if robo-taxis will start to launch. And I think it's more about the when, not the if. And if that number can get bumped up a little bit sooner, and we could start maybe seeing some revenues come in from the robo-taxi sort of opportunity, then maybe we get back to the upside. But I just don't see what lever can be pushed here or pulled. I mean, unless there's some talk about SpaceX and Tesla, unless there's that merge talk, and for some reason people like that, then maybe Tesla gets back up to the upside. But I just don't really see too much happening right here. It's not traded on deliveries, we know that, so I'm not sure, unless margins have gotten increasingly better for Tesla. I'm not really sure what the catalyst would be for the long side of this trade. I mean, data center, maybe they start selling some of the compute from Grok. I mean, we've sort of heard a little bit about that as well with XAI. So, maybe something there with data centers, and like we've seen that move higher with Meta based on them going in and selling some of their power back to the grid and to the people that want to buy it, the big companies out there. We are waiting for a backlog on Google as well. We'll see if they can clear that up for their cloud computing there. All right, what's Restoration Hardware's on RH's RVI holdings? Oh, is this one of those ones that you can?
Oh no, you mean Robinhood's?
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Is that the venture holding there?
It's because now, forget about SpaceX. Now RVI would be about the next two should be Anthropic and OpenAI. Anthropic and OpenAI would be the two biggest holdings. They own an infinitesimally small stake in Stripe. I remember that came up because we were talking about exposure to Stripe, and it was like 2% of Stripe. But it's mostly going to be Anthropic and OpenAI, which OpenAI is.
Yeah, I mean, this stock has been getting crushed.
But that makes,
like, OpenAI and Anthropic are going to be disaster stocks to own.
Like already sold off heavily.
You're going to get, those stocks are going to be horrendous once they come to market. I don't like it, man. Like, I don't. I really feel that there's going to be a lot of, just because of what SpaceX did. I'm not talking about the long term. If you're asking about short term here, I mean, isn't this telling you what's going on in the private market right now? I mean, I was telling you guys for minutes and years and days that my kid worked in venture, and everybody is getting the hell out of everything, man. It's why there was just a funding raise. There was a round just before SpaceX went public. There was a round. Like, why are they doing that? A lot of these insiders are getting out even before the names are coming public. Like, imagine getting out and getting into that first round. Like, SpaceX valuation was $1.7 trillion when they came to market. So now you're below that. Like, everybody that was involved in the venture rounds got out at a better price than you could get right now in the open markets. So it's kind of just like, I don't know. I don't love that, but maybe there's something brewing underneath. I mean, so much money is just floating around here in the private markets that once it comes public, I think that's just a reason to open up the books, and that's where you say, oh my God, what exactly is under the hood here? What am I buying? So I don't like it, man. I like Jersey Mike's coming to market pretty soon. I think that's going to be fun.
Week tomorrow.
But I don't. Look, I think Anthropic, I think they'll be great trades. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, SpaceX was the most hyped. And plus, on August 4th, when their report comes, 2 days later, you got 7%. 7% of that float comes out, and then it's every 2 weeks after that, you get another 7%. So it's like, I don't know what people will do with their shares. And I actually don't think it will be. I think you'll get an opportunity to buy SpaceX near $100. I don't think it goes much below that. But yeah, with all the selling pressure coming to this name, I can only imagine what's happening under the hood with Robinhood's RVI. I could only think that this is going to get absolutely pummeled in the upcoming months. So for me, it's a hold back on that.
You have to remember, usually how those private funds work. It's like they'll have like a bunch of names, and they want one or two of them to go great and the rest of them to fail. The issue now is that RVI, I looked it up, it looks like it's about a quarter of those two. That's already happened for those two. Like usually you want the ones where it's like there's a bunch of shot plays that haven't gone and there's something that can take it higher. That's already all saturated. It's not, the only positive is it's not as bad as DXYZ. Destiny's just been worse because it was even more saturated in SpaceX, so they got hit a little bit harder. We do have, this was a good IPO, and we haven't talked about them in quite some time. Reddit down 5 points today.
I don't think we can really read it and forget it this one today because it is read in a pretty big way here. Wall Street Journal reporting that this company is considering whether or not they want to continue to allow Google's AI systems to access their content. Apparently, they're not the only company that's considering walking away.
Well said. And this is a very interesting story because they are in a very big business predicament here. Let's get right down to it. So the fundamental business conflict really circles around Google AI overviews. What is that doing? It's cannibalizing the click-through rates into actually Reddit sites. And if nobody goes to Reddit sites, then they don't make any money off ads. So they want to shut off, Google's overview. But it's hard to do that because to shut it off, you have to de-index yourself from the search results. So that's exactly what's happening here. Under the current web indexing protocols, extremely difficult to block Google's AI scrapers without simultaneously delisting from Google's main search results. Walking away, of course, means that your threads are not going to be on the world's most used search engine. And this is a big, big problem, Adara, because analysts like Wells Fargo had built in aggressive assumptions into Reddit's revenue. They were thinking, all right, you're going to tie the knot again with Google and OpenAI on a yearly basis. And they were thinking the money you're going to get from that is going to jump from $130 million to $550 million annually. And so if they don't go ahead with that contract, you're not going to recognize any of that money, whether the 130 or the 550. But as you astutely pointed out, USA Today, you got Reuters, you got Penske Media, all evaluating bans or pursuing antitrust suits against Google over this AI summary issue because it's cannibalizing their organic search results.
I have to ask the immortal question here, guys. Reddit or forget it?
I don't think you want to forget it, but today, the cut off your nose to spite your face is the analogy that would work a little bit here. But they're not the only ones with that concern, as Sharif pointed out. But at the same time, it's holding on for dear life. It's not really a great short setup after this bounce. It really needs to hold underneath this 176. The fact that it's already double ticked underneath the prior low, actually 3 times it's broken the prior low and reversed every single time here in the pre-market on not a ton of follow-through volume. You saw it at the 50 period on the daily. That would make any attempt to short it somewhere like up in this range, like into the 179 to 180, like some of those prior lows. See where these bottoming tail wicks came in, the buyers stretched. That was in here, even if no 181. So it's got to raise at least $5 or $6 before it gets interesting for a continuation play because it's bouncing off that 50 period every single time it's gotten there in the pre-market. So yeah, it might not be one today, but it's still a bit of a flat bottom break. It's just holding the line for now because, like you said, that's a lot of revenue that everyone's going to have to reprice potentially out of their books.
Yeah, Wall Street Journal is probably just trying to get long. I don't really, Reddit's not that dumb. They're not that dumb. They're going to get it all figured out there. And if they don't, you know what? Someone else will come in and give them a better offer where they decide to, hey, yeah, we will, keep our sort of page open to be, skimmed through and, data taken from their servers. But I do understand, that it is a little bit of a warning shot there. I'm not in Reddit at all. I just looking at the same type of thing here where we have, the low, the higher low, the higher low, and we're kind of just doing it again right now with this dip down. Reddit has very much a lot of volatility into it. It's reporting on the 30th, so a week tomorrow, week tomorrow. So week tomorrow, they're going to be out and we'll see what those numbers look like. But yeah, just a little bit of a story there, giving it down 6%. I think it's a little too much until we get some sort of confirmation. But I guess it's, shoot first, ask questions later on Reddit right now. And it's just a report from the Wall Street Journal. Let's wait to hear what management has to say. I think it's very important to understand that there's not a whole lot of volume right here, 200,000 shares. It's probably more than it normally does in the pre-market, but that's because it is down that 6%. So I don't, the story's out there right now. It doesn't seem like the market is, punishing it yet for any sort of mistake that they may be making on the revenue side. So I'll just wait and see what winds up happening with Reddit. But I like the name. I think it's a big, strong social media play right now. I mean, people going to Reddit just for news, for stories on sports, World Cup, anything like that. Reddit is a great spot to look, and especially if you're looking for some truths out there. Reddit is a good spot where you can get some videos that you might not see in the main media sources that we're currently looking at. So I like Reddit. I think it's a good sort of non-filtered business, and we'll see if it can hold the 50-period moving average. If you are nervous about it, I mean, just get out at 170. Like if it breaks through 170 right here, I think you're fine. Like give it $4 or $5, and that might happen right away. And then when it does happen, you can sort of wait and maybe regroup on earnings. So if you think this is smoke, then just get out at 170 when it breaks, and I think you'll be happy with your decision no matter what winds up happening. So Reddit down there at 170, maybe that's the breaking spot, but I like it as a business, and I think it continues to work, especially as we look for more and better information out there to feed the large language models.
Time to discuss a name that I know a lot of people are always looking at here, SpaceX. There actually was a new catalyst in this one that came out within the last 10 minutes or so. The information reporting that the company is considering laying the groundwork for at least one large-scale data center in Texas that's going to be specifically SpaceX AI, which is part of SpaceX. Stock's not moving on that, but they did have a really strong session yesterday, breaking a 7-day losing streak as the lockup period expiration looms.
Yeah, and now we know they're going to report earnings, so we'll keep a lookout for that. It happens to coincide, of course, with their lockup period. August 6th is when we're expecting. Insiders will be able to sell up to 20% of their unlocked shares, with another 10% becoming available if the stock meets certain performance thresholds. Don't have those exact numbers. But Adara, this is 43% off its IPO peak. And now I was reading an interesting short report yesterday, 33% of the available shares, the available public float, now short. So a lot of downward resistance on SpaceX.
You'll have to wait and see if SpaceX can go to the moon or drop a little bit lower. What are you guys betting on today?
33%. Remember, the public float is much different from the overall float. So it sounds like an extreme. And don't get me wrong, like it is a pretty hefty number, but it's not quite as extreme as you might think. Actually, the S&P itself has its highest short levels in a very, very long time as well. Yesterday I took 3 shots at it. Thankfully, the last one worked, and it was a bit of a head and shoulders play here. But what I want to note about SpaceX is it was anything above 127 before. Like it broke out here. It was harsh reversals. Yesterday it was more like punish, punish, punish before eventually working out. But that still sets up the same levels as before. It broke the trend. It's an asterisk because it closed right back at the low. So it didn't really break the trend in terms of this downward pressure that we have. It just broke the trend by having a positive next to it when you pull up the stocks that are up or down at the end of the day. But overall, it's still sold off. So first level low is 27 for me. Pop and fade again. Just got to be a little bit more picky on the front end, I do think. But it was able to work out yesterday. But I'd rather not be 1 for 3 on it again. Try to get on that first or second shot this time.
Look, yesterday SpaceX, we had a $6, $7 winner there at the end. We shorted near that 130. It really made a move all the way to the downside, and we talked about that yesterday. What's up to Mike P. DeRider here, showing me some sort of a bull shark here on the sticky note. So shout out to you, Mr. P. DeRider right there. Thank you to Joey as well. This guy is Ronaldo there. A lot of people giving me some love here for the sticky note. There's already been 3,000 of you on it, so go have a look. SpaceX short 125. Look, watching this level here, I battled it back into the close a little bit there yesterday, as we did have that short up there at 130. So we were short all day yesterday, and then we played this break right here long into 130, hoping that it would break 130. Once it didn't, that's where we pushed the short there. We pushed the short again, and it just helped it to the downside. But it got back into 125, and then all of a sudden now it's like, whoops, we don't really like that 125 anymore. So I'm just going to watch out for that. I don't want to get involved right away because we saw what happened yesterday off of that kind of a trade. We weren't involved in it at all until it started to settle down a bit. But yeah, 125 in here for SpaceX, a spot that I want to short in. The thing is, I don't think it's going to be all doom and gloom when this lockup expires. I mean, every single person and their mother knows that August the 4th is now their earnings date. It's probably the most anticipated earnings report of the season, and you're now going to get lockup in 2 days after that. So everybody knows exactly the plan of action on SpaceX. And ask yourself this: if you were an employee that's just made millions and millions of dollars on this, you saw your paper profits basically get cut in half, and you're going to sell at the bottom there. I don't think there's going to be a lot of sell pressure on the stock, and if there is, I think it'll be bought up by whomever. So I'm going to wait to see if that theory works out, but I do still think we go lower, and I wouldn't be surprised if this does have another 20% haircut down into the $100 area where it gets bought up. So I don't think the pressure is, leaving this name. If anything, we could see more. I'm looking short 125, but I don't think that lockup is going to be as disastrous as everybody thinks. But hey, could be wrong on that one. That's SpaceX right now. We do have the imbalances that are out right now. We'll go back over. All we have is AMD to talk about right now. So SMCI with a small bid. There's not much going on here on the imbalances this morning at all. So SMCI small bid, not really doing anything to the stock. It's already done 10 million shares. That's 300,000. I don't really see anything else on here. So I was hoping that we would have seen a SpaceX or something. Oh, there it is. SpaceX there with a little bit of a bid. Yeah. So that look like right at 25. Hold on so I can zoom in a little bit there. This is the 25 candle. So that bid did spike it almost $1, and then it just came right back in. So, SpaceX does have some buyers there today. Let's see if it winds up kicking off a little high side action there off the open. And then we'll be waiting to short it at some point today. Definitely looking short in SpaceX, regardless of the price action. The short has been really pumping the last couple of days. All right, 2 minutes left. Yeah, go ahead.
Very quickly, that CPHI, the big runner from yesterday, they registered a direct offering of 2.5 million shares at $2 per share and is now toast. So that one, we always talk about this. That's your real risk holding these overnight, and this one came to fruition. Sometimes you think a couple of days, it happened the day after. Let's go to the desk. One more story, then we got the opening bell.
AMD pretty flat here right now, but it did have this move pre-market after announcing this multi-billion-dollar tie-up with Anthropic. We're expecting more announcements from the Advancing AI event over the next 2 days, which kicks off with a keynote from the CEO today at 12:30 p.m.
Definitely looking forward to that. Second half of 2027, Anthropic will purchase up to 2 gigawatts of AMD's MI450 chips. AMD will also invest about $5 billion in Anthropic upon meeting specific deployment milestones. But Anthropic's also going to deploy chips in its own data centers and ones that it leases. It's also going to partner to use Claude to make its chips better. So very reciprocal is this relationship.
Lots to watch out here from AMD for today. We'll send you over to the guys. Good luck at the bell, everyone.
Yeah, good luck. And so far it's been mostly selling on that AMD since the story. Like there have been some spikes, but for the most part it is trading under VWAP and heading lower. We already talked about some of the memory chip names. They were looking weak, catching a bit of a bid here. DRAM back above VWAP. It's rallied about $1 going into the open, but 58 is a level for resistance, and we didn't get a chance to talk about crypto. Just very quickly, it is looking a little bit weaker. Yesterday was only good long off of the open. Fade. It didn't break that 68K or even get to that 68K, so looking fade at 37.7. There is some support down here if it were to break down around that 36.25. That opening bell brought to you by VinFast. That's the ticker VFS. You can scan the QR code. I want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell. Friends of the show there, VinFast.
We didn't get a chance to talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a name that we really hit yesterday pretty good, and looking to do it again here today. Oh, I got to clean this up. But NVIDIA, I have it written down there for those of you that have looked at the imbalance locator. I wrote it down at the sticky note, 203 coming in for NVIDIA. But I'm just going to edit this candle right here because it is obviously wrong, and we'll just go okay. So now the chart looks a little bit better. All right, coming into 204 was the lows, 204.50 there for NVIDIA, but the market's trying to go just a little bit upside right now. Looking to also short, we didn't get into some crypto plays. So I have on my mind today, short SpaceX, short the NASDAQ, short IBIT, long NVIDIA. So we're going to go short IBIT if we do get a little bit of a bump into yesterday's close. Now that we're underneath 66,000, I want to see if we do gain 66 again. At that point, we'll go short based on what exactly is happening in the broader markets, right? So we're going to have a quick look at the TQs and then see if SpaceX is starting to go again early. Yeah, it's going downside, as we said. We're looking short there on SpaceX, and then SMCI would be the one that has a good chance to run. Like I said, I like the stock now. Improving margins, what's not to like here with SMCI going higher early?
And going lower early, believe it or not, is oil futures. Okay, so already heading back in. I just want to see how far that gap might be. But closing into the low, so you can probably stick a fork in the idea of that battle if you wanted those small cappers, or Sky Q as well. SMCI, which was the bell of the ball in terms of gapping up, is already putting in a false break of the volume weighted average price. So there's your false break of VWAP. If it takes out the low, it's at 20 to 20 and a quarter, where I'd look for a bit of a bounce. If you can't hold VWAP, then you got to look for that gap fill to continue. IBIT, as already said, isn't moving. SpaceX, nowhere near any of those highs. And DRAM, the other one that I'm looking at, still exactly where it was at the open. So nothing's really broken out of the open range that I'm able to see here. I do see in the chat, I see you hollering, Palantir with a $3 drop at the open.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. And Palantir didn't particularly have a catalyst that we looked at this morning, but maybe it is IGV related.
It's funny, I mentioned Palantir was going to be getting hit off.
IGV's only down because of...
I don't know why it's down like this.
This is down because of Palantir.
I talked about worrying government spending there on the military side of things.
Microsoft also down.
But Microsoft's also down too.
Yeah, it could be software.
I was talking about Palantir early, about 805, 810 today, and saying that I thought, the fact that we didn't really break through this 135 area and now started to break below the 50-period moving average, Palantir could be a problem. So, yeah, there it goes. I wasn't expecting that much. And you mentioned Microsoft maybe also 395, whatever. We're just going to have to wait for the reports for many of these major names. Google was the one that was a little sick yesterday. We've got this bad wick again there. I'm going to have to edit this out. But right now, Google flat on the day. So it might be a name to look at here. Look at this market, man, really starting to go back there to the upside. I'm just going to edit this out here.
SK Hynix is the one with the biggest spike off of the open. So the way this is going, I would have thought DRAM would make its way a little bit higher to close in some of this gap. But it is looking pretty strong. And I guess Micron's looking pretty good too as well. Palantir to 80, CN in the chat.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Marvell
we never really know what time frame people are talking about. You obviously don't mean today.
This is a big move up for many of these data center names, right? Marvell, huge move higher right now as well, just from 201 up to 206, almost green now for Marvell as that goes. Look at Broadcom going as well as we go back over to custom ASICs makers. Their Broadcom, nice move higher right there, 380 up to 383. That's starting to go right now. Some news about AMD and OpenAI. Look at AMD. That's starting to rip right back up. That was 526, man. AMD is now huge. This was down 4%. All these names really rallying underneath the market right now. So a lot of chip names going back up to the upside, probably including that Intel off that low that we had. Yeah, of course, off that low that we had yesterday. Might be time to look at some of the fade spots here for many of these names, as the rally is definitely just hit. Let's see if it holds out. But yeah, Intel, wow, up to 104, Might not be a horrible short into 104 here for Intel, but with the reporting tomorrow, got to watch out for that. But there's 104, not a horrible spot to maybe look short on INTC here.
Well, those who wanted that 220 on Nebius, this is your chance for it to break out, but it needs a little bit more for what Joey Options was talking about, but a big time move up there for NBIS, just absolutely flying. IBIT's still doing nothing. Why is it so quiet in Bitcoin when everything is flying higher? Silver and gold are going upside, so why can't IBIT go? This might mean it's relatively weak. So canceling 37.5 on IBIT because it looks relatively weak to me. Prior day lows gives us a bit of a level. It's that, or if it just fails VWAP right here. Yesterday we liked it for a long, but you can see everything else going. If it looks weak to me and I liked it higher, the first shot is going to likely be an IBIT. For now. SMCI, by the way, close to $30.
Yeah, I wrote down. Yeah, I love SMCI. I wrote down 37.75 there for IBIT, but we're gonna take our first position right now, and it's just. I said we would do it yesterday. We did it. It's not going to be a huge one, but we're at a good spot here. We're going to short Intel against 104, so we're short right here, 25 cents out. Here it goes. Looks like it's going to continue to go higher here. We're 25 cents out of risk here on Intel, breaking of 104, and we're out. We've got news from Madeira.
SpaceX and Reddit, two fairly recent IPOs today. Here's another new IPO in focus. Cerebras, really nice start to the day here at 9:25 a.m. Exactly, it announced a partnership with CrowdStrike, through which CrowdStrike will be leveraging Cerebras' inference speed for CrowdStrike's Falcon AI detection and response. Now, this was a good look for Cerebras. It did not appear to be a good look at all for CrowdStrike, which is sharply sharply lower here off the open. Keep an eye, though, on both of these names. Back to you.
Well, they're all I mean, it makes perfect sense if they want to be going. The other name that you had mentioned was CoreWeave.
Yeah.
CoreWeave broke right to the aftermarket high at 82.5. So CoreWeave also want to run here. Lots of movement to the upside. I got my first short on INTC. You got over there in INTC as well.
Yeah, INTC really starting to pay out
Intel.
early right now. I don't know. Let's see if it winds up holding. I have some lower bids here to take it out if we can get some. I mean, we're already out of a third. Actually, we're just trying to get out of half right now as this is a big move down it's not even that big of a move, but we had 3 units up there on Intel, so it's going to be a bigger trade for me as it's now falling back in. We've already captured a lot of this profit, but I'm just going to keep on putting some bids here, just getting out piece by piece, and then wait to see if we do have some sort of a flush. But the market really took off, man, and we said that when the market was down almost 1% there, it was like, wow, you're just going to see a rebound. I mean, we've seen so many rebounds in the space. And a lot of it has been led by Intels of the world, the AMDs, and just this sort of chip exuberance there back up to the upside. I mean, you saw even a name there today. Qualcomm had some sort of a story with Samsung, and there wasn't much volume, and there still really isn't. And that sort of created a little bit of a false bump there I like Qualcomm. It was one of the picks I made, but 169 up there to 173, and now that's coming back in just a little bit. And look, just as much as we celebrated Intel, now look what just happened, man. It just picks itself right back off the mat and now starts to go a little higher. So I'm going to try to take advantage again of any dip downs here and just get lighter on this space. It looks like it's really rallying the NASDAQ here. I just showed you a few examples of stock that have really taken off here early. So we just got another bid down there at 66 on Intel. So we are getting lighter, just trying to realize some profits early as this move is definitely a bid here to start the morning.
Not on SpaceX, it's not.
No, well, of course
No,
not.
SpaceX is threatening to break the low of the day. No challenge of any of those highs. It's only going lower. It seems like it's going to be another flush day. If it pops and does not break 123, that's VWAP-ish. I'm going to pull that over for you guys so you can see a bit better. VWAP's right around the 123. It's just being covered up. So any kind of pop into there that doesn't break it, I want to short the lower highs. As long as it holds on to the pattern, SMCI is now through 30 bucks. I might as well just cancel the dip buy on SMCI. It's obviously not going to happen. That's just how it goes. SMCI going way too far. So a nice topping tail candle here on IBIT. Does not break this resistance of 37.3. So I think a reload in the quarters, once it confirms that candle, is going to be good. But I feel like SpaceX is the next trade one way or another. Whether it's a breakdown through the low or we actually get the 123.
Wow, this is very strong.
Almost don't care. The market is looking pretty strong. SMCI is the only thing I'm staring at that's screaming, because SpaceX is down, IBIT is kind of not really going with the market, and oil futures aren't going anywhere. SMCI is flying here. So it's really just the AI chip trade that seems like it's going to be holding up the market today.
Yeah, no, I mean, we loved SMCI. We talked about that. I said it's all about the margins, and there it goes, flying higher, up another 4%. Well, Intel breaks, so alarm out, we're out, and that's it, man. It breaks the 104. We've took out some profit there, but there's the break higher right now on Intel, up through 104 and getting going now. Wow, the whole space starting to go as we just keep on talking about the same stuff, but why not? There goes NVIDIA now trying to go back to green as well. Really like all of these names, man, and they just continue to pump higher and higher right now as we'll try to get some orders in at some key levels. All right, that's SpaceX. Bitcoin's not at my levels yet. SPCX, have a quick look to see how low that one's gotten to. 122 as well. Not much going on there other than downside.
I got one that stands out.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
Oracle has, like a lot of these names already ramped up. Oracle reversed the entirety of its move off of the open here. So if you want, I just heard that's a Daryl laughing at Oracle. I don't mean to laugh. It's just that everything else was going to the upside, and Oracle. Once again, Oracle is looking relatively weak. All right, now you got me chuckling there at Dara. I didn't mean to dunk all over them, but Dara is dunking all over Oracle. It just can't seem to sustain a bit. Everything else is breaking out the top, and this one gives up the entire move in 5 minutes.
Here's the thing, though. I don't know. Here's the thing, Neil and Sean and Randy and everybody. When you are a company that flubbed, like, for example, this is just a couple things they've done. They flubbed a military contract. They promoted a man who had workplace harassment charges to be co-CEO. Like, that's not even getting into all the debt stuff. They just have a lot of issues, and the world needs to know, and I think the market has finally realized. So, yeah, I will continue to rant about Oracle until they get their act together.
There you go. And it is headed back into the downside. Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening there with Oracle coming back in. Still want to try to short IBIT, and I don't mind trying Intel again if we break below some of these more recent lows there of 103.85 or so for Intel again. I want to see if this market is potentially topping out up here, and just with the moves that we've had, I think that we can get a little bit of pressure back, and I can always use 104 as my out if we're wrong on that, and just take a quick little 15-cent hit, but definitely have an opportunity to run this back into the downside if that is the case there for Intel. But it's very strong there. It's funny because yesterday we were looking long on Intel, today short. How difference a day makes. And Tesla almost back to flat as well. That's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I'm still looking for some more opportunities. Micron here today. 961. I mean, again, another good battle back for this name. Looking to get back into the closing prices, 974, 975. Possible good short if we get all the way back there to those sides of that trade. But yeah, we're really running now, man, in the broader market. I mean, NASDAQ is really starting to take off now, only up 0.48. But yeah, nice move here on the NASDAQ for sure. Into the closing prices yesterday. We'll see if it winds up going flat on the day, but there it goes. Extension to the long side right now in the market. Giddy up. There we go, man. It's Marvell time.
Tell that to Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit had
Reddit lost that bid after all. So the 50 period's now gone for Reddit. This might provide an opportunity. Just one note, we didn't talk about this with Reddit last time. It's broken the 50 period several times and bounced. But it usually takes a couple of days, which sets it up perfectly for give it a couple of days underneath here, and then maybe you can get a bit of a rebound. But this market is wanting to go higher. I was going to pull up the Alphabet, and I will do so in a second. We break Larry Bird, then we're breaking out of this thing. Right up here, 37.33. I like to use basketball references when I can, because Larry Bird's one of the GOATs. No, but if you're thinking about what's not going, Alphabet, well, the market breaks highs. Google, who reports tonight, is about to break the low. So you've got software week, you've got Alphabet week. Sorry about that dark pool wick, but this is down like a full % from the opening range.
Maybe we just short Alphabet then.
I get rid of this wick.
Yeah, I had to do that myself earlier.
Watch me do it.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Google is just one of those plays where, I think everybody just waiting. We'll have to wait to see if that cloud number, is greater than expected. What exactly are we expecting out of YouTube there? And just Google downside for now. I think it eventually, these are some levels that, I recently bought at 348, so we're underwater on that trade temporarily. A name that could definitely benefit this earnings season would be Apple. I mean, I think that they can pass on any sort of the memory costs right onto the consumer or onto the carriers as well. I mean, I think it's well subsidized. We already know the story there about Apple and sort of how they work. So I think any dip buy opportunities in Apple might be taken, anything significant. So back into this 320 area. We're going to look to see what winds up happening here today for Google. But I'm trying to go short here. Intel's having a little, well, maybe it's not having a problem, but it keeps on bouncing off of this. Oh, there, now it's going to go. I was hoping that we would stay under 0450. So like I said, I want to take small shots at this until we're eventually wrong. And there it goes. So we tried it again right here at 10450 and upside for the NASDAQ and for Intel. So stop the shorting now as it's been wrong. So we don't need to go back to that. If anything, maybe the NASDAQ. I don't know. I was just expecting not an overly huge move today in the market.
It hasn't been yet.
Ahead of earnings. And, no, it hasn't been yet. I mean, we're almost back to zeros. We were down 1%. But here we go, back up to the upside into some levels that, we were thinking may not come into play today. I wasn't anyways. And we mentioned that the market did have an upside battle into it, but maybe it's going to slow down at some point. Not Intel, by the way. Intel's now at 105. So talk about getting out early on that one and letting it just
They're front running
go to the upside right there.
Well, I took out IBIT.
Reversals there.
I took out IBIT for that 10 cents, and we'll let it try to play into prior lows from yesterday,
Right.
and then we'll take another shot at the 37.5. There's 3 good zones, I think, and as long as it's not really breaking out any stronger than the market, I think that makes a little bit of sense. SpaceX. That just bounced into VWAP from what I can see. So it looks like the bid temporarily came into SpaceX. Okay, I was about to pull up my black chart. I'm not going to wait for it forever. bid coming into SpaceX here, but it's still holding under the volume weighted average price. So this, at least, if you liked it to the short side, it's one of the only stocks which is holding thesis and looking relatively weak. It has most days, but it did rip your face off yesterday. Like, you weren't shorting lower highs yesterday in SpaceX. It was shorting higher highs most of the morning. Blunder Corp, thank you for the super chat there. ZCMD and ADVB both halted at 931, only one open. One of those two I remember we were looking at in the pre-market. That was the latter. I know Luis talked about it. I do see it on my halt look here. There's a couple of other names as well. Remember, volatility halts can be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. ZCMD, this one just halted here, and I have it halting. What time is it? Right at 9:30. So it's got to be a 10-minute halt, assuming it's a volatility halt just by the look of it. So remember, it's a liquidity issue. Oftentimes, if they don't open up promptly within 5 or 10 minutes. So it's not in gospel that it has to open in 5 or 10. Sometimes I've seen a half an hour, I've seen an hour. It's exceedingly rare, however. So every 5 minutes, I would look that one back up.
Right, we are in the TQQs here as we'll trade the NASDAQ to the short side instead of worrying about all of these other plays, including the NVIDIAs and the, movers of this world here, including Marvell's just trying to move around. Good trade there on iBid, and we'll see if we can, okay, there it goes. Yeah, buddy. Okay, good move here. As we're now starting to, print down a little lower. I do have a bid at 40 for a bigger amount of shares. Yes, sir. There it goes. So now we're starting to lose a little bit on the bid. We'll put another bid there at 30s, and then we'll see if we can wait for downside there into basically this 25 period moving average, which is teens. But looks like we just bounced a little bit there off 40s. So we'll go back into the teens there, see if we can get something out if the Qs do come back into the downside. We're flat on the day. We made back, if we were to get out now, we made back the loss on Intel, but that doesn't really matter for now. We're still looking for some more opportunities, and including SpaceX. I mean, you don't want to leave SpaceX alone. We've been talking about that one, every single day, obviously, since its initial IPO there. And it's down near, this is one of the lowest opening prints, I think, for SpaceX, but we'll wait to see if it holds that 120. That's going to be a key level for me there. And the other name that's, new to the market here, wow, let's go futures, man. Yes, sir. Good move there on the TQs. As we just, I said it, forget about these stocks. Let's go back over to something that we have a little bit better idea in, and there goes the NASDAQ to the downside. So yeah, SK Hynix down 4% today. That may not last. We were down 6 or 7% down at the lows, and then we really took off there on SK Hynix, as we said that the whole memory sort of space there really helped this early boon in the market. But it's USO also, right? This is going to be a little bit of a problem for the market, as we heard some negative news. I'm going to take another bid on the TQs.
There was just a headline now, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was some sort of a headline there about the Houthis.
Right?
Yeah, the Houthis deploy missiles and drones to attack naval ships in the southern Red Sea. That's all I'm saying. I have no context.
Okay, so Trump was more focused on, obviously, the Strait of Hormuz there. So,
but there was that other choke point, I forget the name of it, that the Houthis were trying to gum up as well. Brent Roth, take a look at SLV or Silu 6. Well, SLV, by the way, it's blasting higher silver. Silver and gold are both incredibly strong. 2.5% upside here on SLV. I did see someone in the chat was saying it was a short at 53.8. Well, it's a breakout now on silver and a big time reversal here. But on the daily chart, it's still not looking incredibly constructive until it gets past 56. So in the higher time frame, there's definitely resistance up here at 56. But for now, obviously, silver is on one. Nothing crazy on that headline for USO, unfortunately. Oh, I just typoed. Not IBTI. There's no such thing as IBTI. It's IBIT, although apparently it is a stock. So it does do a topping tail candle. So we jump right back in where we got out and give it to the prior bar high, which is the top of the tail. I'm also on DRAM. You might have seen right when we were talking about that super chat. DRAM filled in this gap to 58 and then put the turn on. So we waited for 57.5. Still sitting on the offer to try to get picked up as it's coming downside, or at least a little bit of a pullback after the morning's run.
I was Joe talking to me a little bit about Tesla. We can have a quick look at Tesla here. Yeah, good little bounce right there off VWAP. So I think that's basically what Joe was talking about with me there. It came right back in and bounced off right up to 380 again. We'll see if Tesla can help this market get a little longer there. Up now almost zeros right now on Tesla, almost zeros on the market. Still down 0.4%, but nice little rebound back there to the upside. Unfortunately, man, I still have half of this Q's trade, and you know, it did get into this level there, and unfortunately we're at the teens, but our best outs are 20s and a little bit of 30s there. So I'm gonna put another bid here, and I'm just trying to make a little bit back here of some of the misstep. I'm gonna put it at 70 on Intel. I'm gonna put it at 70.30 right now, see if we do get a dip into that level one more time at the beginning of where this minute started. The market is definitely a little choppy here to start the day, but thank you everybody for joining us one more time, man. I mean, look, everybody on YouTube, everybody on TikTok that's here with us, we wanna say a big shout out. What's up to the one you know, says TSMC, SK Hynix over there on TikTok. Vince Bowman is here as well. Create Utopia is here. Steven is here. Papa Padre. David Holyfield is here. Shout out to your daddy Vander over there. Kipper, everybody, Spencer, Stephen Provost. Thank you so much for being with us. Again, there's Dr. Lee says good morning. So does Special K says hello from TikTok. So I say hi, everybody that's out there watching us right now. Hopefully you guys are having some good, successful trades here to start so far this morning. Yeah, looking at SpaceX, looking at these futures here with the TQQs, and just massaging some of these trades and seeing if we do get some more dramatic moves. We're almost a half hour in right now into this market. So I see your short IBIT. I like the short in IBIT as well. I'm waiting for 37.50, but who knows if the market's going to get there. Right now, the market's battling.
The short's in software this morning.
Yeah, we mentioned that Palantir trade early. Let's go over to Adair and see what she's up to.
After that True Social post earlier today, which basically President Trump kind of threatened to tit for tat with Iran, he's now making some more comments. Looks like these comments are done now. He was just getting onto Air Force One, heading over to make a couple stops today. He's going to be in Delaware and then Georgia. But anyways, he was talking about the conflict, saying, quote, Americans aren't against the war, and quote, Iran will pay a big price. He also said that any soldier deaths are under investigation, that, quote, Iran will be held accountable. So some updates here on Iran from U.S. President Trump. You'll hear from him at 11 a.m. in that dignified transfer, and then again at 3 p.m. for a speech in Georgia. I believe it's going to be at a school and about Trump accounts, the speech, not the dignified transfer. Back to you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you there, Dara. For those wondering, Palantir is still bleeding. It really is software that's taking it out 4% to the downside. Microsoft as well, losing 400 early, and then almost $390. So it is software down, it is chips up, first gap closed, took the topping tail. If we break the high, got to step away from this one for sure. Yesterday, much of a different story, because yesterday the only thing that was really not working was SLV. It was a good morning trade. IBIT is still holding on, maybe not as relatively strong, but it's still stronger. But the topping tail is at least holding in here as the market screams higher. Like when you see this kind of action overall here with the NASDAQ, I'm just going to try to flip this one up for you. Like you're continuously breaking highs. The only thing as DRAM comes out and slap the fail on that isn't displaying that pattern that can be a short for me right now is just IBIT. IBIT has not made a subsequent higher high. It's still holding that topping tail candle. So it's about the only short that seems like it's like add to it or reload it at the same price. Everything else, it's wait for the next level.
All right, man. Yeah, hopefully you guys are having a little more success. No winners yet, but we'll try to find some for you. I reloaded this right now on the TQs, and we're going to give it hopefully one more shot here and breaking through $71. The short's just been wrong. I thought the short was going to be right today. We lost on Intel. Now it looks like we'll give back what we made on this initial short here on the TQ. Should have just covered it all, man, and bounced right off of our levels that we look at all the time, this 25-period moving average. So I'm trying to short the top of the day again right now. But yeah, it does look like this market heads a little lower, keeps on heading a little higher, although I'm hoping for a little lower. So we'll just go over the note that we had again earlier here today. For me, I was trying to look at a few things off the note, and it was SpaceX up there at 125. That didn't hit yet. The TQs is basically at our level right now, $71. If it takes that top out, we'll get out, then reassess it after that. I don't want to punch the high, but that could happen. IBIT there, not there quite yet, and NVIDIA down to 203. Obviously, that has not come out yet either, as that's not even close. NVIDIA's started to go. I mean, the whole chip space is part of the move higher there. Now NVIDIA goes green right there. So yeah, man, like I said, we'll try to get some winners in there and put up in the chat if you guys want anything. There it is, AEM. So we could go check out this miner and see what's going on with Agnico. Again, thank you so much to Golf Franchise. I mean, yeah, trying to diversify a little bit out of the space and get into something that could move. And Agnico, wow, I had no idea that this name was pumped as much as it was. Wow, what a disaster here for AEM. We could have Raheem Alani come through tomorrow, I believe, and ask him about this miner. But wow, this is getting absolutely pumped. Yeah, you might be onto something here with a downside play. I've always thought Agnico is one of the best in breeds, and that's absolutely crushed over the last little while, from 260 down to 140.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, not a great move there, as we've seen also GLD. But yeah, there it is, AEM. Maybe they reported it, Dara, AEM, because I do not believe the price of gold is moving that dramatically today, although maybe it is.
They did not report.
moving up.
They had a price target decrease yesterday. There's nothing from today.
Yeah, that's okay, because now that I see where gold's doing, gold up 2%, so that would probably be one of the reasons why we could see a move here in AEM and some of the other, Barrick Gold, things like that, that may be on the move today, as, gold's been getting hit, as we saw to the downside. Yeah, and there's Barrick as well. So a really good look there, Golf Franchise. I think you just pointed out to a lot of our viewers what's good right now, and it looks like gold trading seems to be hot again. I know you were looking a little bit at silver there, but it's the NASDAQ that's really heating up, almost back to green. Wow.
Yeah, not heating up is at ADVB. So it did halt 2 times since we last talked about it when we got that super chat. It opened up down at $8.48, well off the 11 highs. There was a halt down. It got up to the halt band, which was right at VWAP, and reversed. So it tried to halt again at the top and is looking pretty weak over here in ADVB. The other one was ZCMD. Obviously, these are gonna. This one actually has not even opened yet. So it's now been 13 minutes on ZM. Yeah, the last prints I have are at 9:46, but that's just this tick. So it looks like this one halted. It still hasn't opened from the 9:30. Wow, this is halted a half an hour?
Which one? Oh, ZC, whatever.
If you're ever curious, just go to like the NASDAQ Trader halt page, but it is a volatility halt on this. And the quote resumption was 12 minutes ago. So I guess they can't find liquidity. It's on 25 million shares, but I'm supposing they cannot find liquidity to open it up reasonably. Otherwise, they would have done so already. So hold tight. I don't know what to tell you. You never really know. Once it's past 5 minutes, once it's past 10 minutes, it's pretty much anybody's guess. But it does still say volatility hold. So, the death keel of, it's not saying information requested from the NASDAQ. If you ever see that, then you're probably toast. If you happen to be into a long. So IBIT, it still hasn't broken the high, but it's not like it's falling either. So, but the only thing is it's not taking us out at this particular point. Just going to jump back over to SMCI. It's not like you can join VWAP if it doesn't pull back. It's gone so parabolic. Like the dip was the pre-market. If you didn't just sit in it in that pre-market low, you had to just sort of take the breakout there on SMCI. Pretty clean most of the way, but it's about to break this little bit of a trend. I'd think pull back into VWAP is the way to go. It's 10 o'clock. It's time for a little happening now, everybody. Let's see what else is going crazy.
As both Neil and Sean have mentioned, the SPY is actually going crazy here to the upside, just continuing to push higher. We're now poised to close our second 15-minute candle of the session, sharply upside. We're almost at yesterday's high, guys. So let's see how this third 15-minute candle and beyond ends up faring for the market here. NASDAQ looking identical to the SPY, though actually still notably below the prior day high from that Tuesday session. Keep an eye on this. We're also going to, of course, keep an eye on oil. USO back in focus here. You had President Trump posting earlier today that anytime Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. is going to be bombing and destroying, one bridge or power plant, including those in Tehran. So President Trump basically saying after 11 straight nights of strikes from the U.S., the U.S. is not backing down here. I also have to mention, I just saw this coming through here, CBS reporting that the U.S. has reached a deal with Saudi Arabia for a nuclear energy commercial agreement. So more stuff in the Middle East here for the U.S. Let's talk about SMCI, because this has had an incredible morning so far on a preliminary Q4 earnings report and some announcements here with XAI or SpaceXAI, I guess is what they're going by now. The big thing here is they guided non-GAAP gross margins well above expectations. Another name that is looking pretty similar to SMCI in terms of the extent of this rally. This is Cerebras. We opened here just above 200, currently trading around 241, partnering up with CrowdStrike to power AI detection and response on the world's fastest inference. So good look here for CBRS. As we mentioned earlier, it was not a good look, at least initially, for CrowdStrike, CRWD. Bouncing back a little bit, but still near low. So keep an eye, again, as we've mentioned here, a lot of these SaaS plays heading into ServiceNow and IBM earnings after the bell. And of course, big tech, as we get Google and Tesla reporting after the bell too. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Well, you can see it right now with the markets running. It's almost getting everything but some of the MAG rally. But if there's an offer that your broker isn't giving to you, I'm telling you, it's the one we're going to talk about here. Because with these active markets, the environment's going to create opportunity. And those big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But if you want to take advantage of those conditions, you're going to need a couple of things. Discipline, and you're going to want some access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access the firm's capital. That way they can focus on executing their strategy and just managing risk. You don't have to fear blowing up your personal account. You don't have to move your stop loss early because you're worried about your own savings. It's called limited risk trading. And if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, then visit tradethepool.com. You can scan the QR code in front of you. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. Shout out to some of our guests, too. We had Money Mitch. We'll have Steve on, I believe, tomorrow. Steve Talman from Trade the Pool as well. Want to thank them at Trade the Pool. But I was about to tell you, like, it's almost an everything rally. You got Oklo, which did have a news story this morning. That is bouncing higher. It is mags down, everything else up. Apple at the low of the day. We already talked about the software names. They kind of stand out on their own. And golf franchise, what up to you? Thank you for the super chat. DK with the bull run. Will the bull run continue, Neil or Sean? So I don't know, DK. We're definitely not day trading. It's done 100,000 shares. So can I tell you if the bull run's going to continue? Not really. But what I can tell you is the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. Like this is like there are trends that you don't even have to draw a line for. It is a little bit parabolic, but that is a clean break consolidation, and it's on the trend line. I'm not a Fibonacci kind of person. Like someone who looks at fibs would probably tell you, oh, from here, blah, 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 here's this level that you can look for to take profit in that. I just always pop the trend line when you have a break of the all-time highs like this, because what else are you going to do? It's a blue sky setup.
Yeah.
So most of the time, like when I'm getting in these, I'm thinking about, okay, well, where's the next place to take profit? And I usually just take some out when it breaks the trend line, or it makes the measured move. Like this consolidation from the top was 37 to 50, so call that like 25% or so. So from 25% from there, like I would have probably taken some out at 62.5, just kept it mathematical. Otherwise, break the trend. You got a good one going, so sometimes you just got to try to hold on to them. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, everything is blasting, and another one here.
Yeah, we have a good look on that one. I think, using fibs or something to get out. Not bad. Don't look at me. I'm always getting out too early on all the names. CoreWeave, though, we talked about how much we like this one. And honestly, man, I was like, if we can get anything, watch out to see if 79 winds up holding. And we talked about how I really liked the look of CoreWeave here this morning. Unfortunately, didn't hop on it. Wow, CoreWeave now up let's call it $8. Let's call it $5 there from 80. I mean, the low is 79.70. So, up to $85 right now. So a nice little $5 move higher on CRWV. As we said, like a lot of this market right now is being driven by this AI trade. So there goes CoreWeave on an upgrade from Truist today. And then Nebius and Intel, NBIS, Nebius and Intel, we're sort of going back and forth a little bit there today. And Joe brought us the options that were at 220 when we were all the way down here at 208. earlier on today. So there's the move right straight up. And we said we needed about an 11% move for that to get into profit side. And it looks like already, if you bought some of those 220 calls, man, that came real quick for you up to 945. And now you're trying to blast higher here on NBIS with the market going as well. You got to think you like a little bit of love there for this space. Nebius really working itself out right now. Okay, so Google did make a pull up back up right now into 350. So, that was down to 346 as traders maybe now starting to get a little ready for what's to come tonight with Google. And we'll wait to see. I mean, Google does have the capabilities of doing quite aggressive moves off their report, right? I mean, I remember a couple of times 10+%. I don't know what the implied move is there, Adara, for this next round, but yeah, Google today definitely going to be on watch and a little interesting. SpaceX, just a quick little look here as well, 123, 124. Did you get that?
5.9%.
Okay,
Both
so
Google and Tesla, actually, the exact number to the
both the
decimal
same.
point. And you'll be getting more with the implied moves infographic, which I never release until a couple hours before the report, so the numbers are the most up to date. Stay tuned around 2:30.
Okay.
I thought Google was less than Tesla, or was going to be less than Tesla. I'm a little surprised.
I know Tesla sometimes doesn't do much on their earnings.
I guess
but
not.
we'll just wait and see.
So we're going to get a change.
Yeah, the expectations, Daryl's just saying they change all the time. So we'll update that in the after show. You can go find that. Many different option sites will have the implied move and implied volatility and things like that. So you definitely go and have a quick look at those trades. If you are an options trader, earnings obviously very, very important. That is for sure. So yeah, man, we didn't reload it. We're still waiting. We took a couple shots here, obviously at the short for the NASDAQ. Hasn't really paid off. We're down on it. We're not down huge. We've able to take some profit there when we came back into the 80s. So let's just, okay, I'm going to do that again. I'm still waiting for 81s, but I'll put it at 86 there. See if we do get that there. Oh, nope, we didn't get it yet. We're bidding 86s, and then we'll wait to see. There we go. Did we get it there? Yes, we did. Now we'll wait for an 81 that we're looking for, and then that would be a drop through of your 25 period moving average. And that's really what screwed us up a little bit down here, was we kept on bouncing off of that. So let's learn very simply from our past mistakes and get more out. So we have half of this position left on board. Right now it's 30 cents in the money, but we are having a turnaround moment possibly again right now at the 25 period moving average. So I'm going to just take out one more piece here, try to be a little more disciplined with our outs. So that's what I'm doing now, trying to get out some more here on the NASDAQ as it's falling back in just a little bit. Robinhood, nice move. That's making a pullback into VWAP again right now, but it has been a good move for Robinhood today on the back end of that trade. But there's a little bit of a drop down. Don't know why my chart's missing a minute there, but back into VWAP right now for Robinhood. So potentially, if you like the long, we're there right now. China, some news. Are we going to Adara? Yes. Okay, let's go over to Adara. I think there's something happening in China.
There is some news here from China, not what I was going to discuss, but kind of related. So we'll get into China first here. China's foreign minister reportedly told U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio that the U.S. needs to respect China's core interests. So nothing new. This is being reported by Chinese media outlet Xinhua. Apparently some more comments here coming from China's foreign minister, according to Xinhua. But again, it's just about China's legitimate concerns being addressed. And apparently China's foreign minister had a positive and constructive, quote unquote, meeting here with U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio. I want to talk about a different member of the Trump admin right now. His name is Jamison Greer. He is the U.S. Trade Representative, and he's testifying in front of the Senate right now on tariffs. So maybe nothing massive, but keep an eye here in the market to see if we get any reaction to anything that is being said by Jamison Greer. And you guys know me. I am all over this hearing. So if there is anything market moving or related or things that I think are going to be of note to you guys, I'll keep you posted.
All right.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Dara. Just want to quickly go over, because IBIT broke that prior bar high. Look how quickly this reversed. Like, it flashed all the way from 37.3 to 37.5 and then right back underneath. So you know how I roll. That's one heck of a topping tail candle, but it's still a topping tail candle any way you look at it. Close underneath that prior high, and I'll take another shot at it. SpaceX just came in. Here we go. I actually had to punch back into this one because I misplaced my stop and punched out instantly with the wrong stop. But I just jumped right back in. This one broke the upward trend, so I want to give it back into 123.5 and then play this into the 122 low on SpaceX. This time I won't kind of bungle the stop order. But 122 is where it That's where it bottomed out for you yesterday. But also this morning, same thing. 122's found a lot of support. So I want to look for that re-entry into IBIT. Hopefully we haven't absolutely missed that pullback. That was wild. Like as soon as it stops out, kind of made that high at 50 and then a complete plunge down and back underneath 66,000. So if you're wondering what the spot price is, Bitcoin under 66,000. Want to see it hold under there, and then I'll look for the other side.
Okay, good look there. We're still waiting for IBIT to do exactly that play. It was on our note, and I'm adjusting it over to 37.50. I said, I promise you, we'll try to find a couple winners here. We do have a winner on the NASDAQ, but, you know, it's just kind of hovering around. We're just, you know, making back what we lost initially. So waiting for the NASDAQ to come back in right now. Hopefully that's a trade soon. We'll have to wait. Eli Lilly, again, just to have a look here. NASDAQ tried to get back to zeros. It actually got green or close to it anyways. And now it's trying to fade off the top a little bit. The NASDAQ is down, ES slightly up right there. Eli Lilly down that 1% as well. And they're bouncing right now off of 200 period there on your 5-minute chart. So it could be some love maybe somewhere there for Eli Lilly at some point here today. And just to look at maybe the broader market will be a good thing to have a quick look at right now, see what financials are up to and what some of these other names are going on with. Looks like the NASDAQ and some of these red names here. We talked about some of the software names being in trouble a bit today. We don't really know why. Microsoft's down 1.5, Meta down 1, Palo Alto, you know, down 1.5, CrowdStrike down, same kind of a story there. Adobe, they're all CRM. So I think CRM got downgraded maybe yesterday. Palantir leading the way. Yeah, thank you, Adara. And then AppLovin down 4, Datadog down as well. So everything right there. And there's Adara's Oracle, one of the only green ones there. IBM with report tonight.
Oh, I thought it went
red. We
red.
can see, no, well, maybe it went red, but it's back up now. Now up 0.5% now is Oracle. As some of these names try to battle right back to the upside. But yeah, it's Microsoft down. And there's Netflix, you know, maybe finding that bid at 67. We had sort of talked about that yesterday with Brian. He thought there was a little lower to go, obviously, in this.
Brian said 50, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. So he saw there was a little lower price action potentially happening there for Netflix. But we'll wait to see.
That 50 would be a face slap.
No one really ever makes calls. I mean, they're just levels that they're looking at. So, you know, we'll wait on those ones. But yeah, 50 is a potential downside look there for them. And then the banks holding out okay. We just saw the ES flat on the day. So there's going to be some winners and losers, including Wells Fargo downside. Goldman, we like them as more talk of, you know, IPOs hitting the market, more money coming for Goldman and JP Morgan and whatnot. Some of these underwriters, that business seems to be quite strong, that's for sure. And then in a day when energy is talked about with USO, and we saw some unfortunate news there, Houthis getting ready to go as well. And President Trump talking about, you know, the more bombs and the more, you know, missiles fired at U.S. ships is going to retaliate. And talking about retaliating in the not meanest, but in the harshest of ways, down into the city of Tehran. So trying to take out, you know, power plants and everything in the major cities, that's not going to be good for obviously anybody there. J&J and Eli Lilly, the two names that I have over here. And I love that XBI trade as well. But, you know, I'm just sitting in here. Like I said, we'll try to find a winner for you. And right now the TQs, this hold has been a good one. We're 40 cents in the money now. And we'll just let this one, see if it can come back in, see what happens with the market, right? We've seen so many days where the market has just gone up and then come right back in, and vice versa, got hit downside and then ripped right back up. So today it's just been a drift higher here, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, we're on the precipice of huge earnings. So, you know, people trying to make their gambles and make their bets right now, in and out of SpaceX there. And
right to target.
Perfect.
It was the trend break into the low of the day play over there on SpaceX. There's also that head and shoulders-ish idea on SpaceX, on IBIT, which we just got into. So SpaceX, finally, we get something that works into the low. But I think, as with yesterday, there's going to be multiple attempts at this. I just feel like it's obviously a little bit weak. So you're going to be able to play every single bounces back into VWAP, you know, maybe find some levels on lower highs, work a trend line when it starts getting in there. That's going to be the play over there on SpaceX. Because clearly, with the market at the highs and it's at the lows, things are back to normal with SpaceX. Yesterday, SpaceX was just rallying all morning, which was, you know, that's just different. Like, that's just not the way SpaceX has been. It technically broke its losing streak, but I think that's a fugazi. Because you saw how heavy the selling was in the afternoon. Like, just because it closed green doesn't actually mean it was strong. That's one thing to keep in mind. So we're back into IBIT. This one, I mean, it's also breaking trend, but it's that topping tail that I really like. Very, very distinct topping tail. So hop right back in on the other end of the shoulder and now play this one back into the LOD. So sometimes you just have to be a little bit patient, but the market's starting to come right back in here. Even SMCI looks like it's about to curl.
Yeah, we finally get that big break right there. Yahoo! To the downside right now for the NASDAQ, and there it goes. We finally break that 50 period, or sorry, that 25 period moving average right there with a little bit of conviction. So we do get some out at 60s, as we said, and now we'll wait. That's 50 there, and now we can almost wait for VWAP, I think, which is a decent level there. $70.40. That should be. I'm bidding $71.09, but let's put a bid now at $70.45 or so. See if we're able to get that move back lower. I mean, we could bounce off the 50 period again. We'll wait to see. It's been led today by, we talked about some of the names that were upside. CoreWeave, Marvell, now green. We definitely like that play right now. Maybe Marvell. I can't believe you could have got this at 180 not too long ago, but Marvell right now working back there to the upside and still going, which is nice. The NASDAQ led by AMD today for sure. Like, this is the levels that we sold yesterday, 544. We thought we were doing pretty good early when this name was at 530, but boom, goes the dynamite right there back to the upside. I always talk about NVIDIA with it being the king. We'll wait to see if that one does fall back in. They're red today. AMD up
like
0.5%. NVIDIA, yeah, they're acting more like a 7 of hearts these days. All right, let's go back over and look at something else that's been halted over and over and over and over and over again this morning. ADVB, another halter, a perennial one. And, you know, we've talked about this name a couple times over the last few days. You know, breaking through the 750 was real nice, and it got going here today. That is for sure. Started at 7. There's that 750 break. Boom. Comes back in, retests that 750 again, and now takes off to the high side. Now halted top end of this trade right now. Halted.
Oh, no way.
1187. We'll wait to see. The tap right now is flat. It's 1188. So a little bit of work to be done here if we break above. But I guess I must be missing the last candle, because it's closing up here right now. I don't know. My charts seem to be sometimes missing some information. ZCMD.
Yeah, you are missing that candle.
This one, again, like Derek can come with news if there is some, but you know, a lot of these stories are the same thing. It's low floats, it's China, and we saw CPHI. The one I'm looking at is ZC.
No news. I already checked.
So it seems like this might be something China medical.
Yeah, but if it's a Chinese one, CPHE.
Oh, here's a Chinese holder. This is the pharma name from yesterday that was $9. Got up to, forget about this 19, but you know, does get up there to $18 there at 1 o'clock. And now it's worth $2 today. $18 yesterday. $18. Who the hell is pushing the buy button other than people getting stopped out, right? Margin calls. Now down to $2 right there today. So you could be short and right. Way more than you think.
I got bad news.
Holding on to some of these.
I got bad news. My daughter's no longer going to college because we got all in CPHI at 18.
Yeah, that's okay.
We're gonna have to make it up somewhere else. I don't understand who buys it at the top.
College is overrated.
I think some of it is this one yesterday, and this is anecdotal. I'm pretty sure it was almost free for locates at Real Trading. When it's really cheap, when something like doing this is cheap for day traders to short, then a lot of the buying is them getting blown out. So a lot of the buying up here is just people getting blown out of shorts that they're gambling on the way up. Or not gambling, but trying to work. And believe me, it happens even when these things are screaming. And you can't hold it overnight if you're a day trader. But that $2, it's actually underneath the $2 share offering price. Went right to 2 and is now breaking underneath 2. So just be careful when you're trading these things. You know what goes up can come down. We're bouncing off VWAP here. We're holding VWAP on I, but I don't want to say we're bouncing until there's a green candle, but it's holding at VWAP. So unless we press into the lows, obviously like 1, 2, 3, it's not until we get this curl on the other side on the 4th. Like being hopefully 1 for 4 if we can get this one to go. SpaceX is bouncing off of that low. So maybe this comes back into the volume weighted average price to jump us in. And thank you, Mark, for the super chat, but obviously I was joking with that. You can throw the super chat up there. I would never put college fund money into, I don't even remember the name of the stock, and we were just talking about it. China something, college fund money. It's smart to open up one of those accounts when you have a kid. I think it's just, you put some money away, put in something conservative, right? And then
Well, it's free
let,
money.
let,
The
let it
government-
compound. Well, I don't want to speak for the U.S. I know here, obviously.
Oh yeah, they have something similar, I'm sure.
I just don't know if they do the same thing in the U.S.
And especially the Trump accounts, right? There we go. Yeah, what's up, Joe Ventura? Yeah, I mean, I like J&J. We've sort of talked a little bit about J&J here, and yeah, up another 1.4%. Look, I mean, being diversified has its benefits and its negatives, right? I mean, it's just a matter of positives and negatives because, you know, you miss out on, you know, SNDKs and microns and all those rips because you're trying to diversify. But at the same time, when the market, you know, really gets hit, you can find some value sometimes by holding and taking some of the profits in those AMDs, in those Marvels, like we've been doing, and investing it in some, you know, a little bit more solid dividend payers like a J&J in a different business, because IBM's also pays a solid dividend as well. But you know, you're going to have exposure to the data center with that play, and not too much exposure there with the Johnson & Johnson. So nice to see that one.
If they get into data center, that's
also getting a good pop here. Just hearing now Dell up 10% today.
SMCI.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I get it, man. But there it goes right now. Huge pop right now for Dell. Just up $10 right there in the last 5 minutes. So Dell really got going. 440. I don't know what's underneath this one there, but we did say we liked SMCI down near some of these levels, and it looks like SMCI, same kind of a pop rate. I mean, obviously not 10%, but nice move, $10, but nice move there for SMCI, just ripping. And damn it, man, if you just rewind it, SMCI was up, you know, digits, and I was like, man, this name probably has that run higher there. Great margin story there for SMCI. All right, let's go back over to the desk now with Adara with an update. It's 10:22.
I have news that I need to mention as well here. So, I mean, nothing massive in terms of the move on oil, but I think this rhetoric here continuing. Iran, reportedly, according to Iranian state media, is saying that they're going to be retaliating against any infrastructure like bridges or energy sites that are linked to the U.S. if the U.S. decides to go through with Trump's proposed strikes against Iranian bridges or power plants. So again, U.S. saying, hey, Iran, if you strike ships in Hormuz, we'll strike your bridges or power plants. And now Iran saying, hey, if you do that, we're going to do this. So threats on threats here, unfortunately, as the Middle East tensions continue. Let's take a look at ZCMD, which might be tense to watch if you are a small cap trader because it keeps halting. ZCMD, no news on Zhongchao, but it is out of Hong Kong. You've got a $4.8 million market cap. No other info that I could find. LABT up next, Lakewood Amadex, name that we've discussed a lot right now. This has fallen off of its highs, but worth noting again because of that big move here off the open. This company, biotherapeutics name, announced that they've got some resistance data for this NU-3 treatment in alignment with the Presidential Advisory Council related to antibiotic-resistant bacteria. LABT has a $7.5 million market cap and a 960,000 share float. So just under 1 million shares in the float. ADVB just continues to push higher here. Announced a couple days ago that they have this notice to terminate their purchase agreement with Helena Global Investment Opportunities. Again, a couple days old for this catalyst. You've got just under $20 million market cap and a 560,000 share float. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that update. We did actually, this is true for this one. We had another unit on right there at the highs of 71.10 again. Actually, I think it was 09s. It was 09s. So we use EdgeX, we take that fill, and now nice little downside push right into the 50-period moving average here for the NASDAQ. And we'll just have to now hold on and see. Like, we've actually done really well, made back some money here on this market and just been short, right? So the short hurt early. We got stopped out there on a break of 71, and it really hasn't given us, the move down that we're expecting. So now I think it's time to wait. We've cashed out a bunch of our shares. We now do only have 30% left, or a little bit less than that actually on this trade. Well, we've reloaded a couple times, so whatever. We have a unit and a half left, let's call it that way. We had about we had 4 units during this move on the way down. We covered most of that, so now we just have a unit and a half left, and we'll wait to see how low can we go. Looking to see if a bid at 40 fills, okay? So that'll be our next little move there. We missed it. I mean, I'm glad that you have that eye bid. That was a good one there. It didn't get quite as high for me that I was looking at there, but I'm just going to put a bid quickly here at 25, and then, at 45, and then we'll let it go here on the TQs and see if we do make that move back. That ADVB opened again.
Halted, probably.
No, actually, it hasn't halted now in 10 minutes. So there was the last halt was opened up at 10:18. So 8 minutes ago, we wait to see what the next move is. I guess taking out 13 what would get us excited one more time. We've come up here a couple times. It's 13.15 or so is the high, 13.17. We break through there, and then it's like there's nothing above, right? And so that's going to create a little bit of an action play there. But remember yesterday's talk of CPHI, now $2, did get as high as 18. So are we seeing a 13 here, right back into reality at some point tomorrow? Right now, ADVB is its own thing.
Well, at least it's not Chinese. I think.
Is it not Chinese? I don't know. This one, ZCMD, continues to be halted here as well.
It's Taiwanese.
So it's Chinese, basically. Yeah. Taiwanese, Chinese.
No, I looked at, I said Biomed, and I was like, I should probably look at the flag.
These
and
are
the
all,
flag was
these are the story with all these.
Look, I think this is not, I'm not trying to rail against the Chinese small cappers, the Taiwanese small cappers. There just seems to be a heightened tendency for them to rug a little bit more violently than some of the others. Like the full 100% retracements seem to happen a heck of a lot more on those. That's all. We'll leave it at that. So good luck if you happen to be in it. The other one is also halted. That's the ZV something. IBIT's underneath VWAP now, so I think it is tracking toward that low of the day. So 37.10 is where the next bid is, and once it breaks this, then you're talking about the gap to like the afternoon support from Monday, which is about 36.8. We'd be breaking the 65,000 mark. So IBIT, I wish it hadn't gone up so strong, but ultimately, I don't know, just not enough patience to let it close the gap, right? Like the market was going up and it was barely breaking VWAP, which was like, oh, it's relatively weak. Let's jump into it. And then it breaks that high, topping tail. You know I'm taking a topping tail entry. So I actually hate this entry. Don't mind the topping tail entry because that's actually a setup. And then you get a monster topping tail here on IBIT, and now starting to come back in a little bit lower. Even SMCI looks like it's making a bit of a top. I did want to go back, and I know we're talking about some of the same name, but remember Reddit did have that story this morning. Seems to have found a bottom. This might have gone down to SSR, real close, ICSSRE. So yeah, it got down over 10%, it looks like, on Reddit. Not a very good day for them overall, but if it's able to hold this low, get back above 170, well, probably more like 173, then you could be wicking underneath that 50 period. It's a reminder that Reddit does have an uptrend, which is underneath the 50 ASMA on the daily. So it's trying to catch a bid still. The real story, of course, is that their Wall Street Journal reporting that Reddit might be considering breaking up with Google and that massive revenue stream. It's just a report. There's nothing confirmed. But they are down 9%.
Yeah, we wait for Reddit. I think it's a week tomorrow with their earnings report. ZCMD is going to halt again upside, and there it goes one more time. I mean, it's just been a great trade to take the long on the halts. I mean, it halted right there at 285. It halted again right there at 420. It halted. Okay, we just got no, we didn't get a fill anywhere. We're waiting for a fill on TQs. Halted again. I guess we halted up there at 650 and then fell to 5, but then retake 650 again. So right here, we'll wait to see what's going on now with ZCMD. Looks like a nice upside take there again for that name. But yeah, just so far, not really so good here for some of these halting names, but ADVB, upside, ZCMD, just not, I mean, it's been good. It's just the volume, hasn't been open for very long to build yourself into a position right there. Apple, man, I see some of you guys in the chat. I want to thank everybody for being in the chat here again today, man. I mean, and you're mentioning that Apple has a sell program on it. Right there, like big time to the downside. And we had mentioned this, honestly, a couple days ago, and thank you for everybody for watching us, hopefully every day. And it was just like, as some of these other names had gotten a little too low, including the Marvells, the CoreWeaves, the ARMs, like whatever, Cerebras, I don't know, people are selling winning stocks and getting into some of these names to bid them back up. And I just think that run that Apple was on was pretty epic there. Apple has these runs and, they hit highs, pull back, hit the run again. So right now, that's what's going on with Apple. I do think that there is a pullback possible. I think they're reporting next week, Tuesday, right into 316, 317 there. Wouldn't surprise me if Apple does make new lows into those prices. Not today, but very, very soon. there for Apple. We did get another bid down there at 61, so hopefully we do get a lower move here. Was hoping to get into the 40s for the NASDAQ. That didn't come through just yet there. But I mean, here's everybody. We did have crude with a build right now instead of a draw, so we can have a quick little look to see what crude is doing. And it's not moving anymore based on supply and demand, man. I mean, obviously we're looking at some of the news that's coming through there. U.S. crude inventories, 2 million build on the barrel versus a 2 million draw. So it's build. So that means that this price should go down, right? There's more supply in there when they expected a draw. So it's not doing anything.
Pro tip, if you're trying to trade
downside.
energy at 10:30, forget about crude oil at 10:30. You got to look at nat gas tomorrow at 10:30. That actually moves when they report the numbers. Right now, crude is just, it's headline to headline. It's geopolitics, like Sean said. Tomorrow at 10:30, there will be moves in oil. I bet you, like, you know what, I'll say, like, the one day it doesn't do an explosive move is probably going to be tomorrow, now that I said all that. But last week, it absolutely died and then continued to just trend lower. Michael calls it the Widowmaker, although I thought he was taking a shot at that one to the long side. We'll ask him about that on a Friday, how he thinks about those numbers at 10:30. Because I think sometimes there's a really good opportunity to trade it if you can just get the direction right and then hold it for the rest of the day. We're catching a bit of a bid here on iBid. I was parked right here in front of 37. I was literally sitting at, I am still sitting at 37.11. I'm just going to cancel that because I got missed by like 2 cents off of that bottom. So what I'm going to do is probably take another leg out here, because if the market and everything wants to bounce, I'm not going to quibble over a couple of pennies. Wanted to make sure we get a couple outs in front of VWAP. Would like to have extended that one down to the low, but I feel like now we should just fill in the gap if we can. I will slap the fail on myself for missing the best reversion and maybe the cleanest one on SLV. I was putting it in the chat because there was a couple of people that kept saying, Neil, silver is a short. I'm like, is it really? It's ripping people's faces off. That doesn't mean it's a short. But look how clean the trend break was on SLV. That's as good as it gets. Confirms it here and then just instantly drops. That's what you want to see. But it's bouncing off VWAP. It's catching a bid. There's no ignoring it. Look at what's going on as well in some of these memory names. Like I'm showing you, we showed you iBit that pulled back, and Sean showed you the Qs that were pulling back, and showed you SLV, gold are pulling back, and then bouncing. No. SNDK just holds trend and continues higher. That's real strength. Because when the market's pulling back and able to make some lower lows, or other things are making some lower lows, these suckers, including Micron, they're just making higher lows and higher highs. So it really is the memory names that are leading this charge to the upside alongside, I mean, strong name other was going to be SMCI. Missed this one to the long. But now, look, it is what it is. You can see this topping tail. There's a wall here at 31.5. And for some reason, just at this price, let's go to the 15. I don't recall seeing anything up here. It could just be that we're close to the 50 and 200 period, but I thought you had like $1 to go until you're testing those moving averages. And then the short would be a little bit higher in SMCI. But it's not an iceberg. It's not as if it can't get above 31.50, but you can see the sell pressure that's been on this for like a half an hour on SMCI. It's probably worth a shot if it can maybe break down. Just don't have any entry other than another topping tail. If it does another topping tail, I'd probably just try to short 45s.
All right, here, just typing a little bit. Okay, just looking here at more plays, right? Let us know in the chat what else. Oh, ADVB is now open. Yeah, good call right there. Halted again at 11, just opened up. So we want to say shout out to Stan there in the chat as well. And everybody looking at the same spot right now, ZZZCMD and ADVB are the two names. Oh, yesterday's play was kids. We saw that one get under $1 again yesterday, and now today just 4 million shares. It's funny how they get some stories and it really rallies there yesterday and does 250 million shares, and then the very next day it's just, I'm gonna take another bid out here on TQs. The very next day gets hit, right? So there it goes, man. Downside there into 54 cents now for kids. So 4 million shares and not exactly going too crazy right there today. And a story of multiple days, and that's why you want to look at it when it's hot, and maybe when it's not, you sort of pass up on that one. Yeah, Intel just an absolute firecracker today. We looked at the short early. It wasn't even on my list to short this name, so losing on it kind of sucks. But, we tried it. Was a big move up there. Just didn't really believe in this whole huge move up that we saw in the semis. And it looks like today, Intel up there at 106.40 or so could be one of those highs that we look to maybe fade off of. But for right now, man, that trade is working. And I thought I heard something. Oh, there it is. Apple plans overhaul of MacBooks, iMac in push to meet AI demand. So Apple, Adara, I don't know if you brought that story. There is some story here on a revamp right now. I don't know if it's going to be a new look. I mean, I know the iPhone and iPad and the MacBooks really haven't changed their overall look very much. We are frozen now. I am frozen now on our thing. But so let's go over to Adara and find out the story here, whether we're back with Apple.
I actually have two Mag 7 stories here, neither of which are really moving. Apple will start with, though, Bloomberg reporting that Apple is planning, as mentioned here, an overhaul of their MacBooks and their iMac, so basically their computer and laptop features. Apparently, this has to do with their push to meet AI demand. At this point, unclear how this is going to actually be implemented, but apparently what I'm seeing is these new versions of the entire Mac line are going to be coming across this fall and throughout next year. Apparently, it's going to be including the first touchscreen OLED MacBook in the history of the MacBook. Let's also talk here about AMZN. Amazon in focus, hanging out in your low of day. AMZN reportedly cutting jobs in its artificial general intelligence group. So sounds like AI-related job cuts for AMZN, though the stock already kind of hanging out here at low of day.
Thank you, of course, Adara. And yeah, Apple, well, there seems like there was at least a little bit of rotation going on with the chips going back higher, and that's been a weakness for Apple in general. One name which is catching a secondary bid here, I saw a few people in the chat mentioning, and thank you for doing so, Lucid is still squeezing. It's what is dead may not die. Like, this was a $2.50 stock when the report was they might be going bankrupt or at least looking at strategic alternatives, one of them including bankruptcy. But it has failed the high break, at least for now. 773 was the prior high, and you can see there, it failed it. Now it's trying to make another rally at it. This one just feels like, to me, like, try to play another break. I think so. It just feels like someone got trapped on that news and is having a hard time unwinding the stock. Because why it's continuing to run. Like, just because they're not going bankrupt doesn't mean it's better than it was a couple of days ago. So this feels like it could be a squeeze here on Lucid. I haven't double-checked Rivian to see if it's doing anything. But solid volume. It just instead of going nicely through VWAP, you can see it just blasted through VWAP. So I'm not going to chase up here. We'll look for it to hold the volume-weighted average price. But good one starting to move. It's not going to halt 25,000 times like ADVB, but it is still a squeeze play.
Yeah, so just trying to look at, the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot right here. Neil had that good trade there on SpaceX. So we can, sort of look back to see if there's, I mean, taking out that bottom was
still in the middle.
Was a good level there. I mean, it's still just doing not much right there. So I want to hold on to this futures trade because right now there's like not much else that's developing. We saw Sam Michael Roberts down here, SMR New Scale, of course, and brought this to Brian's attention, obviously didn't like it. I mean, there's not much going on there. I zoomed back out and was trying to show him that, if you go all the way back, and this one IPO'd quite a few years ago now, and it did have a huge move. It did make another move into $2 or so. Was its low. I don't even know. We probably have to go back further than this, but just looking back at some, there it is, like all the way back into there. February of 24, we were $2. So it's not like that long ago, but I was trying to think about maybe a level down here at $7, and it feels cherry picking to some bit there, trying to look for some levels because every spot you've had areas where you would have thought maybe we could have held, like we could have held $9 there. We could have held up here into 13 or 14. That didn't happen. And right now it looks like the last sort of look at 7 was the right one. Whether or not that's still the truth here as we move forward. We did get a story. I heard Sharif mention something about Oklo into the energy space today. Potential. I don't know if there was a deal with Oklo or what, but government contract there. So that would bark that name, it seems like a little bit there. But it's the same story with Oklo. Like why, 50 didn't hold, we got underneath that, so now you're looking to say, hey, maybe this little gap fill right there of 40 is something, and now we get back up to the upside. But it just must not be uranium's time yet, right? And we've seen what happens when it gets excited, up to 195, back down and now to $40. Like, wow, some of these names have really gotten crushed. And that goes to show you don't want to hold them on. I even asked Sharif today, and he's pretty honest, which is obviously what I respect about anybody that talks about their positions, especially ones that they're still in, like names that people have talked about that they've liked, that clearly, even though this is down from 340 all the way down to 225, still holding a little bit of it because you believe in it. And we got to wait to see if this gap actually, this was a wicked hold last week or the beginning of this week, because that break of 194 probably did get it back into 170 there. So BE, Bloom Energy, holding on for dear life right around this 195 spot. So yeah, Bloom, so far so good there. We'll see if it wants to hold those bids. But yeah, the futures just came right back in again to levels that just been continuously bought up. So I'm hoping for a move down. I only have that one and a bit unit left. So let's see if we can get VWAP or at least 70-40 where we're bidding right here, right now. And no surprise, but these names have not halted. Again, ADVB or ZCMB. The only two names that have halted at all there today. This was another one, but nothing's going on with NIPG. NBCI was another one. But right now, it's these names that are doing the halt dance here today. And yeah, we'll look at everything for you. So put them in the chat. Any names, any ideas you may have for us, we're willing to obviously have a look.
Just remember that dollar sign.
Yeah.
That's important because I was about to pull up the visualizer, but if we don't do Lucid, no dollar sign, Microsoft, Tesla, we want to see that dollar sign in there. And why is it important in the chat? Well, it just helps us. I think this is a cool visual. It's up to you. SMCI number 1, Cerebrus, only 2% to the upside, as strong as the market is. AMD. This is what everybody in the chat is talking about on the collective stream. This is what the community is all about, finding what's moving. Netflix, strong day for Netflix. 2.5% to the upside. LABT, that was a small cap this morning. ZCMD, we already mentioned them. Silver's going ham. Dell's going ham. Palantir, unfortunately, in the other direction with the rest of software. But see, now all of a sudden, Netflix. I don't recall, none of us were really talking about Netflix too much. But look at this, 2.5%. It is trending higher.
Might have bottomed out.
Right? Well, if you look at it from the non-split adjusted, it absolutely looks like it's bottomed out. But look what happened. It broke out and is filling in that gap, or at least attempting to fill in the gap. There's your breakout of 69.5, the earnings resistance, and now it's off for a little bit of a jaunt. As it dips, watch to 69.5. I don't care about VWAP on the way back. 69.5 is where it's at. If this pulls and loses VWAP, it might be an interesting buy right back here. Let's go to, we're going back to Adara.
I believe so.
Take a look here at the sector board. You have quite a few sectors here that are standing out to the downside. Tech services, pretty much all right. Again, a lot of this SaaS weakness leading into not one, but two earnings in that space, ServiceNow and IBM. Netflix, though, really the lone standout to the upside in technology services, up 2.5%. You've also got weakness in retail trade, most of health tech with the exception of Merck and Eli Lilly. A lot of the major names in producer manufacturing, GEV sending this group to the downside on earnings day one. You also have some weakness here in transportation with DoorDash down a cool 5%. In terms of what's strong, utilities to the upside, energy minerals to the upside as U.S.-Iran tensions continue to heat up. Producer manufacturing, specifically the AI and nuclear-related plays, those are going to be strong here, including Deere. You've got strength in consumer non-durables, non-energy minerals, and most of electronic tech, with the exception of Apple, AAPL to the downside. A lot of these other names, though, to the upside, and AMD and watch in the sector with its advancing AI keynote set to kick off at 12:30 p.m. Eastern with CEO Dr. Lisa Su. Back to you.
All right.
Doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Lisa Su. Yeah, exactly. We did get, thank you so much for that, TQQs in the market as we go back to the futures, and we do get that 40 fill. We took another one at 50 as we realized that we just bounced nicely there near and closer to VWAP. So we'll wait for another fill down there exactly at VWAP or so into the 30s, and we'll wait for a bigger move. Did Palantir recover at least today a little bit? No, it did not. Down another 5%. I say another. It had a red day yesterday, which was a green market, so that might have been something to look out for, right? You never want your stocks that are supposed to have relatively high betas to be opposite of the market. So yesterday it was down. We've now had 3 straight down days for Palantir, trying to break a little lower into 126 and change. A little worried about the government contracts. As we said, there's a lot of spend happening right now with a new administration. Not that, I think we're still, 2 more years, I guess. But, just a little nervous maybe for the future outlook of what some of those budgets may look like, considering the amount of money that's been spent here with Iran. And I know there's still talks about Cuba and all that kind of stuff hitting. And I don't think there's going to be as much military force required for Greenland or anything like that, let alone tariffs coming to Canada again. And they're tariffing hockey sticks. So that's very interesting. So
hitting us where it counts.
Yeah, but it's hitting the American people. Yeah, it's hitting the American.
I'm joking.
I don't even know how many hockey sticks are even made in Canada.
Dude.
I thought they're all pretty much made in China right there. Okay, downside move happening. I'm bidding 36s. Oh, it just bounced. I thought we were going to get them, which is why I just went over to it. We just bounced off of 37 there. I'm bidding 36. That's twice we've bounced off 36. I think there might be some news or something.
That's VWAP.
Yeah, VWAP's down there at 20, so we're getting close to a bouncing spot there, but made a little bit back. Right there. Yeah, no shit, hangry wife. My daughter has a pair of these sticks in her bag right now, and I always joke about it with the wife. Although my wife does have one of those Louis Vuitton travel bags, I always tell her that her most expensive bag, of course, is the hockey bag.
Because of what's in it.
Followed by her baseball bag. So, kids these days, way expensive. And you're 100% right, man. Sticks are $300, $329, something like that. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's better than cheaping out. Like I had this conversation with a dude that would buy the cheapest bats and then wonder why he goes through so many in the season.
Yeah,
I'm like, well, you get a piece of crap. You get jammed once and it's dead. You get one off the end and it's dead. So
especially if you're playing competitive. I mean, everybody else has the best equipment. It's like, you want to keep up with the Joneses. It's a nasty
it's doggy
thing to get involved with.
Before I want to quickly one thing in the market, but then when you mentioned the election, like I knew there was something I wanted to show that I'd forgotten about, but I did reload under VWAP, another topping tail. This is a real topping tail on the 3 minutes, or reloaded underneath the volume weighted average price. If it breaks back out above VWAP here on IBIT, then we'll take it out. Otherwise, look for the resumption back in to fill that gap. But it's this. I saw this the other day. And effectively, and shout out to whomever this is on X, I have no idea. It's just an interesting tweet, and random stuff shows up in your feed sometimes. Every midterm election year for 50 years has delivered a drawdown. And between 8% all the way up to 35%. So this is the kind of thing which has happened oftentimes. I know there's like a logic behind it. The whole notion is that usually it's like you flip, so whomever is in the White House and then ends up getting a flip in the other direction in the midterms, which leads to less things getting done, more uncertainty. The market doesn't like that. Maybe you get those drawdowns. But it does paint like this weird, not weird, but a different outlook from something that's cyclical, which has held for quite some time. If another reason to be worried about the market, other than what Jamie Dimon's saying every other day, because Jamie Dimon does a lot of fear mongering lately. Just throwing it out there. Every time that guy speaks, he's like, the market's not pricing in this risk or that risk. I can't remember the last time that guy sounded bullish. It's a weird one, man. For a dude who just makes all that money. Mm-hmm. He's not the most bullish guy in the world. But to each their own.
No, yeah. I mean, so many things are based on timing of the market.
Yeah. And his job, I guess, is risk. Like, his job is to see risk. If you're running a bank, really, like, that you print money, your job is just to manage and see risk before it comes and mitigate against it. So you do want to see, because you're going to print when things are going good. Like, that's just how it works. So
and being cautious, to your shareholders, I think is something that JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon is always. I mean, he was talking about there was a storm coming, the market rallied 20%. Like, there's lots of just.
He was saying it again this week.
Yeah, so a lot of back and forth talk there, but whatever, man. I mean, nothing wrong with being I mean, you see the chart of J.P. Morgan, you know, one of the better CEOs of our lifetime for sure, based on that movement alone in the major.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ran for president.
But yeah, he could. Democratic. I don't know if he. Why would he want to do that? To be honest with you, but all right. So Nvidia just continues, man. Greensville on Nvidia. That's nice to see. What about a break rate there? We only have 10 minutes left in our show, but we'll have Sharif. Who's not back yet. I'm sure he'll be back any minute now. And Joe coming through, 208.25 right there, a good little break spot. I'm still short the market, so not necessarily hoping for this from my current position, but it is looking pretty strong right now. Nvidia holding out near highs a day, and AMD was the one that was really cruising there today, and looks like that is probably a better break. Very similar trade has to happen. A break of the high of the day there on advanced micro devices as well through 554. So here we go again, man. Get ready to rock and roll. Looks like the chip names are starting to blast one more time, and that is brought to you by as well SK Hynix. As that is, oh no, actually it's down today. It's because where it started, I guess. Yeah, I saw the nice move up $10 there on SK Hynix, but it is still down 3%. So looks like it is a better trade there for Nvidia and for AMD and for Intel today than it would be for SK Hynix. Intel now almost up that 1% after being down 4% early. Completely turned itself on its side there. INPC, yeah. Market decent rally, yeah. Almost back to zeros, but still down 1/3%. Oracle still red. Google downside as well. Apple, that buy program needs to come in at some point because it's been a sell side day for Apple here today. But all right, we're going to go over to Adara with 10 minutes left. It's Money Talks.
Here is the U.S. dollar. As of right now, it's interesting. You have a really clean trend line here with these lower highs. You have the first high here, June 24th. That's the high of year. Then you get a lower high July 1st, lower high double top here July 13th, another lower high made yesterday. July 21st, that high is around 101.2. A little bit of pullback today, but I mean, we had like a 4-day winning streak, so we're not giving up too much in the grand scheme of things on the U.S. dollar. Be aware, as I mentioned earlier, U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Greer currently testifying here in front of the Senate Finance Committee. Nothing really interesting or new has been said there. He's just getting pressed a lot about the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreements like USMCA is absolutely going to be in focus here. That's being discussed quite a lot. Let's talk here, though, about rates, because things are getting kind of interesting here. So we've been seeing over the last couple of days, 80% chance that we're going to get rates held in place at that July 29th meeting, now less than a week away, and then 30% chance that you're going to get rates hiked. So this is actually going to be a bit larger here, the chance of that hike, only about 10% larger versus what we were seeing yesterday. I think that is significant. We're going back from that 75-25 or 80-20 all the way back up to 70-30. If you look at probabilities here, this is the first time that I've seen we're expecting 2 hikes in 2026. We're still pricing in that hike in September 26. We're also pricing in a hike in December of 2026. Earliest I've seen was January 27 before this point. So we could get 2 hikes this year. Some economic data, mostly the numbers that we're going to be getting next week, including GDP, PCE, and on a much smaller scale, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. That's all going to be in focus as we continue to wait and see what that rate decision is going to amount to. And as soon as 2 months, guys, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, if oil keeps going higher, what else can happen? Really, what are we talking about? There's just not much you can do about it. We got a super chat in here from AV Blank. CVNA randomly got some upgrades today. Why? Analysts, they have their own reasons for timing, maybe beginning of earnings season, or it could just be that it's at a key support level. That could also be it. So look at it on the daily chart. Someone's been buying it up at 63. So maybe someone's looking for that bounce where it goes 63 to 72 again. It's now's the time we want to put out that upgrade because we're accumulating at this price. I'm just guessing. You don't have to, the timing of analyst upgrades, yes, it always makes sense when you get them following earnings season. That's logical sense. You get new data, you're going to make a new upgrade on it. Other than that, I just always assume, it's at some key price level or an inflection point. And this analyst's okay, now's the time that I want to make sure that the opinion's out there. We got USTR Greer, hopefully not moving USO, whatever this is. It is not. We are accelerating domestic production. This is critical minerals. Critical minerals to get away from dependency on Chinese production. Sharif just said the name that I just flipped to, and he just said, please move MP. I'm with you on this, Sharif. I absolutely with you. Unfortunately, it is not moving on that headline, as I can see, and now everyone else could. And why would there be frustration with MP Materials? Because this one, I'm going to hit this one for you, and for myself. MP Materials has been bouncing off of 50 several times. 50 to 70, 50 to 70. But you know what? If you're not actually getting anything out when it goes from 50 to 70, it doesn't really matter. And now it's consolidating for a break down underneath that price. So the jig might be up on this. That's a frustrating one because I'd probably exit stage left. It's kind of silly at this point, and then look for a better place to be long this company. But if I cared about the death cross, you could have exited it here at just better than break even. But it death crossed like 1 week after the golden cross, which is hilarious. I don't really like that indicator at all. I'm just more about support and resistance, and this is losing support. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like for every, 20% winner you have, there's 20% losers. There's everything all over the place. It's definitely a stock picker's market, and you got to make sure that you're able to, buy dips on stocks you like and get out, when key levels are broken or not. And today we're going to have a big test tonight, right? I said SpaceX is probably the most important report just for shareholders to see where the stock goes. But I think for the actual market itself, you're going to get that report tonight with Google, because if they somehow lose, it's going to be a problem with the cloud. That's basically what I would see if Google doesn't put up a decent number on that side, then you're going to have a disastrous open tomorrow for the NASDAQ. So I think there's a lot of pressure mounting for this report to come tonight. And you could see nobody knows what the hell's going on with Google today. It's up and down and around again. So we'll just wait to see. I'm not really looking at a CapEx number. I want to make sure that the cloud is still rocking and rolling, and that they still do have that backlog of business coming through there, and to sort of justify some of the spend. You do want to hear what's going on as well with Gemini, and hopefully that could be something that they can correct and get that 3.5 out a little faster than they thought. I don't think YouTube's going to be a problem, as that still remains pretty hot. But yeah, Google coming tonight, and we'll talk more about it in the afternoon show as we get closer and closer to that report coming tonight, almost right at 4 o'clock. We'll stay late until about 4:15 or so, covering some of these names for you guys live. So join us tonight as we'll watch for IBM, Google, and then we'll also look for Tesla earnings coming there tonight as well. And you can see this name, although had a nice move early, has been faded again from 380 back down to 377. So, we're going to have to wait to see if Tesla can get its bearings a little bit there. But I think Google is just such an important company for this whole space right now. But it's nice to see NVIDIA and AMD, two of these names, right back up to highs of the day again. And we said, and actually I was thinking this would happen, and I just said, wait for this to happen on the midday show, but there it goes. And we said, what about a break of 208.25 right there on NVIDIA? There it goes, now higher. And I said maybe AMD might have been a better trade, but no, it's just NVIDIA right now that's going through those big levels. So, hey man, that sort of trade of maybe switching from one to another, today it looks like they're looking at NVIDIA and tearing that name upside there, up and now 1% as the market just still downside. ZCMD halted again right there. So this hasn't halted since 10:30. There's another halt, so it doesn't halt for a half hour, but it's going there. ANPA is nothing going on there, and QH is another name that's most recently halted. And then that ADVB hasn't halted for a half hour as well. So some of these names started to work out well, and then eventually ZCMB takes out that sort of high post there of around 7, gets through it, halts at 818, and now it's tapping 9. So you're getting a 10% boon right there in the name itself, just off of its locate there. So we'll see if it does tap out near $9 or so for ZCMD. Looks like that's where we'll open back up, and we haven't been up there. So it's clear skies here for ZCMB. But yeah, man, it's NVIDIA. Good call out there in the chat by Sunny. Really ripping there at NVIDIA, now up 1%.
Whoa.
I don't see any key news, but it's starting to go. That's for sure.
AMD led the morning.
Yeah, and AMD's not doing anything.
But AMD's
right
not
now,
breaking
so
high.
NVIDIA's here to save the world, just like Intel tried earlier. So it's really just a story right now of NVIDIA. not Intel nor AMD trying to go higher. So maybe we fade these other two names. I don't know. But it's just right now, it's a good story for NVIDIA here today.
Yeah, no, SMCI is no longer going crazy.
No.
It's like SMCI has really slowed down. But remember that seller, we were talking about this earlier, how there was this selling at 31.5, and then someone's like, well, why not short it? And I was like, well, if it does another topping tail candle at that level, like rejection, then I'd try the short. It does the opposite. It broke it and then held, and then made a new high, and then look what happened. Now it's a reverse tail. So into that same 31.5, instead, it does a bottom tail on that move. So until it starts selling underneath 31.5 on SMCI, wait till it gets to the up press into the 50 and 200 period, which are compressed about another just underneath $1 higher from here. The other name that we haven't really gone to, it's already 11 o'clock. Just want to mention SpaceX is now breaking out. So if you zoom out, it didn't break this afternoon bounce. So it goes right into the bottom of the afternoon range, and then right into the top of the afternoon range is our entire thing. So if it gets above 124-ish, probably a bit of a squeeze until that 127 level, but it hasn't really broken out. So we can still jump into 24s, do a trend break again, and this remains somewhat of a short. And Yalla, just because I haven't seen anyone even mention Webull, we can have a gander. I don't think we looked at Robinhood today.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely didn't. I didn't look at SoFi. I don't think I looked at any fintech names. Webull, flat, not doing anything. That sucks because the market's up. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, if the market's going higher, you would like to see Webull continuing. But Webull, for its credit, we should point out, Webull has broken away from that 200-period moving average. So this is a bit of a breakaway here on Webull. And we got a super chat, so this is the last thing before we throw over. From Dan Gilsdorf. Mm-hmm. Elon short sellers have a very low survival probability. Well, in the general sense.
I mean, he's always said.
But on most, in a lot of places, they can have low survival probability on the individual trades if they're in like big cap tech stocks, because usually over the time they go up.
Yeah.
The S&P is sitting at I think its highest short percentage in a very long time, but that oftentimes just means it squeezes higher. We're going to send you guys to the midday. We have no idea what's for lunch, but
not tilapia. I mean, can't that?
It can't be tilapia. Let's hope for tacos.
Now that you've mentioned, tacos would be a good one. Now that you've mentioned sandwiches, I mean, I'm always kind of hoping for those. But we'll see what happens there today. Right? It's 11:02. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, everybody that's been over there. Thanks, Joe and Sharif earlier, Adara, Neil, everybody on the back end of this show. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the viewers as well. Yes. Without you guys every single day. Join Neil and I back at 2 p.m. But for now, Luis will be joining these guys in the midday, I hope, today. It was a Wednesday.
That's right.
But it's Sharif and, what's his name? Oh, yeah, Joe. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Ciao.
Tieneman's throwing some shade your way.
That's all right, man.
Okay. It's all love between friends. Boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome.
You know how we have the intro music?
Yeah.
I suggest we get outro music as well. Yeah, hold on.
Why?
Why? Because then every day at 1:59:40, we play the outro,
play it.
and then
whether they're at the desks or not.
It doesn't even
off.
matter. We just play the outro, and then that's
Crazy.
it. Yeah.
That's a recipe to get fired around here, Joey. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's say hello, you guy. We got all class Adam DeLuce and Luis Barbado. I guess there was an issue with the vertical video today. Hopefully that is all fixed up. It says, Luis says that now it is solved. We got Durant, Gordon, Jose, Kama, Mint, Cheese, Pickle, Sanger, Cornetto. What? Lee the Conductor, Don Baca. We got Durant, Gordon, Mr. Kevin G. Shout out to Athelstan, Customer ATH, let's go. Learning a trade. Hello from Syria. What's up, Ali? What's going on, my man? I don't know why YouTube is taking a very long time, Assassino, to bring everybody in. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Hello, Darth Trader, Manny Oliveira. We got the Gorev. Look at that. His name is Green. Your boy Gorev's got the green name there.
Man, my boy, man.
There you go. Flex on him, Joey. Flex on him. What was
that camera angle.
Hold on. What happened at the at the workout park yesterday, Jerry. Why don't you
It
tell
wasn't
everybody what
yesterday. It was
happened?
over the weekend.
Oh my bad.
Yeah.
But,
It wasn't
there
yesterday.
were some fans there for Joseph
Big
at the outdoor training
big
park. Shout out to Yannick. Shout out to exactly that, SSE. No, actually, your owner, Snowman, R-Shade, I Grow Fighting. Shout out to the Trader Sam. Stone broke since yesterday. I love the name, man. Cars, wow. We got Ozan. I don't know what to feel. Hug me. It's one of those days, isn't it, Ozan? My man. It's all good there. We'll give you a metaphorical or, a hug from far away. Hangry. We got Paul Gurnett. Probably Gurnett. Sorry. Christ, Eternal God in the house, as well as Mike PD Rider to New York. Shout out to James Anderson and Lemon Family, man. We got Mike the Stock Impaler. He be impaling these stocks, man. Gorilla 1981. Good year there. The year before I was born, 82 is a little bit better. But
But for sure. Easy.
Joey, let me just cover this super quick and let everybody know that ZCMD is halted to the upside. We got another multiple halter today. And as the Katina man had mentioned, this one was halted last at 10:15. And then the next halt, 10:50. Into the high of the day we go. Halt price, 8.18. Tap, oh, baby. Beautiful. $11 tap off an 8.18 halt price, halt time. 10:53:57, current time 11:05 and change, meaning what? That this will be a minimum 15-minute halt, if not more. We did see a half an hour halt yesterday. Neil, what was the name of that ticker, man? What was that? The one that had an offering today? Something. It started with a C. Okay, so it's a good one there because it started. CPHI. Thank you, Katina, man. So that one was halted for half an hour yesterday, and that one ended up ripping 1,600%. So I wouldn't put, that past this one as well. I'm not saying we're going to get a repeat of yesterday, but when it rains, it does pour, and these things come in waves, Joey. So I'm all ears, eyes, and whatever the hell else perception we have as humans. I'm ready to go.
All right, man. I like to hear that, man. Let's see if we can get this going here one more time. Here, I'll show you guys what was going on here this morning for the kid. Now, I sent this to Katina, man. And this is what's frustrating. So you can see this blue dot. That's the time that we'll post up here. Let me actually zoom in for you guys. Okay, we can't do that anyways. Aside from that, NVIDIA is really moving. 210.68. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. So here it is, right? So at this time exactly, I post up at $11.15. Taps into it multiple times, doesn't fill the order, and then just goes off to the races on that one. So I'm like, what the hell? I'm huffing and puffing, and I'm like, what's going on here? Getting agitated. So then eventually it does get filled, and then I'm like, all right, let's get stopped out. And then I tried it again, but then I just put on significantly more size on this one, and then I'm like, yeah, what am I doing? We keep rejecting the volume weighted average price, so I just take that one out. I added small right there, about a half a risk unit, and then I put on a couple of units right there. Ours on that one. And then I'm like, all right, let's just get out because I don't think we're going to punch through. The market was moving higher at that time, and this was doing nothing. So now I'm just, again, starting relatively small. Let's see if we can get that breakthrough VWAP and then head towards the high of the day. That's the primary objective. Look at NVDA go. Man, this thing is on one right now. Like Drizzy Drake, he said, I'm on one. All right, so 11 clock, bang, up to the race, and you can see the volume really start to uptick here, but no participation from Tesla and company. NASDAQ at the high of the day as well, too. Don said, Joe, we got to start referring to our deltas, not necessarily from a dollar percentage, but from a dollar number or whatever word I'm looking for. But more or less, figure. Thank you very much, Sharif. Yeah, a dollar figure, but more or less a percentage. And we went over our spiel before on how we can utilize our delta and just look at it from a percentage metric, right? At the money IV, about 40%, 56%, 46% that this is going to close out of the money, 56% it's going to close in the money. The deeper you get into the money at 99 delta, I mean, almost at that one-to-one, Don. I know you don't like that 1 second, but what we have here is that, okay, we can look at it and correlate it with the current price, 211, 180. Yeah, there's a high probability that this contract will expire in the money, and don't forget your delta is always going to be fluctuating with the underlying asset. Keep that in mind, guys, and thank you, Don, my guy.
Get it,
All
Don.
right, let's send it off.
Little bit of an uptick here, nothing too crazy. Keep an eye out for the ticker PM, that's Philip Morris. So you have Zyn, that's owned by Philip Morris, reporting selling 2.9 billion Zyns last quarter, which is up 1.8% year over year. Stock is up 2.5% at the moment.
You're not even invested in that name.
I should
Why are
be.
you hitting the bang, bro?
How many billion Zyns? How many? Well, come back, see how many billion Zyns were sold last year, man. That's crazy. But you know what's funny? My friends and I were talking about it. Like, you see the nicotine pouches almost as much as you see cigarette butts on the ground now. Look, you'll start noticing it. You'll start noticing it, and it's crazy. And when you see people walking down the street and you see that circular thing in their pocket, you know, bro's got a couple.
Where's Big Spile, man?
Where is he, man?
Where is he, man? I mean, like, wasn't he all about that Zyn life?
Yeah, he's about the Zyn life. Wow, NVIDIA is going up.
Bro,
man. We got to find
someone
something.
in the chat was like, "Yo, NVIDIA's building the Burj Khalifa right now." I mean, because it looks like
look at it, man, and it's absolutely going nuts right now. We only have Zonic here. We don't got Zyn. Same thing though, pretty much.
Is it by Philip Morris?
No,
or is it a different company?
Different company. Yeah, this Tesla trade not wanting to work, but what is definitely working is all that money flowing out of TSLA right into NVDA. Full disclosure, yesterday, guys, I was down about like 3/4 of my shutdown yesterday, and then I finished up a staggering whole dollar streak. So red to green, we'll take it. Yeah.
Right to
we'll
green,
take
bro.
it. Yeah, exactly. We'll take it for what it is. But now up to 212, man. This is so. As I was looking at the daily, I'm like, this is going to be a massive pivotal moment here for NVDA. If we break this downtrend is officially snapped, and I think if we have a couple of more strong sessions, off to the races we go. And I've just been slowly building. Would I have liked to got significantly more? Absolutely, but that's not the case right now. I do believe there's going to be an opportunity for us to get involved. But hey, with Google's earnings after the bell, and we're buying up in NVDA, somebody might know something.
Someone gotta get hurt real bad. All right, let's do this here. VinFast, guys, gotta tell you about this one. It continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using VinFast VF6 vehicles to get it done. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broad mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ trading under ticker VFS. There goes MTEN into the high side. We got 53s. There's 75. We're looking for 82. Thank you, chat, for calling this one out. I didn't have eyes on it. Here comes 79. The high of the day is right at 82. I did not have the order at 82, hence why we did not wet the beak there. Continuing to watch, zigging, zagging at that 80 penny level. There's a seller here in the high 70s, low 80s. Limit up is 197. I don't expect this to rip up and deliver. There goes 82, Mr. Options. And there, give me my money, man. There goes 90. It is now a 95 high a day. We're posting at the high of the day right now. 89 showing up on the bid, 71%. Trade de novo. That means this one just started breaking out. It was not making moves earlier on. We got 53 pennies, and you rest assured, you better believe, no part of this trade is going to go against me. We're looking for 2 here, Mr. Options, but we're getting some selling into the high 9s.
Good stuff. Okay, LPKT5N. When live, can you guys talk about what's moving the market rather than these silly small caps?
No.
Hold on. Let me finish. Listen, brother, to remain kind of closed-minded, I think it's going to be to your own detriment as a trader, because at the end of the day, if you remove what's on the side column right here, and that's numbers, it doesn't matter. Momentum is momentum, and if you can find stocks or a space in general that provides that, then trade it. Don't hold too heavy of a bias as like, oh, I only trade this, I only trade that, I only do this and I only do that. Well, you're just staying narrow-minded, and you're not going to be able to grow like that. Listen, I never was trading small caps from the beginning, but I just like, okay, I like momentum style plays, and why not get involved with it? just
Don't you know, Joey,
just
that
don't
the
remain
money
ignorant
from
to the
large
fact.
caps is different than the money from small caps.
For sure, man. But what I'm getting at is just like, hey, just don't remain narrow-minded, right? Just keep an open mind and just like, hey, you never know. Maybe you'll like them, and you're like, okay, cool. When you have all this tomfoolery stepping in the market, Donald Trump truthing this and Iran saying that, and Axios posting this and all of this stuff, sometimes you just want to step away from that noise, and I think small caps gives you that opportunity to do so. So I mean, just don't crap on it unless you've tried it, to be honest with you. Like Neil says,
I really love how you gave that person the time of day and that length of a speech.
Well, I
said
think
no.
deserving. Well,
Really?
Yeah,
I don't think that they are. That's a closed-minded person that I want nothing to do with.
You never know, man. What if they become open-minded, right? Like
Yeah,
you
good for them.
can
On their own time, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, we did just keep an open mind, to be honest.
All right,
with you.
man. Let's continue to watch MTEN here. Still zigging and zagging, 195. I do expect resistance at $2. So it's going to be a little bit of a different trade once we get close to that too. So I do expect, or I anticipate anyway, some resistance in the mid-90s because that's the high of the day. The question to me at this point is going to be what kind of resistance waits for us at $2, and then what kind of possible move up given the daily. Let's flip to this one quickly. Let's just go to the daily on the small screen. Yeah, so we have a long way to go till we find resistance on this one. So we're going to find likely resistance at $4. That is, of course, predicated upon it clearing 2, it clearing 3. What is happening there, Fabian? I feel like we're in a, I don't know. I don't even know what those sound effects are. But anyway, you see that it made its way up into $4 around mid-June. It did it again on the 17th. So I want to see if this can mosey on up into 4. If it does, I'll be here for it. If it comes back into my entry, no part of this trade is going to go against me. We'll stop out before that. Now, somebody asked me, Tame Panda was asking me about ZCMD and when I expect this one to open. We have no idea. The good thing is, though, this one is trading on the NQ. And as a result of trading on the NQ, we'll always be able to see the tap. Right now, the tap is at an eye-watering $11.70, having halted at $8.18. So we're going to gap up. We're going to gap up substantially here. If it is to open at that level, let's find out exactly when to expect. Let's find out exactly what we're going to get. Now, the halt time is 10:53:57, so just add 5-minute increments on top of that. So right now it's 11:16. Keep your eye on that. Let's see if it opens up sooner rather than later, Joey.
All right, man. You got to get that H2O in. Still sitting in this chop fest. Hydration Nation. Katina, man, hit it if you can while you're over there. The NASDAQ looking pretty good. And we're breaking through a key pivot. Like, I mean, there, bang, got to get that water in. 213.11 was the high of the day on NVDL, and we're still in this. If we pick up steam and I see the volume kick in, I'll just double up the size. Ain't a thing but a chicken wing. But here it is, right? Like, this is attempt number 3, strikeout 1, strikeout 2, and if we strike out for a third time, then it's our job to move our focus to a different place, all right? So maybe it could be NVDA on any form of a pullback. But right now, we're just in a full buy program. This is what I want to do. What's up, Fabian? There it is, bang. And we are up 5% or 6.25 here almost on NVDL. So a big time move. And I'm looking for something across the board, and I don't see anything just spike up 2.28%. So nothing necessarily from a catalyst stepping in on this bad boy, but we'll take it for what it is. I believe this has been lagging. Like, if we go back, and I was thinking about this morning, I'm like, okay, so you had some of these memory storage names really pull back, 43%. You've seen AMD do a little bit of a pullback as well too, to the tune of 21%, but we held half decently in this name, right? Like, I mean, it wasn't too horrible, 19%, but then now we're starting to recover and putting in this nice bullish candle. This is, I mean, a daily print, I should say. This is a massive breakout. And for all the high of the day break traders, there it is, 208.31 with the volume stepping in there, Sharif. So big time movement so far. Now, how deep are these pullbacks going to be is the question that I'm going to be looking for. $33, maybe $32.50, then maybe we look to participate to the long side, brother.
All right, man. Continuing to watch here, MTEN bouncing off the volume weighted average price. It is making lower lows. So here's the deal. 195 area high. So I'm looking at the 5-second chart on this bad boy. Get it, Randy. 195. We got a lower high in 186, and now we have yet another lower high, 177. Be on the lookout here for a fail. So you got the bounce off VWAP. That's the good news. The bad news is we're still putting in lower highs. I would say we'll get a decided trend change if we can take out that 185 area high, which was 1114.50 on the 5-second chart if you're using that spot areas of support and resistance. Prior area high is 1118 on the dot. That was 172. So you have a 185 area high, 172 area high, and I've moved up my stop to above my break even now. So we know this one won't go against me at all. And I just want to mention there's one here that's a little bit slower of a mover, but it is worth noting. So KSCP, big breakout there and a good hold. Number one, above the 10 EMA, and then number two, it's holding above $2. Now, I don't like this kind of consolidation component of the bull flag that it's putting in right now, but this might be the opportunity for you to build the position there, right? For a possible continuation into maybe 2.25. If it really gets a bit under its wings, we're looking at 250. So KSCP, I'd probably stop out below 2, but something I'm going to keep my eye on here. Let's send it up to Sia.
Okay,
NVIDIA on watch here at session highs at the moment. It opened around $205, currently sitting at 212.73 at the moment, up over 2.5% at the moment.
Someone testing electricity, man. Did the current, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Got stopped out for the last remaining amount on MTEN as it did fill VWAP, so keep your eye on that one. I'm not going to trade this right now. It's below the volume weighted average price. If it can get back above that 172, was it 172? Yeah, 172, I'll get back involved with that, but this one is on the wrong path right now. Below VWAP, it's about to lose a 10 EMA, so be on the lookout there. Continuing to watch ZCMD. Oh my days. The tap is now showing $12.50. Okay, now it just moved down to 12. 12.20, 12. It's moving crazy. That usually means that we're about to open. If my experience, is any guide here, let's continue to watch. So 10.53.57. All right, so let's add waves of 5 on that. So that would be 58, and then it would be 11.02, and then it would be 11.07, right? And then it would be 11.13. 18, all right, 18, then you got 23. So 11:23:57 is the earliest this one can open. Right now, it looks like it's 11:21:12, so we got a couple of minutes for this one before the earliest open it could have. Now, I didn't even bring in my side chart, so let's bring these in. Let's do a little talking about what else I've got on watch. As I mentioned, KSCP, definitely one of them. You're going to see ONDL on there. That's obviously not a small cap gapper, but we had it on watch yesterday. Did pretty well yesterday. This is ONDS's leveraged ETF, and today it's doing well again. More of a traditional looking bull flag. Yesterday it was a bit of a sell-off. Didn't really hold the trend. It held VWAP, but the trend ended up giving way. That's ONDL. LICN is going to lose its spot on the side chart here any moment. This one had a big breakout in the pre-market at around 435. It got another bid there to try to reclaim the volume weighted average price just a little bit before 11, excuse me. And then you have GSUN. Now this one had a big day yesterday. It's recovering a little bit from the sell-off that it had in the afternoon, but it's super light on volume. Compare the volume bars on the bottom right of your screen to the middle left. You don't even see the volume bars from today because it's just overshadowed by yesterday's price action. AMPG as well, very lightly traded. DLLL, you can tell obviously this is not going to be a small cap gapper. This is the Dell leveraged ETF, and it's had a couple of great days. Look at the 930 pop, and then the aftermarket pop on sympathy with SMCI. SMCI released earnings on time yesterday. What a shock. Right at 405. And then you had another pop this morning at 935. So DLLL could be interesting here. And then you got MTEN on the bottom right. So I don't want to say the pickings are slim because you got ZCMD showing a tap of $13 right now, but there aren't many. MTEN below VWAP, KSCP, consolidative, Joe.
Doesn't this guy look like a big smile right here?
Yes, actually he does. Take a picture of that. Send me that. Screenshot that. I'm gonna troll him right now.
That's crazy.
Maybe we'll get him back on the screen.
Ask him why he was on
the stream.
CNBC.
I will. That's actually funny. We got a super chat here.
Yeah, want me to cover it? Look, there it is.
Yeah, $5. SMCI had a day and a week looking for 28 HMM. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I have no idea either. I can take a look at it. 28, looking for 28. Oh, okay. That's what he was saying. Had a week. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that here. Question, please. $5 super chat. I don't understand why keep runners, but when do one decide when to close it? But when does one decide to close it? Whenever you hit targets, or you feel that the stock is slowing down or the momentum is starting to cool down a little bit, I think those are good opportunities for you to take advantage of some of the profits that you locked in, right? Like check at some key levels. Check if the overall market is moving as well too. If you see couple other names within its space and its sector start to slow down and curl back over, then look to take some profits off. I understand that sometimes it's nice to just leave something running, but unfortunately the market doesn't care about where your target is or where your certain level may be. It will just stop when it wants. And if you can have the ability to, or if you have the ability to lock in some profits on the way up and you left it running for a little while, then by all means take a little profit off. Yeah, SMCI has definitely had a day. And then sure enough, it seems to be NVDA's turn now. Now, Gaurav, see, the thing is, though, I'm not displeased with where I'm currently sitting on this position. Lower end of the range would have been more ideal. I did post up at 10s, but I'm like, nah, I'm not allowing that to happen again. But sure enough, here it is. I don't know if you were paying attention. So this one, I have a decent amount of shares here. Get out at the low of the day, no problem whatsoever. Right. And then I'm like, you know what? We're curling back around. We officially broke that downtrend. Let's start small, starts to work. So then I just really added up, and then I'm like, okay, hold on. Why are we rejecting the volume weighted average price like it's some form of insane missile defense system right here? So I'm like, let me get out, go for a little heel toe express walk down the street, cool back, and then come. It's still consolidating. So I'm like, all right, let's try this one more time. But with this position, I literally have less than half than what I had on this one, and a little bit less, 33% than what I had on this one. So the ones that we take a little bit of paper cuts, I just don't have enough size in order for us to make it up on one of these smaller moves. I need to wait until we're at least at the high of the day. We're at 11.14 in order for me to eliminate just a couple of the losses. So we'll keep an eye out on this just in case. There's a good opportunity for us to add. We talked about the potential micro pullback in NVDA as that name is doing pretty decent. Oh, what happened here? Okay. All right. Yeah. Anyways, NASDAQ at the high of the day. We're not going to complain. Let's do what we haven't done yet today. And let's head over to our watch list. We'll take a look at some of the better. I know the girls see you doing a fantastic job on Sector Watch, so no need for me to go over that. But Meta, 629. Listen, look at this, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
There's obviously a supply zone here at 683 on Meta. I know, but hey, this is what I've drawn. Maybe that comes into play. But look at this. 1, 2, a whipsaw move, 3, 4, 5 touches at 680 on Meta.
Sorry,
Is it the butt? Is it? It's the
Doesn't
sound.
it feel like a hospital? Like, deet, deet, right?
No,
a little bit,
no.
right? You know, like.
Does a CT scan sound like that?
I don't know. Brother, I just took my old man. Remember?
Yeah, you were telling me
CT scan, but they made me stay outside.
Yeah,
so
you don't want to go in there in that magnetic field. But anyways, there's clearly a supply zone at 680 here on Meta. Once that breaks, I think we have some room to run. I want to add a little bit more here on this Tesla trade, but I'm going to wait for anything south of the volume weighted average price and maybe a retest of this consolidation zone. Let's go TSLA.
Get it, Joe. Yes, Joe. Wow. Were you a cheerleader?
No.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I was on the field.
You were on the field. You were the one making the plays.
I was always cheering on the cheerleaders though, for sure.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean,
my niece is a cheerleader.
Really?
It's its own sport now.
It is. No, it is. Well, think about how serious the states take it.
Oh, very serious.
It's like a whole.
She had a gymnastics background, so she kind of outgrew that and kind of reapplied.
What do you mean,
her
of
skills
course,
a little
Ramin?
bit. What happened?
Well, I said I cheered on the cheerleaders, and she's like, of course.
She's just looking for a reason to be mean, because that's what she.
Well, I don't think it's that
Shout
mean.
out to Ram. Guys, I've seen a new one here. I don't think it's new, but it's okay. I'm not happy with this downtrend. It just failed 11.5. ADVB is the ticker. It's up 60%. It's got a good amount of volume here, 11.25 million. The spread is okay at times and not okay at others. 12 on the bid, 25 on the ask. That's not going to please me. Okay, here we go. ZCMD is open. It's ripping. $11 high. Let's see where the buyers are stepping in. It's going to, there it goes through 11 into 11.21, but it's dropping again into 10. Not touching this quite yet. I need to just see the established range here. I just opened this up. I hadn't seen it trade before that because it was halted. Continuing to watch 11 resistance. This feels like it's going to rip. 11.35. We could see 12. 11.96 high. Just 1 second, Assassino. 11.96 high. Does it hold 11? Current bar low right now. Current bar low is 9.40. Current bar high 11.96. We're at the midprint. A little bit above 11, a little bit below. 657%. And the volume is picking up. 51 million shares. So basically, this is a candle right now without a body on the 5. It has equidistant upper and lower wicks. This is an undecided trade. 11.96 high. We could see 15 if 12 gets breached pretty easily. Trade this one carefully. You could be out of the money almost immediately. I can't say that enough, okay? Just because, you know, they went yesterday into 1,600% doesn't mean this one's going to. So be careful. Know that the short sellers are looking to take your money. Be smart about it. Let's pause for a second because we have a very special interview with Adara at the big desk.
Here with us this morning is Michael Hanley, CEO of Valiant Bio. You can find this stock here on the NASDAQ under ticker VBIO. Good morning, Michael. Great to have you with us today. Oh. So I think there's some audio issues. We're just going to make sure that's all good for a second here so that everyone can hear you and learn more about the company. Are we good to go here with audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Happy to hear
Great.
it. And thanks for coming on here today. Great to have you on, Michael.
Great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, let's get right here into the question. So can you just start by giving us an overview of what your company, Valiant Bio, does, and tell us a little bit about this entolimod, which is Valiant's radiation treatment?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking the question. So Valiant Bio is an immunotherapeutics company. There's a lot of immunotherapeutics company out there. We have a drug and a platform that focuses on a specific receptor, and this receptor gives us the ability to modulate the immune system across different indications. So we have multiple shots on goal, which is very exciting to us. Our first shot on goal is for radiation and chemotherapy, radiation being the specific one. So there's other drugs that I worked on, like at Amgen, Neupogen, Neulasta, Leukine, when I was at Amgen back in the late 90s, early 2000s, that work on protecting the bone marrow from radiation and chemotherapy. Our drug is unique in that it not only does that, it also protects the GI tract, kidneys, liver, and spleen. So it has a multitude of effects across different tissue types. And of course, this is very important. As we know, all of us know someone with cancer, and everybody is affected by this disease. And 60 to 70% of all cancer patients, the first line therapy is radiation and chemo, right? So with that, we have looked at multiple indications. Our first indication is actually going to be acute radiation syndrome. And acute radiation syndrome is we'll call it a biodefense application. We've been in discussions with the government. We've had press releases about it. We just had a press release come out this morning we're very excited about. Ukraine has accepted our submission, our dossier for approval in Ukraine for use of the drug against acute radiation syndrome. As some people may or may not know, in the Russian conflict, they have radiation leakage at 2 of their reactors, and President Zelensky is very interested in protecting his soldiers and his citizens over there. So we're very excited about this drug platform, excited about the opportunity, and look forward to getting these drugs to market quickly.
Congrats on that Ukraine announcement. Let's get more into the FDA approval process here. Speaking of, getting drugs to market. So how does FDA approval work for this type of drug, given that the regulatory body doesn't usually approve drugs without human efficacy trials having been conducted?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've dosed 300 patients successfully. No adverse or severe adverse events. We've dosed multiple non-human primate studies, 43, 1,200 non-human primates. and that's as a result of the animal rule under the FDA. So it obviously would be unethical to expose humans to unnecessary radiation and then test the drug. So we're allowed to test the drug in healthy human subjects. So we did 300 subjects, demonstrated that it protected the tissue. We saw biomarkers upregulate. And then we did 43 studies in non-human primates where we used lethal doses of 70% of ionizing radiation. And we increased the survivability by over 40% in these models. And these are proven models by the FDA that are required by the FDA. So we have high confidence that we have the efficacy, we have the safety. And then one other thing I'll touch on too is we do have a manufacturing facility down in San Antonio that we just acquired in December. That manufacturing facility is currently producing in Entolimod right now and has the ability to scale up. So if we were to get some kind of order from a country, we're able to fulfill that order pretty quickly. And one of the last things I'll leave you with on this question on the FDA side, the FDA process is pretty straightforward right now. We completed all the clinical studies. We completed all the animal studies. All we need to do now is show manufacturing validation, and then we need to show that it has stability. That takes about 12 months. We'll start our manufacturing validation this fall. We'll initiate stability on the drug product this spring, and then we should be able to file for approval by the end of 2027.
It's very exciting. And I know you mentioned here earlier the Ukraine element here, this news story for you guys. What can you tell us about any other government interest that Valiant Bio is receiving here in the work they're doing, both in the US and abroad in other countries?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. I can't say anything material, non-public information, but I can say we are talking to 5 other countries, allied nations of the US, and they span the range from the Middle East to Asia to even Southern Hemisphere countries. So we have a lot of interest from a lot of other countries. There are earlier discussions than there are with Ukraine, but we're getting a lot of visibility. Unfortunately, due to the current conflicts and the issues that are around the world, there is a very significant concern about radiation exposure, whether that's a dirty bomb, tactical nuclear warfare, or in Ukraine's case, it's just damage of nuclear facilities that can cause radiation leakage into the surrounding areas where citizens get exposed.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. Now, I know you mentioned here San Antonio for some manufacturing. I guess let's kind of zoom out into that. What can you tell us about the domestic manufacturing case here for Entolimod and for Valiant Bio? You mentioned San Antonio. I guess just make the case here for everyone for your company and this drug as a domestic manufacturing play.
Absolutely. It was a strategic decision. There's a couple factors that led into the acquisition of the manufacturing site down in San Antonio. It was previously owned by another group. We bought it from them with the help of an investor. And that site saves us $6 million in manufacturing costs in about 18 months to get the manufacturing validated and approved for BLA. It also has the ability to scale up to do millions of doses. And because it's in San Antonio, which is known as military USA city, there's at least 5 military bases that can ship drug product from that site throughout the US, DC, San Francisco, LA, New York, wherever. So geographically, it's ideally located. The workforce down there is phenomenal. Our team down there is phenomenal. We have about 55 employees at the site. And we have the ability to scale and manufacture to millions of doses, which is pretty significant. So if there was ever an emergency, and God willing, there's not an emergency, we'd be able to supply product very quickly and distribute it very quickly throughout the United States.
Looking forward, what should investors and viewers expect from Valiant Bio over the next few weeks and months?
Yeah, great question. So we announced back in March that we did a deal with NIAID and BARDA. NIAID and BARDA are 2 entities that work on rad nuke therapeutics for citizens and also warfighters. We also talked to the DoD as well. We had 3 meetings with BARDA, NIAID, 1 meeting with the Pentagon. And there was a strong interest, obviously, in potentially, I got to be careful, potentially stockpiling this drug. So much so that they signed a contract with us. They're going to pay for FDA approval studies that we weren't necessarily going after, but they expand the label. They're going after different claims that they think are important. One of them is the GI tract. There's no drug currently on the market. Even the drugs I worked at Amgen don't work on the GI tract. In radiation and chemotherapy, Your bone marrow is the first to get destroyed. The GI tract is the second to get destroyed. So if you can protect the GI tract, you can keep the patient healthy, absorbing nutritional value and moving forward. And this applies, what I'm even more excited about, I'm an oncology guy. So when I saw this drug, it reminded me of Neulasta, which was 8 to 9 billion in peak sales. It's still doing about 4 billion in sales at Amgen. And this drug not only performs as well on the bone marrow and the hemopoietic side, producing white blood cells, but it also has the added benefit that Neulasta doesn't around protecting the GI tract, kidneys, livers, and spleen. So this has a huge opportunity of helping cancer patients who are getting chemotherapy or radiation therapy. It works both on chemo and radiation to provide a better quality of life and also to provide the medical and radiological oncologists a pathway to keeping their patients healthier as they're getting treated with radiation and chemo. So we're very excited about that.
Oh, there's a lot to look forward to coming here out of Valiant Bio. Thanks again to Michael Handley for being here with us today, CEO of Valiant Bio. You guys can find the stock here on the NASDAQ, ticker VBIO. Thanks again, Michael. Have a great one.
Great. Thanks so much. Take care. Thanks for having me.
Take care. You as well.
All right. Bye-bye.
We're close to limit up here on ZCMD. Limit up in a dangerous area. I see 1099 limit up. There's the halt parameter. Watch out. This could fail. It's false halted multiple times. 1099 limit up on this one. I'm just taking out more here. Now, boom, 1146 now limit up. Looking for continuation. Have 62s on this one. 46 limit up. Anything below my entry ends the trade now. Let's see. There we go. Out for the last remaining amount. Decent trade. Not bad, but it doesn't have that continuity quite yet. Current bar high, 1136. Current bar low, 821. The range is ridiculous, okay? 1146 still limit up, but it's already below 10. Boom. All right, so not a great trade, to be quite honest with you, but, you know, I was looking for a little bit more. I was looking for a high day test. Once we broke through 11, I was thinking, all right, well, we're looking like we're going to be on the way to 12 here, but it didn't quite make it that way. Oh, no, 782 limit down. Watch out here, guys. 880s or so. Watch out for the limit down into 772, but it's back above 9. All right, so this one's all over the map. Funny enough, though, the support level is predictable. It's in the low 80s, and that's where we halted, right? We had like a halt, I think, of 812, something like that, 815, right around that level. So all the bottoming tail candles seem to be defending that level for now. I haven't had anything down there. I didn't pick up anything in the low 8s. I wouldn't necessarily want to, because if it fails that level, I'd probably get caught in a halt. So I'd rather take it once it's shown me momentum to the high side. But yeah, you could do that as well. You could bottom feed right around the, you know, the 820, 830, whatever, in and around that $8 level. So this one all over the map, Joey, but hey, it's going to be on a lot of people's radars, up 530%.
All right, cool, man. C wants you to take a look at AMC. I looked at it here. AMC. Oh, okay. Did you message me it? Send it to me. All right. Anyway, we'll figure out what we got going on over there.
Get it, Fisha.
Yeah. So here it is, Gorb. Yeah, we don't want to expend too much mental capital on this thing. Yeah, I'm probably going to do the same. Tesla did. So I remember last earnings report, it didn't do too much, and I'm pretty sure it just sold off, right? So unless we get some move, like I'm thinking about doubling up the size, but is it worth it, or do we switch our focus onto a name that's really in a parabolic uptrend and try to find any form of a pullback into a support level? Like, I mean, it's harder to when you're just going straight up and to the right. So, I mean, any indecision prints in this area, in this void here, then I think I'm going to be looking for a long and just keep the size that I have on with Tesla. And if it continues to appreciate in price, then so be it. But I think my focus is more or less going to switch over here to NVIDIA. And then guys know how I rock and roll during that 3 o'clock hour, man. We're like stone cold. But anyways, let's send things off to Adara and Juan.
U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer just concluded his hearing here in front of the Senate Finance Committee, but we're just going to start this Europe segment as the European market closes. So beginnings and ends here in focus. Let's talk about the European market with Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So another green day in Europe. Everyone in the green. If we take a look at some of the indexes, Stocks Euro 600, they're climbing to a 2-week high with a huge 1.3% jump in energy index, basically carrying the broader market and giving it its gains. If we move on over to Germany, the DAX up by 0.61%. It's back at its 25,000 threshold and was heavily propelled by a massive volume of afternoon bids for Airbus. Airbus now up by 6.35%, which is a wonderful sign. In France, also in the green, up by nearly 1%. Most of it, of course, on luxury names stabilizing, as well as Total Energies up by 1.8%. That carried a lot of inflows and volumes. And in the UK, they are the regional leaders for the European markets today. They marched straight into a 20-week high as institutional capital rotated heavily, especially into oil and mining components. We can see Shell and BP both gaining about 0.5 and 1% respectively. So what are the main stories out of Europe in that region right now? Of course, there's going to be a little bit of aviation supply chain shakeup. All right, we've got major industrial and transport shifting that led trade cargo handler, DSV, sinking by about 7.8%. But I mentioned earlier, Airbus jumping by about 6.35%. Balancing it out, that supported German engineering blue chips in the region, as well as Eurozone industrial baseline. And the major story right now is, of course, the tariff shockwaves threatening that of the Eurozone industry. You know, it was revealed earlier today that the markets are now bracing after a White House briefing revealed plans for a 10% reciprocal tariff framework. So now all these EU manufactured goods might get a little bit more tariffs, especially what happened to Canada with the 50% tariff. That's heavily affecting that of export-dependent industrial sectors in Germany and France. So we got to watch out for that, see if that makes any headwinds moving on to the end of the week.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on, again, tariffs, energy, industrials, lots to watch out for in Europe. You can also check us out here at the same desk, same spot at 3:30 p.m. with Juan to go over the Asian market. But in the meantime, we'll go back to the midday.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, iGrow, very much. So there for 5 memberships right there from our guy. So we can go over train at his gym any day of the week, man. I believe it's in LA. So wow, that's shut the bleep and don't bother me no more answer. No, not it, bro. Why? It's not. I see what you're saying. Like, listen, if it was going to.
What did you say to him, Joey?
I said anything can happen.
Oh, it's true.
Isn't that a valid answer? Like, if it breaks 214. It can either continue to move or it's going to sell off a little bit. And if it does sell off a little bit, then you can buy more. If it decides to rip and the momentum looks like it's going to break some key pivot levels, which it is, I told you, this is a massive moment here for NVDA on the daily. Look at this resistance zone in the supply zone that I was just referring to at 213. I think if we break that, then it's off to the races to potentially go and test this high. And if we get a lower high established, then guess what? You're still in the 225 area, right? So keep an eye out on that, man. Listen, I'm pedal to the metal. I was going to say something else in regards to Adair's window to the wall segment. But anyways, aside from that, I'm full in, man. So just continue to rock and roll with it. Let's go, Tesla. I wanted to add at VWAP. We didn't. I was going on a whole spiel with Gaurav. I'm like, man, I don't know if I feel like expending that type of mental capital. Already had to go on a heel toe express this morning. So, I mean, hey, let's rock and roll and see if we can run into 1132 is going to be my primary target. By that point, I believe we will have eliminated our losses and then gone slightly green. But right now, I would just like to add more into this position, Shreve.
Yeah, man. ZCMD, we're break even on this one. It's putting in lower highs. So I'm thinking about ending this trade. I'm just trying to keep an eye on where the sellers are coming in. They're coming in at 875 now. So I have 77s on. I just get out for a break-even trade, but I want to see if it wants to come back up into 9. I don't think it will. I end the trade here. So we take it out for like a 2-3 penny loss, which is fine. Not something that I'm worried too much about on here on ZCMD. There's a lot of program selling. It is, you know, it's something that we've observed a lot, right? Where the initial resistance area, let's just say for the sake of example, was at 899. And then it becomes like 892. And then it becomes 840, whatever. So here it is, moving back into 9. Okay, you could have held it for a little bit of a winner there, but resistance again at 9. Now, let me mention a different one. This one started breaking out during the interview. I think that maybe the best trade is behind it here, ZBAO. So another Z name. So not ZCMD, but ZBAO. Shout out to the individual who I forgot. There was actually many of you that did call this one out. I didn't have eyes on it. I was trying to focus on the trade. 41 penny high, dropping into 32. Volume weighted average price just a little bit below 30, right around 29.5. It is putting in higher lows, but it's also got lower highs. So a bit of a compression pattern happening right now. I've really got nothing to do on this one. Oh, come on, ZCMD. Ripping back up into 975. Is there continuation though? 1079 limit up. Should have held that one, but I didn't like the way that this one was trading. So we forego some profits for some security there. Current area high around 975. That's where they were selling last. Exactly the high, 974. So no prints above that 974 area on ZCMD. I'm going to continue to pack the patience here. I don't want to take too many strikes on this one or too many break-even trades. Let's see if it's able to reestablish trend. Right now, it's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles off that $8, $8.50 area, which is quite bullish, right? Especially how it's holding up that old halt area, 8.15 or whatever it was. It keeps finding support there with bottoming tail candles. But I don't know. I don't think it's quite ready to go yet. Perhaps saving myself some angst. I may just wait for the breakout and then by virtue of that, of course, get a worse price. That's all right. A-day trading, you didn't like how the cookie crumbled. I didn't, Luis. No, but I got to tell you. Tell me what you think about this, Luis. Is this something that you set up a short in? Or are you looking for a breakdown, maybe below 7, maybe below 8? I know VWAP is one of your levels as well for the short, but that's substantially lowered at 4 1/3. So there's that. I think you're going to have to pack your patience there. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. ZCMD looks like it wants VWAP. Whew. VWAP is like $4.50 from here. So if it wants VWAP, it's probably going to halt multiple times along the way. So keep your eye out on that. I just want to mention a couple of names here. ONDL just broke out. So this is an ONDS leveraged ETF. High of the day goes 850. Nice flat top breakthrough 830. So you're getting a nice move there. This could come back in, test the 30s if you're looking for an entry on this one. Also, just before we go to SIA, KSCP just made a bigger move up. Now it is still below that high of day 217, but it's broken, at least for the moment, that downtrend vis-a-vis this big 5-minute candle here at 11:45. So that is something to watch as well. But I've got nothing on at the moment. I like a lot of things that could set up, but they got to set up in the right way. Let's pause for a second, send you up to see you.
CVX dropping a little bit here, a bit of a downtick. So Chevron's Pasadena refinery had a partial power outage currently on this day, triggering certain safety flares. Just keep an eye out. CVX falling a little bit, was positive on the day when I checked this. Currently, it's also positive, up 0.47%, but just falling a little bit over here on the news that Chevron's Pasadena refinery has had a partial power outage, triggering certain safety flares.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, guys, so we have a couple of things going on. We are looking to add approximately 150% to our position right here. We're posted up at 11.18s. We don't want anything more than that. Now, as for NVDA, guys, this is what I was talking about, Gaurav. Neil, I think you'll like this one there, brother. I was going to actually message you on behalf of this, but we had this nice steady downtrend, and then the downtrend actually breached, and I'm like, all right, let's see if I can get in on the retest of that and a little bit lower. But yeah, those lower highs broken, and then now you have a 1-minute candle sitting on the backside of things. So let's see if we're going to be fortunate enough to get some form of an aggressive pullback and then a retest of the high of the day. Just with the trajectory and the volume that has been displayed in this name, it would be ignorant of us not to try to look to get involved in it, because it's supporting, right? Like, as we typically say, follow it, and then sure enough, boom, as soon as it's cracked, oh my God, oh my land.
What happened?
Nothing, man. It would have been nice there. Should have just took it over there, but I was focused on this name. Focus on the names that aren't running, and then don't focus on the names that are running is apparently my MO today, Shreve, as we are right back towards the high of the day. Bro. And the volume, look at the volume step in on this sucker over here. Look at it really uptick there, guys. And this is what we talk about all the time in all seriousness, is effort and result, right? Like the volume is most definitely supporting this engulfing print right here. And we're right back towards the high of the day in the span of 4 minutes. Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity, Gaurav, on this one. And I'm still sitting in this bad boy here waiting for it to get a move back in towards the high of the day. And I'm not even sure we will. Might even form a double top. If that's the case, then it will be fortunate enough to sit on there. But a pullback through this level. So this thing is going nuts. This is an insane amount of volume. This is going to be, from a 1 minute standpoint, the largest print of the intraday session. And then I don't know what was going up on this previous one. It was displaying that it was relatively high, but this is genuine stuff here, guys. So, I mean, a big time move. Luis Suarez, I know you were looking at that.
I love that name.
Luis Suarez?
Yeah,
yeah, because that's that soccer guy, right?
Oh, my Lanta.
My Lanta. There we go, my days on that one. Starting to pull back a little bit, guys, but I don't think you can go wrong with following this volume here today on NVDA. Are you talking NVDL or your ex-NVDA? Well, they're the same thing. One is derived from the other. So if I'm looking at the actual underlying asset, I just use NVDL as my vehicle to trade it because it's a 2x leverage product. Don't get them confused.
Bro, look what happened here. This was probably one of the best outs I've had, man. I took the breakout trade through 10. Look at this. Pops up into 11. Loses the trend into 7.5. I got the hell out of there at 960. So we did end up losing 30 cents per share on that one. But wow, ZCMD.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to have to steer clear of this one because I figured, yeah, $8 a level, breakout level. No, the shorts were just waiting to hunt you if you took that breakout there. But watch out, guys. ZCMD, Bamboozler in Chief, it is certainly not that one that we had yesterday. You can tell that right from the get-go. So things are a light bunch right now. If we're not going to trade ZCMD, we're really only looking at KSCP, ONDL. ADBV was okay, but this is also continuing to put in a downtrend. And then ZBAO. I mean, you lost VWAP, you lost the 10. You're trying to put in a hammer candle now to reclaim trend, but that ain't the look. So as it stands, I got nothing to trade because I won't be trading ZCMD. Unless something fundamentally changes, it breaks out through 11, catches a bid. Clearly, it's not ready to go now. I'm telling you, VWAP on ZCMD, you might be right, brother. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just thinking it's probably going to halt multiple times. Given the halt parameters on the way down, it's not going to be a straight line to 450, but you're absolutely right. It could see 450. They usually do at some point in time. Here comes ADVB, though. This one is moseying up into another area high. It just took out the candle at 1130. That was the local area high into 1176. It's showing you 44s, 95s. Limit up is 27s. It has trouble with 12. It's had trouble with 12 all day. It got to 13, 17. That is the high. But once it failed it at the 1030 candle, 12 has been an elusive level. It's up big. It's up 67, 68%. So will be on a lot of people's radars. The volume profile is okay. 12.75 million shares traded on a $12-ish name by around noon. It's not bad. The spread is wide, 10 pennies. That is the main problem with this one. Down goes ADBV into 3/4. This guy. And it could see 1150 soon. KSCP, I see it. Purple Drank, I see it. 213, 217 high. I've got that on my radar. It's a bit of a slower mover. KSCP, thank you though for pointing that out. Astute call by you. But right now, I was preoccupied with ADBV because it did take out area highs. And again, that area high is the candle on the 5 at 1130, the high of which was 1136. This current candle high, the 1155 candle on the 5, has a high of 1191. Now, I did see 95 come in on the ask, but I guess that wasn't registered there on the time and sales, so that is not the high of the candle. So that's all I've got at the moment. We're gonna keep a close tab on all these names, but for the moment, Joey, I'm not punching into anything right now.
All right, man. I like the sounds of that. No need to force anything or any form of setup. A little bit of a pullback there. Double top on the 5-minute here on NVIDIA. I know we've been talking about this name quite often, and the position that I'm looking to double up in. So you can see that we're slightly ITM on this bad boy. And I mean, we just want to add more for that potential move into the high of the day. And this is what I was getting at. We'll get in. Oh, so I already had it up here. I know Adair brought it to you guys bright and early this morning. Wow, what a flush city there on Tesla. Filling that order. Oh, now you want to fill the order, Sharif. All right, I see how it is. Alphabet here today, guys, on the earnings report. Let's pull it up and see what we got going on. Keep my eyes on this Tesla trade. Hopefully, we can break through, absorb some liquidity, and then head towards that HOD. But I believe, Adara, what we were talking about here this morning, relatively close expected moves here within Google and Tesla. That is, 5.7%. I mean, if you go into the actual date, it says 3.7%, but relatively close to what we're seeing on Tesla, around 4.9. And I was telling Gaurav this, man, we got to be careful because usually what we see is about 5.3. So things are starting to change now after the open, and sure enough, it will, leading into where we're actually looking at the earnings print themselves. So we'll keep an eye out, and we'll go through a couple more names momentarily, but that expected move and what we're looking for here, if you're via options trader, is that you want to exceed those expected moves unless you're writing those short straddles, which you wanted to stay within those, and then you can collect the maximum amount of premium. But aside from that, we're looking for it to break and then maybe make a move. Sharif and I both discussing the fact that Tesla is at the exact same levels that it was at half a decade ago. Right, so it makes it a little bit more tougher of a scenario or investment, that is, and I'm hoping that SpaceX doesn't fall into it. I can't wait for this name's earnings report. I think it is the most anticipated public company now, never mind what NVDA has, because over the past 4 quarters, we've been staying inside that expected move. Blowout numbers, but the stock doesn't really move. That could change, right? As soon as you're expecting something different, the market will slap you around with something else, Sharif, and do the complete opposite. But there it goes, off to the races, man. There must be something involving Tesla and or Google with this name, because it's going absolute parabolic, and it's a complete buy program right now. It's not even comical. Like, off to the races it goes. This is beautiful stuff for all of our our NVDA shareholders. Head over to our watch list momentarily, as we unfortunately are in now a 1-minute downtrend here on TSLA. Seen this on the previous report. So if it really starts to pick up Momo to the downside, we get out of dodge on that bad boy.
Oh, you know what's interesting?
What's that?
I know Tesla is not just a pure EV play. I get that, right?
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to make a comparison between Tesla's price, Tesla's valuation or price at the height of the pandemic, when the EV names had their strongest time, I think, ever, and then compared where Tesla is now relative to where those EV companies are.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So from a value standpoint?
No, just from a trend standpoint within the sector, right?
Oh,
now,
okay.
I get that Tesla is not just a pure electric vehicle company. They've got many different things, robotics, autonomy. They've got, of course, Optimus now, and a lot of different things are priced in. Take, for example, Polestar, for example, or take Lucid, take Rivian, whichever one you want. You know, Rivian used to be a $150 stock, right? Yeah, right? So that's the thing, right? So I get it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it is a little eye-opening to see where the EV companies, EV names were in the height of 21, and where they are now, where Tesla was in 21, where it is now.
These guys came to, it looks like Rivian came a little bit too late to market.
Sorry, I stand corrected, $190.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was a little bit late to the dance, I think, on this one.
Well, it came to market during the height, and then you know what happened.
That's right. So you want to be positioned, like you want to be in the market before COVID, before everyone was sitting at home. Punching keys and just like, imagine how easy it was back then, man. Crazy stuff. And then what was another name? Lucid. I mean, in comparison, like, hey, man, like if you're like, say, it's like, hey, man, if we're gonna crap on the EV names, I see what you're getting at now. It's just like, okay, well, look at every other single one. It's not even close.
But BYD really included in that. BYD, some people would say the king of the EVs.
Yeah.
Because clearly it has more deliveries than Tesla now.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close.
That's the way it is. ZCMD could be on a breakout. Here comes 10 again. Trade this one carefully. 1082 limit up. We're going to see it for happening now. The Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's check the levels of what's going on with the 3 major averages. The SPY is currently in the green, up 0.14% at the moment. You have the triple Qs. That's a bit towards the downside. I would say almost flattish on the day, just tilting more towards the red. The Dow is up 0.32% with the IWM down, inching close to 0.70%. So two tickers that I want to take a look at right now. RDDT, that's Reddit, has been down since earlier in the day. Also pre-market, it's currently sliding over 9%. You had that news. The Wall Street Journal had reported that we'll discuss further in depth in the news segment that Reddit has discussed shutting off Google's access to its content for AI use. And we're also going to take a look at DAL here, Delta Airlines. So on this headline, the stock didn't move as much, but just something to take a note of is that Delta Cargo introducing a new 5-day flexible date search feature in its booking system. Currently, you have DAL that's down on the day, 0.35%, very minuscule, just something to take a note of. Before we head back to trading, let's send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much there, Sia. Look, everyone talks about sometimes in the morning, it's choppy, getting chopped up on this or that. Well, if you find yourselves looking like you're in, Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee just sitting up there taking on 100 dudes at the same time, and you feel like you're one of the bros that just one at a time is getting slapped around by him, you know what you could do? You could wait till he's gone and you're facing someone else. And that's part of the problem with the opening part of the opening range, is you will typically have two markets where the open can chop it up or a crazy trend, and sometimes your strategy or what you're looking for requires behavior to be different. I was actually thinking about that NVIDIA, what Joe was saying a little bit. So NVDL is what led me to this. And I'll get to what the symbol I wanted to talk about. But oftentimes it's like when something changes in the market from the pattern it's in is the time to engage. Now, Joe was referencing, obviously, look at all the volume in NVIDIA or NVDL in this particular case. I'm only saying this because this is what he brought up. I could show NVIDIA, it's going to be the same thing. When it broke out of this pullback range, right, like channel down, when it takes that out, it's just right back into the high and channel up. When it was bouncing, yesterday's resistance, VWAP, once this starts to break out, it's just acceleration. It's different behavior that you want to look for. And another reason I came across this was, look at Oracle. Now, this is one of my favorite setups is if you're bearish on something to look for a false break. Oracle does the false break of the prior day high, and it's setting up for a short, but it needs to put in another higher low and then another higher low, and then right here, it breaks the trend, and then it's different behavior, and you're shorted under VWAP for continuation. Another name which could have gone either direction, and I'll admit, I was looking for it to go in the upside from this, was Lucid. Like Lucid was setting up. It was a breakout from prior highs. There's your top. I wanted it to hold a higher low and then start doing all this good stuff above VWAP. It doesn't. It immediately fails VWAP. So that's a two-way trade. It loses VWAP, ends up in a false break of the prior high, and it turns into a short. You get different behavior from the open at this point when it's off the bid. If it holds VWAP here and then continues higher, then you're still working with something that can be a long. But once it loses VWAP, it's like, okay, no, it's the other thing. And like my man Marlowe says in one of my favorite scenes of all time, you want it to be one way? You want it to be one way? Well, it's the other way. And it's one of the most, it's a poignant line. Now, Marlowe, like that dude is cold-blooded. He's the most pure evil character in The Wire. You watch it, you'll understand that. But he's so right about it. It doesn't matter whether he's right or wrong. The reality of the situation for the gentleman he was talking to was, the world should be the way that he wanted to see it. He should have been respected in that moment. The gangster shouldn't win and be able to say and do whatever he wants in that particular moment. But it doesn't matter. That's not how it is. And it's the same thing when you get what's going on at that open, where you get a fail break and then you get those lower highs. I can want it to hold this and then turn into that consolidation and breakout like NVIDIA, but it doesn't. It loses VWAP. NVIDIA could have been a fail break of the high too, but what happens when it gets to VWAP? It puts in a higher low and then it breaks out the top. If NVIDIA loses VWAP in here and continues to lower highs, that can turn into a short as well once you're outside of that opening range. It's the willingness to accept what you've been told in the opening range and then just proceed from there regardless of what your bias was. And if your bias is making you too stubborn to go in the other direction, then just at least get away from it at a bare minimum. And we often talk about the opening range and sometimes setting up the best opportunities. Some people call it the first half an hour or so. Maybe it's a little bit longer or shorter than that for you. But oftentimes, what I know is if you ignore when it changes behavior from that first 30 minutes to the next section, you're probably doing so at your peril at a minimum, or you're just missing out on a fantastic opportunity, which may have gone against your own thesis. So you can want it to be one way all you want, but sometimes it's the other way. I'm going to finish it off by telling you the lunch. This is a bit of a weird one for lunch because I'm on the no tilapia menu. So I ended up with like some ground beef and some rice and some vegetables. It's just a pile of ground beef, rice, and vegetables. It's a very plain lunch, but at least it's not tilapia, which I don't even understand how it was tilapia twice in the same week. Well, Darren just walked past, she's like, it's tilapia? Well, I saw tilapia on Rob's plate, and I'm like, okay, good, because I got the beef, so thankfully we don't have to sit through that. Last time we got salmon, so at least we get to switch it up. But it's very, very bland. That's all I have to say about the lunch. Good luck to everyone that's in that NVIDIA. That thing is an absolute barn burner today. This market, it'll chop you up completely flat on the NASDAQ, but it is a bit of a recovery. Let's see if it can push through some of those highs. Always listen when the market's trying to tell you something.
All right, guys. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. All right, guys, we got our substan. Now
What
we're
happened,
in.
Joey?
This is the largest position of the day, Sharif.
Of ever.
No, not of ever. No, of the day of what is today, the 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Of July. Yeah, it's the largest position of the 22nd of July. Let's see if we can break. And I'm telling Gord, man, this is painstaking. The jitters. I'm like, Sharif, I got too much caffeine in my system. Only had one today, but no, in all seriousness, we're looking for this pivot to break, and it's just truly not doing so. There's a difference, and if you really hone in and focus on the price action itself, you'll be able to identify what's strong. I mean, this sounds so obvious, but when you get into the nitty-gritty and the detail, is that when you see a specific underlying in a steady uptrend, and every time it dips lower, it's immediately met at the ask, okay? And buyers step right in and push price higher, and this will help you identify strength. We're not seeing that right now. It's being a prolonged buy. So what happens is it sells off. The sellers have the ability to push price a little bit lower, and then minutes later, not like within that specific candle itself, you're seeing the buyers start to step back in. So what I'm looking for here is that somebody's going to get, as Sharif would say, decimated. Someone's going to lose this battle, and for some, I want to...
They're going to kill him, Joey.
Andril style over here, Sharif.
Autonomous.
Yeah, autonomous. Let's see what he's got going on here, because I'm about to autonomy over there and find out who keeps pushing price down here in Tesla. No, but in all seriousness, what we do have going for us is clearly a supply zone at 378, but we're holding an uptrend. Now, which one is going to give first? I don't like the fact that we had a strong morning opening drive and then we were met by some pretty hefty defense, bone flush, and we have yet had the ability to reclaim this high of the day. This is the key moment. NASDAQ's at the high of the day, and some of the other Mag 7 peers are at the high of the day, and we have Tesla. Now let's look at it from a bigger picture. Look where we're sitting. Again, we talk about this. It's not to crap on the company, but it is back at levels that it was a half a decade ago. All right? So now we're in this downtrend and we haven't broken it. So, I mean, we may not be putting ourselves in the right place at the right time, but let's hold on and let's not get too ahead of ourselves to see if this downtrend breaks. Once VWAP is broken and held to the sell side, then the thesis may be invalid.
Brother Rajarayan, or however your name is pronounced, you got to cool it with the spamming, brother. I don't want to ding you. I don't want to time you out, but you're kind of, I get meta reversal. We're going to read it out so you can, okay. Ram just, she doesn't wait, right?
Yeah,
I was going to wait, but Ram didn't wait, right?
Get him out of there.
Okay, sorry. All right.
Oh, Anna.
What happened?
Okay, Anna got the 1.8K. Who's that?
You don't know who Anna Kournikova is?
No.
Okay, I'm ancient, but that's fine. It's fine. Neil, you remember Anna Kournikova? Yes. No, well, Adara.
He was with Enrique Iglesias for years and years and years, and I
didn't know that.
an Enrique fan in my youth. So yeah, shout out to Anna.
I know Korolova.
In your youth, Adira, you're like in your 20s. I wouldn't say that you're
I know Korolova. Do you know? Do you know Korolova?
I don't. Is she a tennis player?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is she?
A DJ.
A DJ.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Man, did you hear about Black Coffee? Ripped it up here, man. Everybody was going to this guy's concert.
Black Coffee?
Yeah. You know about the DJ? I thought you were into that.
No. I've been to one rave in my life.
Anyway, all my friends went.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't go.
Oh.
But it was supposed to be pretty good. I think they did it on the island too, so it was nice.
That's always a good time.
Yeah, it was pretty good. All right, man. Scott H, I like that.
Scotty.
I met and got a pie. What? Like literally, right? Like we're not talking metaphor here or innuendo or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to my man Scott H there. Guys, we're in ADBV right now. We're looking for a move into 12. And we've got 43s on. It's zigging, it's zagging. It's above the 10 EMA. It's having trouble closing above 1150. It does wick up into the 60s, the 70s. I do get the beak wet there, but I'm not looking for this trade just to be, a range beak wetting trade. I'm looking for it to move above 12, man. So let's hurry up, ADBV. No, I'm kidding, of course. Let's see how this one trades. I do want to defend into 11. There it goes into 75, 81. Do we have a breakout on our hands? The answer is no. Look at the spread opening up. 81 on the bid, 51 on the ask. That's criminal. There it goes into 12. Give me my money, man. Let's go. Into 1190, fails. Again, down into 2/3. Looking for a little bit more. We've got a beak wetter there north of 12 to test liquidity to see if it can actually print anything above the level, something I often do with small share size. Let's pause. Let's send it up to the big desk.
Yeah, I have some intel here on the Clarity Act, and this is coming from reports from Eleanor Tarrant. I've mentioned her before. She's pretty well known and pretty well respected in the space. Crypto journalist here, posts a lot on X. Crypto America is where she's a journalist and host for. So basically, she's saying there were a couple changes, I guess, here in the new updated version of the Clarity Act released by Senate Republicans. Now, the biggest things here, I think, is the ethics package. This was negotiated recently with Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, and Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio, both of whom are known for their crypto knowledge and enthusiasm. So apparently this ethics package does not have sign off from any Democratic senators yet, but it'll ban in part the president, vice president, members of Congress, federal judges, and other officials and spouses from issuing or sponsoring digital assets during their time in office. It also requires officials that are covered by those provisions to either sell their crypto holdings and investments or place them in a blind trust, or both. There's going to be a lot more oversight here in terms of members of government owning crypto. Again, this has not yet been fully approved, but keep an eye on the crypto space as we hear these reported elements of the new Senate Republican-backed Clarity Act revisions. Back to you.
So I just showed Joey Anna Kournikova, and I want to show her in her youth, right? So I put age 25, and then like the first thing he said, "Do you guys agree with this? She looks like Jennifer Lawrence." I don't agree with that. But
pull the picture back up.
Should I pull up? Hold on. Let me just resolve this trade because we did get a beak wet above 12, Joey. So we got 12.01, and the current candle high is 12.03. I have 11.41 on. It's stair-stepping up, but there's a ton of resistance between 11.5 and 12, and it continues to be that way. However, that's the bad side of the equation. What's the good side? Well, if there is one, we're putting it in a bit of an upward channel. Ever since testing that $9.75, $10 area between 10.50 and 11.10, we have been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Do we reach 13? 13.17 is the high of the day. That's why I mentioned it. I don't know, but I'm still looking at defending the 10 EMA at the 5, which is 11.25. So I had my DCA plan, DCA that is, right at, oh wow, this thing is losing it in a hurry. Here it is. Probably should add here. Yeah, there we go. We're going to add into there, Joey. That gives me a lower cost basis into 37, and it moves up right back into 42. Anything below, what's it called? $11, I'm going to have to stop out because that would be a loss of trend. But I'm looking at defending the 10 EMA, as I just mentioned. So let's see if we can mosey on up there, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. New high of the day here with NVDA 214.06. Man, this thing is going absolutely nuts. Tell us what you got going on there, Goggles. Yeah, man, oh man. Today is, it's been a different one. I don't know, like, again, I hate complaining about this stuff, but it's really grinding my gears right now as I'm just sitting in this trade, and there's no reason for me to get out. It's just not doing anything. Like, break through the resistance. Like I told you, this is the most amount of size. It just doesn't want to go, but yet the rest of the market is moving higher and higher. It's like a mosquito when you're sleeping in your room. It's just like, man, it's like, man, oh man, I don't know. And there it goes. It's gonna break. Like, there it goes. It breaks. Okay, yeah. Just the more that I talk about it, you can see that I'm getting frustrated. I'll take a small W on this, and I'm removing it from my chart because I am really starting to get agitated. So I have to find something else. Maybe again, it's too far for me to trade NVDL, but it's just so frustrating. Okay, as of now, I'm going to stop complaining about it and stop letting it get to me. I just need to find something to put on the other side chart here. How are the banks doing today? Let's get this hot garbage over here. Yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, you can see it on my face. Like, I was really starting to just, I don't know why, man. It's just one of those days where I'm just
Look what Neil said to you in the chat, bro.
What did he say?
You read that NVDL tape like a book, bro.
I know. I don't know why I'm not in that one here when I'm over here messing around with Tesla. I don't know why I make decisions like that. It's just pour a little bit more salt in the old wound there. As for the SPY and some of the banks, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Up 1% on JPM. Oh, Sharif, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Almost all-time highs here in JPM. That's a pretty good look there, guys. Only a fraction of a percentage off of that level there. And then we're not too far as we continue to creep. Like, what an absolute monster day in some of these other names. We had a strong session in the memory storage. How are we performing today? Robinhood down a percentage point, and C3AI, I don't even know why we're talking about that. But Ondas putting in a big-time session, 10% to the top side, man. One of the better performers on our chart. And Sharif was also mentioning Dell. Look at Dell up 10 1/3. SMCI still holding on to strength, up 26%. Let's go, man. Keep smuggling those chips to China, and sure enough, you can get a nice session like this. I mean, it is crazy, but it is what it is, man. Google up about 0.4% here. Let's send it over to the desk.
We're going to start the small cap by taking a look at 3 tickers. So first one being HTZ right now. Hertz Global Holdings, that's up above 9%, trying to position itself as the backbone of the robotaxi business. So this company, Hertz, has recently launched a new business unit called Oro Mobility to manage and service a range of fleets, including ride sharing as well as autonomous vehicles. So there's a statement coming in from the CEO of the company, Gail West, who's told Axios that we're not a tech company, nor should we be, but we've got 100 years of experience owning and managing large fleets. So that's that. We're going to also take a look at QMLS here, down over 28% on the day. Cumulus AI has signed an $18 million 2-year take-or-pay agreement to supply NVIDIA with Blackwell B300 nodes to a GPU cloud marketplace used by AI teams in more than 100 regions worldwide. And finally, RGEN, Repligen Corporation, will be buying BioLife Solutions for $1.5 billion. The stock is up just a bit over 2%.
Got out of that.
I want to mention something quick.
Yeah, for sure. Good. I just want to say, how did okay. All right, yeah, I mean, I took a loss somehow on that Tesla trade, but it started to sell off a little bit there. So, yeah, that's it. We're done with that name.
All right, guys, ZCMD is about to take out $11. Be careful. Here comes. It's breaking out again. It's got higher lows. It's got higher highs. $11 resistance. It's had issues with 11 all day. But the individual in the chat, who was that, was asking there about Oracle. I did see this, and this wasn't a good headline. I'm just trying to see who it is. The Bruce, yes, I have this headline here. Estee Lauder discloses data breach from Oracle EBS hack. So that's not something that you really want to be known for. So ORCL below VWAP right now at about 125, 126 and change. That's what I see here. You can screenshot it if you want. Read the article there. Estee Lauder discloses data breach from Oracle EBS. I did see some other headlines today from, I think there was an OpenAI headline. Does this have anything to do with Oracle? Let me just see here. No. Oh, it does. OpenAI's approach to Stargate has changed. Originally conceived. No, it's not. It's not something with that. So that's all I see with respect to that. There was some earlier stuff. Elizabeth Warren, OpenAI. No, No, it's just maybe some OpenAI adjacent news. Cloud spending $750 billion, this, that, and the other, but nothing really to write home about there. So, and we're going to be talking about OpenAI at some point. I don't know if C is going to put it on the news, but I'm going to speak about it anyway because Altman took to X yesterday to disclose that they had an incident with one of their latest models, and it hacked. It was supposed to be kind of enclosed into a sandbox, if you know what the term means. Essentially, you're trying to block out the program that you're running so it doesn't go on the internet, it's just in that kind of very constrained environment, and you set up the parameters for that environment. So it broke out of the sandbox. It figured a way to get internet access, and then it went haywire. It hacked into Hugging Face. I'll give you my opinion on it later, but in any event, Altman yesterday taking to X, and I read the entire little play-by-play that OpenAI published, which is interesting because it shows that, at least with the article that OpenAI released, it shows you that their latest models really are possibly here discovering new software vulnerabilities that haven't been caught by Mythos and by Fable and by some of the other frontier models. So I think that Altman was doing a little advertising there for his company while he was disclosing that breach. So I don't think Altman is putting some stuff out there so people think it's real AI is close. It's exactly what I was going to say. PSI Vert 1984, that was my suspicion as well. I think OpenAI is definitely hurting for some positive news lately, and I think that certainly would have helped them a little bit. But that's just my take there. I don't have any evidence. Georgie, 22, he dropped 10 Trader TV Live memberships, Blunder Corp, Crypto Monster 8885, Brud Bond, El Captain 6248, M Jassani, and Gil Navarro Roaring 2020s, love that. Caden Your something, and Jookhead, Yankee Frankly, Bullish Signals, all of you guys got free Trader TV Live memberships. And so you can mosey on over now to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. Super simple. Just, click whatever link you have there and mosey on over here. And then you'll see the tabs on the top. Home, video, shorts, live. Click posts. Mosey on down. Right there, it says members only. You're only going to see that if you're a member. Click read more, and you can get my morning note every single morning. Let's see what the Tesla TA was today. So Tesla trading at 376 with a high of 380 and a low of 374. Oh boy, look at this. 380, immediate resistance. 375, first support. So right off the bat, the note got it. Now the trading plan. Watch whether Tesla can reclaim 380 to 385. Failed. 380.17. Following earnings. Holding above those levels could trigger momentum buying, while losing 375 may invite another round of selling. What's the low? 374.93. The morning note got that one bang on. So shout out to the morning note. Get your morning note every single morning, 7:30, 7:45. That's when it's put out, Joe.
All right, let's see if we can find something else here. I don't see anything at all that I like, so it just might be one of those days, Wednesday, where it's just after 2 o'clock, we just get out of here and just go I literally will go kick rocks right now, to be honest with you. Lockheed Martin, Carvana, Hims, eBay, Chewy, some of these names, a lot of red across the boards, a little positivity like TKO Holdings, not doing too bad. I believe we got a price target increase here today. And then also, what is it, Alibaba? So some of these ADRs not looking too horrible here today. A nice little recovery, especially there on the weekly. A nice bounce off of that $90 low all the way up to $123. CrowdStrike now down to 187. Watch out for this, man. Down 14% off of the highs. Pan W down 2% today, but not as much. I don't think it's down as much off of the all-time highs as CrowdStrike is. Only 9.25 there. And then we have Zscaler, a name. Has it found any form of a bottom just yet? close. I mean, 118 gets an uptick up to 154, but the bigger time frame and picture is a little bit more difficult to look at. Now, as for some of the memory names, I know we're all about DRAM and Western Digital and SanDisk. A quiet one here today. I don't know if this is going to be the one where the move that we just completely snap this downtrend and then maybe go and test the highs. It may take a little bit more, but also heading into earnings season, right? So I think a lot what the hyperscalers are up to are going to determine the next potential move within these names. We know the bottleneck's there, and it's going to be there for the next couple of years.
Bang.
It's just a matter of maybe so the big question for me, I think, during this earnings report is Amazon, Google, Meta, and whoever, but Microsoft, CapEx, are we increasing? Is it remaining flat? Or are they going to cool it down? I think that's going to be a massive teller of where we go in the near future, that is. Adara or C, what do you have?
Yeah, just be aware, guys. We are at this point just waiting for this AMD keynote to begin. Again, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We are expecting this keynote to kick off. I will keep you guys posted as to what occurs. Apparently, this keynote is now actually happening tomorrow, so just be aware here, guys. If we get it, I'll keep you posted. I was initially seeing Wednesday. Now I'm seeing Thursday. Stay posted. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Sites. Iran threatens energy sites. Okay, I don't know if this is old or not. If U.S. hits power plants, that's being reported by Tansim. All right, well, fantastic. That's going to be a nice expansion there of the conflict. Yeah, I don't have anything right now, guys. I got to tell you. Sitting here without much to trade because nothing's really giving me the signal. So we're going to sit on our hands and just pack the patience here. I do have a dip trade on ADBV at 1088. I feel like this is an ascending wedge pattern. I could be wrong. It's got a lot of resistance at 12, so I'm going to bottom pick. And I thought, I'm looking at 1088. Let's see if that picks up. Chain Reactor, F3C. Palantir. Is it over, boys? Is it time to get out since the correction news? Let's have a look at the TA, man. Let's bring in the side chart over here. Pardon me. Oh, where's my side chart, Joey? Oh, I think it's over here. Oh, little weasel. It went on the other screen. You see that, Assassino? It ran away from me, brother. PLTR. Let's have a look, brother. Let's flip to the 4 hours so we can get a bit of a wider time frame. Okay, so we're very much in that consolidative range. Take a look at how much we've been interacting with that $135 area, a little above it, a little bit below it, right? What I don't like, though, so in a range since maybe April, maybe even before, actually, let's just say from February onwards. But this is the bigger trend. Look at this, the lower highs, right? We got that area high. I think that's all-time highs, if I'm not mistaken, back in November. Lower high, lower high, lower high. So that is the problem. And by the same token, you can connect those lower lows as well. So a bit of a downward channel on Palantir. All right, let's flip to the daily. And the daily doesn't look a whole lot better. You can even move up that trend line a little bit to connect a little bit cleaner. So that downtrend is very much, I would say, why is my Palantir only start in December of 2024? Does that happen to you as well? What the hell, belly?
Because it switched from the NYSE to the NASDAQ.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Adara. That's right. Well, why doesn't it show me the previous price action? What am I supposed to do with that? 125 could be an interesting support level. In fact, it's shown to be multiple areas of support, despite the fact that it lost it over here. Let me make my case here. 125 resistance, 1, 2, 3, 125 support. Again, 4, 125 support. Loses it. Oh, no, right back above 125. So that 125 area, key level, at least on the daily. I mean, your question still remains, right? Is it time to get out? Well, the downtrend is prevalent here. So unless you have some sort of thesis that we take out 160 again decisively, I'd say, yeah, take some profits. And if it regains trend by putting an upward channel, have at it. But right now, it's an unmistakable downward channel. We're going to pause. We're going to go to see it for Sector Watch.
The SPY is currently up 0.21%. Let's take a look at what is going on with the market right now, starting with electric tech of NVIDIA up 3%, Apple towards the downside, 1% here. Sorry about that. You have AVGO up 2.2%, Micron flat on the day with INTC also flat on the day. We have names like AMD up 2%. We have news on AMD. Stay here, don't go anywhere for the news segment. Cisco up 0.69%. You have GE, RTX, SNDK, ANET up considerably. Sorry about that. But if you compare it with yesterday's rally, I would say not that much of a surprise here. Dell currently up 10.4% as well. Marvell up over 2.5% with TXN up 1.4%. Tech services, you have Google flat on the day. Meta down 2.3%. Microsoft down 2.2% with Oracle also sliding further down. Palantir down more than 4.5%. Netflix, however, not a bad look because you can see all the names in this sector in the red, a bit bearish here. Netflix is standing considerably strong, up 2% on the day. PANW down 2.2% with IBM also sliding towards the downside. In finance, we have a couple of names. BRKB, MasterCard, Visa, all trading flat at the moment. BAC, I would say up 1% almost on the day, nothing too crazy with JPM also up very close to 8%. You have MS up over 1%, inching closer to 1.5%, and GS also up 1.3%. However, in finance, you have Coin. I'm trying to find Coin at the moment. Sorry, give me 1 second. Anyways, Coin settled the US SEC with the US SEC over the FOIA lawsuit. I am very sorry. My eyes, I need glasses. Retail trade, you have Amazon down over 1%, Walmart down over 1% as well, Costco also down very close to 1%, Home Depot, TJX, however, trading flat at the moment. You have producer manufacturing. We had GEV report earlier before the bell rang. We'll discuss technicals in the new segment, but it's currently down 7% on the day. You have other names like AMAT, LRCX, technically flat, but tilting a bit towards the red. CAT up 1.3%. Consumer non-durables, you have Coca-Cola, PG, PM all up, with PM also reporting before the bell today, up 3.6%. PEP flat at the moment. You have energy minerals, XOM, CVX up on the day. XOM is up over 1.5%. Health tech, Lilly down 1.2%. J&J up 2%. That's a good look over here for J&J. ABBV flat at the moment with MRK trading a bit above 1% mark. Consumer durables, Tesla super flat on the day with GM up 4.5% and Ford up over 8%. Health services, consumer services, transportation, and process industries with commercial. Lots of mixed sentiment over here. I'm seeing a lot of names trying to catch up, but currently just trading flat. Nothing crazy going on over here. And finally, we have consumer non-durables. I covered this sector. I'm going to take a look at communications. You have T that also reported pre-market today. They're up 2.8%. We'll discuss technicals in the news segment. TMS flat, VZ up over 1%. Echo also trading flat at the moment. And finally, health services, you have UNH lagging a bit, down 0.73%. And DGX, the only name a little bit in the green in this sector, up very less, tilting towards the green. Every other name trading either in the red or a little bit flat. Finally, non-energy, you have NEM and FCX up over 3%. And that's all for your sector watch.
Your boy Joey Options is looking at a small cap. I like that. Get it, Adam. My man, Adam James, frickin' abroad. ADBV. Boom. Right into the high. We took this one with you, Adam. Right when I saw the decisive break of 12, I punched in like a degen. No, because 12 had been the elusive level all day. I only wish I got my 1088s because I did have a resting order there south of 11 because that's where it keeps finding support. There it goes into area highs, 87s. There has been a lot of selling in the high 80s. I kept yelling to Joey, watch out, 88 seller, right? And there it keeps selling into that area. Now, the thing is, it does show 90s on the ask, but I don't actually see 90s coming in on the time and sales. So that is a bit of an elusive level. So I think we're looking at 13 in the same way here that we looked at 12. So shout out to my man, Adam James abroad. He had the patience, the compunction, and the money to punch into ADBV. Shout out to my man, doing it live, of course, in Vancouver Island. Don't tell him he's in Vancouver City, though, because, you know, he doesn't like that.
City.
Right. Although I saw that he did make his way over to the city there, you know. He took the ferry. From the island to the city.
To Horseshoe Bay?
I don't know actually where he went, man.
That's most likely the route.
That's most likely the route, eh? All right. All in ADBV. Get it, Ozan. Joe's right. I was out, but I got back in. That's my man. All right. So here's what we're looking at, guys. We're looking at ADBV right now, okay? And I want to hold a 12. So if it comes in to test 12, we're looking to pick some up, man. So let's go ahead, put in maybe a dip trade here near 12 bucks, give or take. Let's see what we get on that one. I also should mention that KSCP also made a high of the day. It got into 222, so be on the lookout here. But I also want to come back to ADBV for a second. If this one breaches 13 or gets into that 13 area, don't forget that we failed 13 initially, 13, 17 high. I would also be looking for possibly that kind of same accumulation at 13 that we saw at 12. Like, look at what it did with 12. I mean, it was basically ranging there from 11.55 to the breakout at 12.30. All the pops into 12 rejected. And I'll submit to you probably even before that, 11.30, it was making its attempts into 12. So ADBV should be in focus here for the small cap gapper incline because God knows there's really not much else. So that's a look, Joe.
All right, good stuff here. Yeah, we got our eyes on this name as well, too. I mean, I just figured, I was like, all right, I didn't want to film me right here. I'll get into a little bit, just wait for this pullback. And then this is where we have the majority of our size. So this is going to be a big factor in the determiner of where our day is going to be headed for the remainder. Now, I'm focused on some of this small cap momentum. Let's see if we can get ADVB to get rocking and rolling here for us. And then sure enough, off to the races we can go. I probably had an unhealthy amount of shares on initially, and then I came to the realization and to my senses that I probably shouldn't do that because just in case it did pull back multiple cents pretty quick, it would not be good, and we don't want to do that whatsoever. So we'll post up here. You can see we're at the lower end of the range here on NVDL. If this gets rocking, if we get that fill and then we get it, 30, 40 cent pop, there it is. All right, let's go.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah,
boom, I'm with you, bro, on that. Boom, man, we got 56.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't fail, man.
Give me my damn money. Let's
Don't
go.
fail.
Watch
Keep
out.
going,
Watch
man.
out for the failure.
He's decimated,
that's the thing,
Sharif. He's decimated.
Oh, my days.
All right,
there it
that's
goes.
what I'm talking about, my boy. Oh,
Boom.
yes, sir. Just
Limit
like
up
that.
1402. Limit up 1402.
Don't forget, this is your boy, Joey O, in the house, just like that. After a session where it was just super duper frustrating, one trade, and so, oh no, I
Bro,
bought
you're
way too
a
many.
dollar in the money. Relax, man.
I bought
Relax.
too many.
You're fine. No,
I'm good. Yeah, we
You're a
crushed
dollar
that.
in the money,
That was
man.
absolutely monstrous. We crushed that.
Attaboy,
Remove the
Joey.
order on that bad boy. I don't even have it up on the chart.
Get it, Joey. 1433, limit up.
You know what Conor McGregor once
What does he
said,
say,
right?
Joey?
Surprise, surprise, the king is back. No, I'm joking, man. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We'll pull that up here on this one. That was a nice little momentum.
Bro. That was a good look.
Who is that? ADBV. Yeah, dude. If
Yeah.
I had the amount of shares in which I originally punched on, it would have been an unhealthy amount, to be honest with you. And
Well, I think
it's
you
just
probably
not
would have
good.
been like jumping around, right?
Yeah. I would have to probably.
Remember House of Pain? Do you know
would
House
get-
of Pain? Jump around.
I did. Sia or Adair would have to fill in for me.
Bro,
or
House
something
of
like
Pain
that.
is like before.
What is this
both of them
ticker
were-
that I'm trying to type in here? ABVD. Yeah, that was a big time move, man.
1456
We're happy
limit
about
up.
that, and we held through that. So now all we need, bang! Look at that punch. As soon as the Momo steps in, where'd you get in? You get on the Momo. I seen the volume.
I had a bit of a bet. I had a really good price.
I
man.
seen
I had
the
12 and a half.
I seen the tape hit,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, bang, off to the races we go. We punch, we get in at a pretty good price, and then I was like, no, I can't take it all off. I have to try to ride this this train a little bit longer, a nice little move. Now we're just kind of in a bad position with NVDL, so if this gets any strong upticks, maybe we just eliminate it and just relax a little bit. We're going to hop into the news in a matter of moments, and it's probably best off if I do so, right? Because you guys seen that. I'm full disclosure, man. I'm human too.
Oh.
So I have those days where I get to. Yeah, well, I know, right? It's crazy to think.
That's Miami Dave. It is actually House of Pain as well. Here's the video, man. Jump Around by House of Pain, 1992. So very, very old.
A little bit.
But I don't know if, which you're talking about there.
Size.
But it is by House of Pain. So 1416 high, Joey, right now on ADBV. But this one already came in and tested 13. So you could already have some 13, low 13 holders right now that are defending that level. I'm going to keep a close eye on it. I want to see exactly what this one does. It's up 93%. By the way, ZCMD bleeding its own blood down.
There it goes.
And there
There
the
it
other
goes.
one
Look
goes
at
to the
that.
high side options, man. 1471 limit up on this one, but there it goes back above 14. Does it have the juice to hold 14? What are you seeing on your side, bro?
Yeah, hey man, that was a nice continuation, right? Like we're looking at a perfect, almost a picture perfect ABCD pattern. On this name, we've seen it once, it happened again in a strong uptick into 1450, and the momentum in the tape is clearly working in our favor. So not too horrible of a look there, ladies and gentlemen. A nice entry on the volume. Listen, that's how I got onto this trade. Is like, okay, if we're gonna consolidate and not break down, at what point is the volume in the tape gonna display that? And that's why I was like, all right, there it is, boom, off to the races we go. And it was the exact same narrative, except for your risk to reward all the way up here is a little bit different in my opinion. So now as for NVDL, I reduced my size by half because as soon as it cracks that low, we're gonna just get out of Dodge. But hey man, one trade. We took 3 losses apparently here on Tesla. One trade on this ADVB puts us right back into Greensville, USA. But now we're just posted up here on NVDL. I have no issues. If we don't have the buyer step in relatively soon and it cracks 3360, no need for me to hold on to this. Man, that's the thing and what I was going on about the spiel. Look at that. Oh, look at that rug pull right there.
Bro.
Look at listen to what I was saying earlier this morning.
Get it, Joe.
As a trader, it would be ignorant for you not to add more arrows into your quiver. Why? Because if something isn't working for you, then you go over into a different sector. Halt down, shrink.
Limit freaking down.
It's going down. It's over. And then there it is. We're all out of NVDL. We're going to walk away positive.
Offering, man.
So there it is. Boom. See you later. We're still green on the day, regardless of what happened. I went 0 for 4 on large caps. 1 for 1 here on these small caps, and we're in Greensville, USA.
Greensville, USA.
That's it. I'm done.
US of A.
Done.
Yeah, that is a bad one, guys, and that is a big move down. We're halted down on both names now. ZCMD, ADBV, they are both bleeding their own blood to the downside. 750 or thereabout halt on ZCMD. And where are we at right now? 1227 halt. So let me just give you both. 751 on ZCMD and 1227 on ADBV. Shout out to Adam. $19 gap on weekly if it clears 14 well. Do agree with that, Adam. But you'll see here, just given your own parameters, it didn't clear 14 well. One closing print, I believe, right at 14 or a little bit below, right there. And then you have the wick through 1441, but it failed. ZCMD is open 780. It's probably going to have trouble with low 8s because that's the halt level. So I anticipate that halt level that I think we were like halted for 20, 25 minutes, something like that. That could be a problem there for the long, so be on the lookout for that. But a lot of volatility, my days. Right now on the small cap gapper. Shout out to everybody who's trading these and trading them well. It is a bamboozling day, man. Random oddities. You guys should trade the smuggle cap. Smuggle cap.
What's that?
SMCI.
SMCI, the smuggle
I just try
cap?
to stick to the small caps, nothing but I want to swing a lot of these right in the personal account as well. So
for sure,
but never on. Well, I shouldn't say never. It's been a couple of years now though that have just been exclusive to small caps. We used to trade large caps.
Just buy, just own the large caps.
Own the large caps, yeah.
Own the large caps. A lot of people saying that the small caps might outpace. The Rust might outpace.
We talked about this.
Might outpace the.
Take a look at that. So those are all the indexes.
Best performing one, man.
Yeah, man. DIA 9.79 year to date. Qs 15.44. SPY 10.24. I'm talking about year to date percentage up, and then far and away the best. IWM 19.89. So essentially 20% year to date on the small cap.
That's pretty good, man.
Sneeze that.
Before we send it over to the desk, just trying to kind of correlating our play here. You see how I always talk about the high of the day break? I noticed that these small caps tend to do this pattern quite often.
ABCD?
No, like a high of the day break. So what it'll do is it'll form a pivot, sell off, do whatever it's doing, and then make its way back, and then punch through the previous pivot high. And that's just kind of the idea. That's why I was looking at it here and just keeping my focus on it, because this was a high quality setup. Just a punch through that, you scalp it out, and it's just like you get in and you get out. Someone pushed price relatively high, and then boom, sure enough, we go from 1270 all the way up to 13.32, and then we take some out our last bid out there at 13.74. So pretty good one there for us. And then I mentioned that it hasn't been the best of our sessions for the large caps. How is Tesla even doing, Gorb? I have no idea. I told myself that I wasn't going to look at it, but there it is. That's how you turn that ship around there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's send it off to the desk.
Let's talk money markets. You have the pound right off the bat holding steady against the dollar, currently around $1, 1.3369 to be very precise, due to a softer than anticipated inflation reading that has done little to alter certain market expectations for interest rate hikes later this year. Oil prices, however, have jumped. We do know a geopolitical uncertainty is continuing to persist across the markets. We're going to talk about oil in the news segment as well. So you have the pound currently trading flat at $1.03 after depreciating for the last 4 sessions. It has weakened 0.2% against the euro, however, remained on pace for a 1% rise in this month. Let's take a look at the Indian rupee and what is it doing. The Reserve Bank of India has sold a net $6.1 billion in the foreign exchange market as of May. Data has come in today, so that's what's going on here. The reason for this being a sharp rise in oil prices due to the Iran war that has sent rupee to an all-time low, currently at 96.5 region. Finally, the dollar, the DXY, currently down on the day 0.05%, if that matters anyway. It's around the 101.1 mark. It opened at 101.057, currently sitting at 101.141. Not that big of a difference over here, but let's see how it does later in the day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Open, ADBV open. Careful, guys. All right, as Adam pointed out, though, this one is still holding 12. So the 10 EMA on the 5 is around 12. Be careful with this one. If it fails, it's going to be a lot of trouble. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, there goes like a strong 50-cent push down just like that. Keep your eyes on the tape here, ladies and gentlemen. If that continuously remains weak,
Limit down 1080.
There to 1080, you have that area 1080. Okay, that's that's not too far away actually. Right around the volume weighted average price there. So we'll keep our eyes on it, but some strength stepping in on the tape. Now, with that being said, you want to wait for a price to turn around before you get involved with it. I wonder if Luis is going to be coming up momentarily, and I'm sure that guy is a stat keeper, that's for sure. Now, I wonder what the probability is of once you've halted down to halt down again. So multiple halts after one, because we see it in the opposite direction, right? There it might go here. Oh man. No, I shouldn't. I really want to dabble in this. If price turns around, I think there's going to be a good opportunity at $12. Dips into $11.50, but we want to see that Momo change. If a 1-minute candle opens up on the back side of this, there it goes. Yeah, boom. You might get a little bit of a pop, guys, but start relatively small just in case it does capitulate. I know Sharif. There it is.
I'm in it at 1186, guys.
There you
Watch
go.
out here.
Nice move there. Nice move there. It was quick, man. Right back down there.
Bro. Yeah, exactly. Right back down. I stop out below the $0.50. We're going to try this, right? We're going to give this a try into that $12 area, as Adam was saying, and I do agree with what Adam was saying. If this can decisively hold 12, this could be a good trade, but if it fails below, we got to draw the line somewhere, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. Showing 92 right now on the bid, 88 on the bid. It's dropping, 92 back again. So zagging right at that $12 area. I did get a couple of beak wetters through that $0.25 and the $0.50, but the one at 69, Ozan, continues to go unfilled. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't like.
Good here.
There. Good call out there. Still above, still positive on that out there, Sharif. Looks like it might break down here, to be honest with you. Hangry Wife. To be honest, I'm just not very good at trading SMCI. I've tried it on multiple occasions, and for some reason, I just always get taken to the cleaners. Oh, there's a nice strong uptick there, Sharif. Let's see what happens here. We don't want to get lured in either, just in case it doesn't want to do its thing and it's just chopping around before it breaks down. But hey, anything can happen with these bad boys. Nice strong uptick there, so maybe the ship's starting to turn around. But yeah, Hangry Wife, it's got a tight spread, but I noticed there's a lot of whales on it. Yeah, to be honest with you, I was never good at trading, and I've tried it on multiple occasions. Did you notice the inside day setup on ADVB yesterday? No, brother, I didn't. I wasn't even looking at it yesterday. Sharif mentioned it here today, and I seen Adam James was trading it, and then I seen a bull flag. So what I was looking for in particular was just a high of the day break. That's why I was focused on it. So when I have the large caps not working for me or the mega caps, and I start scanning around and I see the potential setup, then that's what really led me to this name. Really, other than that, I'll sway to them when my large cap system isn't working, which was in full effect today. Yeah, Adam James, thank you, brother, for that one. First, we'll get to the super chat.
Yeah.
I've become a better, more patient trader, having learned many expensive mistakes. Taking profits on the way up is #1 lesson now. Trader TV for lifer. Everyone put hold on. We put ones in the chat. Let's put fours in the chat.
But
put the four in.
An unlucky number, bro. I'm putting 8, my boy.
But it's 4 lifer. It's not 8 lifer.
Oh man, but like, you know.
Put the fours in the chat. Everyone 4. Yeah, you drop the 4. Yeah, we got the 4s in the chat. See, I don't see you putting the 4s in the chat.
Yes,
Let's even get the 4 in the chat there.
There you go,
yeah, well, I mean, there you go,
There
Chuck
it
of all
is,
trades.
my
You're 3, so I don't know what 3 is. Mike Peter Ryder is easily a 4. He might be the biggest 4 out there next to Casey.
Whoa. It's coming in fast and furious.
The 4s, yeah, man. Sure, put the 4s up, everybody. No, thank you very much for that. And the memberships. I mean, it's all gone now. We got everybody participating on the 4 lifers on that one. But you like the 4 lifers?
I don't mind it at all. All right, guys. Continuing to watch ADBV. It's above 12. Gonna have to pack the patience on this one. I just want to sit. Relax a little bit here.
Yeah, same, man.
It's getting hot.
It's nice in here,
I'm gonna have to get myself a little bit of a water.
Want an iced coffee?
Someone wrote $3.99. That's just a spiteful person.
Yeah, who is it?
Come on now, man. Let's block them. That's crazy.
No, I'm joking.
All right, man. 6-7, sit and spin. All right, man. V. Someone's saying V's moving. VEEE. Watch out. He said. It's light volume. I see it moving up into 20 bucks and a third there, but nothing for me to do on that one. ADBV. Continuing to watch this, guys. I mean, still showing 12.22, 12.33, but we'll keep tabs on this. I want to see what Luis has to say about this one. I bet you anything Luis is going to come late on the show because he's printing here on ZCMD because it's all sorts of weak. It's breaking down into 650. Whoever said this one was destined for VWAP at $5, have at it. Clap, round of applause for you because it's about, $1, $1.50 now from VWAP.
Round of applause.
Oh, yeah.
You know that track?
No, I don't.
From Waka Flocka Flame?
I don't. Sing it. Let me.
No, you can't. Round of applause.
Oh, is it strong language?
Yeah, of course.
Of
It's
course.
Waka.
Is that one?
Yeah.
1250 seller here, thereabouts, Joey, on ADBV. I don't know, man. There's the topping tail candle right now goes in about 12.5, so no continuity there, but it's up 75%. I think if it can get above 12.5, if it fails though, I think it's probably going to drop pretty aggressively. But here it is. The ask is moving above 12. Does the bid stay above 12? Do we got the juice to get to 19? Adam James abroad astutely pointed out the daily, pointing out to that level. What are you seeing on this one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it too, man. The tape's stepping in. Like, this is what we want to see. Boom. See, look, we go back to 1255.07. You can see that we're clearly higher in the time and sales, but that's when you can really identify the strength stepping in. Nice hopping back in there, Sharif. It's really starting to pick up some steam. I was thinking about getting in once again on this curl up, but I was like, you know what, man? Maybe we just sit on the sidelines a little bit here on this bad boy. It was a nice little run there, essentially. One thing about Joe is you're gonna blush. Yeah, I think so. I blush all the time, B. So
what happened at the park?
We can't talk about that, man. We're not. It's not Trader TV appropriate.
So good. You're always a good sport about it too, bro.
I mean, I try, man. I get frustrated sometimes. I'm human too. But yeah, there's a nice little.
It's gonna be like that's gonna be one of your sayings. Like I don't ask for much around here. I'm human too.
Yeah, I get dude. You didn't see me earlier in the when I was trading Tesla. I was legit. Like I was like, if I was at home, that would have been potentially one of the days where I would have had to go buy a new screen or a mouse.
Oh,
yeah.
You should get some slippers.
So you could throw those.
Yeah, I used to throw slippers all the time when I was learning to trade these small caps, man. Thankfully,
I've only broken one screen and it wasn't intentional. I threw my headphones and the headphone hit the corner of the screen.
Tell me about that. Was that COVID?
No, it was
COVID times?
post-COVID. Yeah,
Oh,
way
post-COVID,
post-COVID.
okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're above 13, Joey, but we're having trouble with 13 right now on ADBV. I've wet the beak multiple times. 13 seller, 1309, moving on up. 13.
Holy
there
cow.
it goes into 13 and a half. We're waiting now. We've got 65s on. Limit up is 1389.
I got it.
So I'm going to set up here at 69 ahead of course, the limit up. Limit up 1389. We're showing 56s. We're struggling with the $0.50. Watch for a loss of 13. It could lure you into the trade here.
Yeah, it is luring me.
You want to talk about what you're seeing? You want me to keep going on?
Yeah,
here so you
keep
can
going,
concentrate?
man.
Continuing to watch here. I want to see a decisive break and take of the $0.50, right? Because that's where we're talking about support and resistance at the whole dollar, the $0.50. Seller at 55, 56 on the ask now. Looking for a move up 59 on the ask now. We're waiting at 69s. And then you better believe I'm going to hold a piece for the dream should one come in. The bottom dropped off into 13, but it's holding 13, Joseph Options. Let's see, buyer at 6, buyer at 13. Let's continue to watch here. 01 bleeding its own blood down, but it keeps popping back on into 13. So do we have enough buyers, Mr. Options Man, to hold up at $13? The answer right now, at least for the moment, is yes. But we're not crossing back into that $0.50. I'm going to pack the patience here, even though this is turning into an ugly topping tail candle. What I can do is I can risk 15 pennies. I made a good amount here on this trade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it to $12.50. It loses $12.50, I'm out.
Okay.
So let's go ahead. This guy's taking a page out of my book here. I love it. If it loses $12.50, I'm out. I just got to load up my screen over here, see exactly what we're doing, Joey. So we're going to pack the patience on this one. It wants to lose the $0.50, Tiffany. We're going to get out of this one, but at the moment, it's not. So we'll pack the patience.
Yeah, good stuff, man. I'm looking for this momentum to turn around here because this is another setup where we can be potentially looking at a high of the day break. Now, we just don't want to get caught in any form of rug pull. Obviously, that's going to be a consistent risk. But where this next 1 minute candle opens up is going to be a massive teller of if I decide to get involved with this bad boy or not, all right? So we'll be patient. We'll allow this selling to cool off. There goes some strong downticks, not seeing exactly what I want. You're seeing 95 printed there on the tape. And now where we've opened up on the 1 minute, I do not like it at all. So we'll have to give it a little bit more time. If it does, what I want to see is, there it is, strong upticks, still inside. We're breaching through that previous candle. There it goes. There was, that was the opportunity, it seems to be the case there, Sharif. So now what I'm going to have to look for is another additional wave of buying, stepping in, punching through that 1350 marker. If it does, with momentum and vigor, then by all means, we might press we might punch here, but I'm going to go a fraction of the size on what I had before, and then we'll see if this isn't going to be a holding. It's like, hey, if we're fortunate enough to catch a quarter or 15, 20 cents, then we just flatten out of the position. But see, there it goes, immediately met by some form of defense. So as that continues to happen, the less and less I like this for a continuation. You know what, man? Is Luis here yet? No. Yeah, he is. He's ready. Yeah. Hey, listen, man, I'm itching to pull the trigger on this. Maybe it's best I don't, considering I told you guys how the day was going via large caps, and we just turned that ship right around with this one ADVB trade. Luis, I see you in the queue there, so we'll pull you up momentarily.
This guy's British. All my days, the queue, everything, bro. You just get that citizenship, my man.
No. I get a Jamaican citizenship. There it is. Okay, there we go.
There
That's
it
what I'm
goes.
talking about.
I moved up my beak wetter from 69. I want a 14 breach. Here comes 80.
It's going.
82, 14. Give me my money, man.
That's what I
Into
talked
14
about,
we
man.
go. 1456 limit up, baby. Watch out.
That's what I'm telling you, man. 1350 breach into 14. This thing's going absolutely nuts right now. All right,
man. Finally made some money back.
Yeah, finally made some money back on that one.
There it goes.
Yeah, there it goes, man.
1441 high. 1441 high, guys. Watch out. 1456 limit up. So it would have to take out the high of the day for the limit up at the moment.
All right,
Perfect time for Luis to get here because ZCMD.
What is Tesla doing? Is he ready? Oh, he's ready.
He's ready. He's always ready.
Man, that was quick. All right.
First of all, Luis, I didn't get a chance to thank you congratulate you in person.
Oh my God,
days limit
15,
up
brother.
on ADBV.
Man.
1477 limit up, Joseph Options. There it goes. It breaches 100% for the first time on the day, up 108 now and 2/3% perfect. Limit up. We're halted, 1490 halt. or tap, just so I can let everybody know, 13:01:32. So 1:01:32 halt time. Earliest open 1:06:32. Set the alarm.
Tap
do
showing
whatever you
1478
That's
here.
1 penny ahead of where we halted. 14:77 halt. So, Luis, perfect timing. There we go. Congratulations, my friend. You guys are the best in the world, and I think deservedly so. I think enough people have crapped on Argentina and kind of their behavior enough lately, so I won't go through there. But I want to congratulate your team for being all class and reacting in a very appropriate way, man. That was you guys kind of kept it from going off the rails. So love that. Congratulations to you. Who was your standout player, though? I want to ask you that. Was it Roderick? For me, it's Roderick.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, we were a team, you know, in all what it means. So there was not such an individual player. We were expecting Lamine Yamal and Pedri to shine, and we won the World Cup almost without these two players because they were not in the best moment physically, probably. And look, it didn't matter. Rodri was there. The defense was amazing. I think Pau Cubarsí made the workout of his life. Was amazing championship for him. So the whole team, but Rodri probably kept the balance and the rhythm of the best team in the world. So it's very, very important when you play this kind of strategy. We could call it tactics, like Busquets in the Barcelona best team of the history. Rodri is now in Spain. So it is very important, this kind of player for these strategies.
And I got to tell you, I haven't seen him play this well since before the I think, was it an ACL or MCL? He had one of the two there because he was out almost the entire year with City. He hasn't looked that good since that time. So Rodri looks fantastic. I also want to just touch on your defense there for a second. I don't know anybody that was really saying that Spain had like a stellar defense, but one goal the entire tournament.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was insane.
That's insane.
Like people were not saying.
Not only one goal. They didn't shoot us. I mean, it's not about the goal. We had 15 shots in the whole tournament to our goal, which is crazy. One goal, but it could have been none at all. So,
and holding Argentina,
they didn't reach our area, our field. So that's even more important.
And holding Argentina to 0 shots on goal for the majority of the game is absolutely insane. So
yeah, exactly.
I think it was a picture-perfect display of depth within the team, which I think was really important, and I love seeing that here. But Sharif, let's get into some of these small caps.
Because I know Luis is looking at ZCMD.
He's looking at that, but what about ADBV?
Hold on. Well, let's talk to the guy.
The short man.
Well, I mean, this is his thing right here, is it not? I mean, Luis, okay, so I just want to say something to you. So I was watching $10. $10 to me seemed to be like the critical level, especially when it lost it. It had so many topping tail candles through 10, all of which failed. I want to ask you, was that something, one of the indicators you were looking for, multiple failures through a key level like $10 to set up short here?
Yeah. When it was there ranging between 850 and 950, it was a clear short with that stop loss. But look, you have to put all the ingredients together, and all of them together, for me, it was a buy ticker, you know? We were talking pre-market. Yesterday, we have at least 3 runners, 3 crazy movement up. It was a DFNS, VIVK, and KIDS. Okay, so we had 3 stocks running over 300% or something like that.
Yeah.
So we were expecting today this sympathy play. So any stock with the same kind of characteristics that is moving up 50% or 100% is gonna go 500% because of the sympathy play. We call it sympathy play or running cycle, right? So all of them has very low float, Chinese company. So, all that give me a clue that, okay, I'm going to try to avoid the short in this one. And also, I usually avoid a stock if it halts up and then trade for 5 seconds and it halts again, because I cannot have the control of my risk when it happens. So at this moment, when it halts up, trade 5 seconds and it halts up again, I say, okay, I'm not going to trade this. because it can open in $20 or $40, and that's it, blow up my account. So it doesn't make sense at all. Here, it was a okay chance because you have a little bit more tighter risk between 10 and 50. But it's a wide range. You're shorting 950 with at least $1 margin. You have to give it. So, it was a little bit tricky. Also, locates were not very cheap most of the time because the volatility and the low float. We're talking about 600,000 shares float only. So, it was very difficult to short this one.
I agree. By the way, guys, ADBV resumed 1576 high. I took 15 long into about 1580, and there it goes again. 1596,
Holy
16,
cow.
Joseph. Limit up.
Man.
It's crazy, right, Luis? And the thing is, Luis, I was telling everybody like on Monday and Tuesday that the small caps, there was very few, at least to trade to the long side. Most of them were failing. And then you come in, Monday anyway. And then you come in Tuesday, and then we got that CV, whatever, or HI, I forget the ticker there. And then it rips 1,600%. Then we have ZCMD today. We have ADBV. So I love to see these ones come back in waves. And the good news, at least, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, when you have big movers up like this, usually come back down. So there's ways for everybody to make money here. People on the long side and the short side.
You have both sides. If you are able to avoid the crazy one, the rest of them, they just fake crazy, So it's about, when we're talking about shorting or trying to long, when you are long, you have to be more picky with the stock picking, right? Because you only have 1/30 that it goes like crazy as ADVP today, and the other 20 they fade all day. So if you are very selective with the float and the country and the technical analysis as well, and you avoid these crazy runners, the rest of them, they fade all day. Look, LAVT.
Yep.
See, we had this one pre-market, crazy runner, but you're patient and you short on the backside, and when the VWAP break, look, it's already in $3. We have also SXTC.
Yep.
Look at this one, SXTC, yeah. Look, this one from 5 to 2, right? So, there is always both sides of the coin of the game here. And we short very small here, but we were waiting a pop to VWAP. There you go. You can short here with a very nice risk reward and winning ratio here. So if you avoid the crazy runner with few red flags like country, very low flow, technical analysis, and so on, all of the rest, they just fade all day.
Great look. All right, Luis, let's go through some of your trades today. We already saw, a couple there. You were on ZCMD. What was your look today?
Well, I also long. Look, I'm a short bias trader, but if it looks nice, the long, I long ADVV. I long in few dips here against the VWAP, and I long here on this dip. I had to cut half of it, and I'm not so patient as you are, so I get out here. So I long ADVV. I shorted SXTC. I avoid CMD or whatever you call it.
ZCMD, yeah.
And shorted LAVT as well. So those were the main ones. It was all very focusing few tickers today, so not a lot of tickers to trade. Cost was a very good one. I didn't trade it, but here some people made nice money on this one. Cost, we went all the way up and all the way down again. So that was a nice one to pyramid, very big position. This is what is good about between $1.50 to $2 tickers. You can go very big, right? Because the level 2 is huge, and you can cut, you can jump in again with very, very tight stops. So once it failed the highs, we had like the $2 number as a resistance. So we shorted there. You can add here. Look at this VWAP rejection again here.
Oh, wow.
All the way down. So that was a nice one as well.
Clean. That's very clean. Almost a head and shoulders pattern. Can you put that back a little bit? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. And then the head and the right shoulder fails at the volume weighted average price. That's actually quite beautiful there. And then you have a neckline break at around $1.40. Fantastic drop there. Good call out on that, Luis. What do you got?
Yeah, we'll take it for what?
Also traded a couple of blue chips. SNDK today. SNDK. Few trades, but was also okay. A lot of movement up and down. Like to $10 a spread. So that was very nice. I call it like a spread trading. You know, you jump up,
Right.
the spread opens, you get fill on the offer, you send the bid, and you get fill almost right away with $5 to $10 spread. So that was okay to trade as well today, at least.
Fantastic stuff. Luis, last time we spoke, I believe last week it was, you pulled up a chart of the cyclical nature of some of these small caps, and we've seen that we were just kind of in a no man's land at this point. Over the past couple of days, and this week in particular, how much has that chart changed? Because we're starting to see some of these names go on a little bit bigger of moves here, as we've seen ADVV now almost put in a new high of the day. They're up 121%. So how is that specific charting, and how is that data collection starting to look? Is the tide starting to change here?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, let me check. I didn't check this week, but if you go to runners here and we search and we go to daily, it's around 2 or 3 per day. So we are more or less on the average, and we go weekly. Probably with the ones today, we are like above the average. Nothing like very crazy, because the way we measure this, it's not only let's see how I explain this. It's not only that the stock goes up 100% or 300%. It measures if it gives you the chance, if you are short, to get out of the position. So it measures the volatility and the noise up and down. So if it goes 500% up, but on the way you have dips to get out, we don't consider this as a runner, because if you are shorting, you have the possibility of getting out. So in these calculations, these are the stocks that went up without any chance to get out. Let's say like CYBT, I think it was. Let me check. This one, I think it was
60 buy.
Right from, this one, it went up, look. And you couldn't get out, right? Because it goes up all the way. It doesn't make movement down. So that's how we measure this. If you are shorting, you want to short something that even if it goes up, it gives you the probability or the chance to get out.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions in the chat? We actually have one from Nick W. A couple of things. Yeah, that's fantastic.
No, that's for me.
That is for
Zion.
Yeah, Zion asked the question.
Scroll up.
What did Zion ask here?
Keep going. Up.
There. INLF and INF pre-market. Yeah, that's a good
there you go. You got it. You got the chat up there. Did you look into INLF and INM pre-market, Luis? Once again, congrats on World Cup Championship win. So yeah, if you want to pull up INLF and INM to see what Zion has going on.
Get it, Zion.
Absolutely. It's the same. Look, it went up parabolic. You don't short here front side. Even less if we are in a running cycle. I repeat, yesterday we have 3 or 4 crazy runners. So today, pre-market, just never short front side on a running cycle in a low flow ticker like this one. Okay, so you wait. And when you have this consolidation, you can short here with a tight stop, or you can wait for the confirmation of the movement. Short here and short here against the VWAP. Look, I love this. This is VWAP rejection. The stock went up. It has gone down already. So a lot of people stop looking this stock. The traders, the volume go to another stock which is moving. I don't remember at that time which one was moving, but we see what we call a shift of volume. So the traders and the algorithms go to another stock that is running crazy, and they forget about this one, and then it goes all the way down. Okay, so we call this a VWAP rejection. Was an amazing trade, this one, and the other one was INM, probably the same. There you go. Okay, same, but it was a little bit thin volume on this one. Was very, very fast. So look, even though we have some special tricks here in the academy to get locates very fast, and and all these things, I'll explain you someday private to you, Sharif. But even with that, look, this was a 15 or 30 seconds movement. So in these 30 seconds, sometimes you don't get the locates, So it was difficult to go short in this one. Only one trader here in the room could make it so fast to go short there and take all the way down. All the rest, when we got the locates, it was already here, so it was a little bit more difficult to go short on this one. So we waited for a little bit of pullback here to short and all the way down again. So very nice, Sayan. 2 perfect tickers to short pre-market.
Perfect. So yeah, we had the conversation as well not too long ago, Luis, just on the fact that when we were having these 1,000% gainers, what I've noticed over the past couple of days, a lot of these small caps that are moving right now are Chinese biotech. Any correlation between what we got going on with that right now?
Yeah, Chinese, Hong Kong are the main tickers that running so crazy. Also, yesterday, the ones that run, they were not all Chinese, but today we have most of them. They are Chinese, like C.
Yeah, the one yesterday that I think that went 1,000% was like Chinese biomed or something along those lines. Correct me if I was wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah. It's more. It seems it's easier to push this stock, because the low flow, because of the maybe lack of control or regulations, and well, they're probably not so afraid of getting some SEC reports or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic stuff. I seen you had
I wanted to ask Luis. So Luis, very excited because we've never met in person, but I'm gonna be in Barcelona Monday, August 24th, and then I leave the afternoon of Wednesday, August 26th. I want to, first of all, I'm very excited to come to the office, hopefully, and see a day trading. Very excited for that. Of course, we always talk about the Barcelona office of Real Day Trading. It'd be nice to visit it. But I want to ask your opinion. I'm staying in an area of Barcelona called Ciutat Vella. Am I pronouncing that right? Ciutat Vella or?
Ciutat Vella, yeah.
Ciutat Vella. Is that okay, or is it a good area? It's close to the water.
I mean, that's like the very city center, like the old part of the city. You are like walking to everywhere. It's a little bit more crowded. It's a little bit more, noisy, and it's not the best place to live. I wouldn't live there, but you are right in the middle of the thing.
Which is what I asked the AI, right? I asked AI, I'm like, I want, an area where there's a nice bars, nice restaurants, everything kind of in walking distance. Just a quick question as well, Luis. How's the subway system in Barcelona? Where am I going to be able to get around easily, like to different places, or is it more of like an Uber type thing?
It's awesome. Bus and underground, it works like perfectly, and it's quite cheap. And even though if you are there, you will walk pretty much most of the city, right?
Hey, I'm so excited.
So we'll see you here. I hope you visit the office, of course.
100% I'm coming to the office. Yeah. As long as you have me. I can't invite myself.
Yeah, I can invite myself.
You can invite yourself. Joe is going to invite himself there, Luis. But
and by the way, that week or the next week, we were talking last week, we are starting an English course for the first time. Because we had some nice feedback from Trader TV. So there you go. I have here some things to show on the screens.
Go ahead.
It will be only 1 week, okay? Like 3 hours per day, something like that. Live classes, okay, in English, of course, from Monday to Friday. It's about 3 hours per day. End of August, beginning of September. It depends on the feedback we have from people. Very, very small groups, okay? Only 6, 8 people only.
Amazing.
It's a theory, but it is directly related to trade small caps, trade the way we trade with our softwares, with our tools, scanners, P-Pro as you use, guys, here. So it is just like the way we trade here live and the way you trade small caps. It will be me as mentor and my colleague Mark. Amazing. So there you got the contact. If someone wants to join the 8-day trading team, there you go. Okay, they can write us an email or Twitter or WhatsApp or whatever. Okay, so it will be very nice. I hope we have a nice feedback, and it will be very, very interesting for us as well, because we have such a nice feedback here in the chat and in Twitter and everywhere from you guys. So let's see how it works.
Luis, can you put that back up, the picture? Because people are asking already in the chat how to sign up. So can we just put that back up if you can, the logo or the flyer? Sorry for the thing.
Let me load it. Don't worry.
Okay, no problem. But for everybody, it's adaytrading.com. So you can just go there. But it's adaytrading.com, correct? Right?
Yeah. The web is adaytrading.com. We have like a place there to sign up for the next course. or they can write us to the email or to the X, and that's also we will answer as well.
Yeah.
But in the website, they have like sign up for the next course,
Amazing.
ask for more information, ask for a call. Since the group will be very, very small, we will do like personal calls to know the profile of each student to see if it fits what we do and what they are expecting to learn and trade and so on.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's
Thank
fantastic.
you so much,
It's fantastic.
Luis.
Love it.
Pumped.
Man, look at ADVB just dropping there. Like
Look at you with a top
Yeah,
whip,
but
bro.
hey,
Calm
man, we
down
got out of
over
there.
there, guy.
Hey, listen, we would have liked to hold on to this one, but a couple of small scalps and that's it. So we were fortunate enough to sit in that one. But it actually absolutely tanked from 17 all the way down to 14.50, Luis. What are the, before we let you go, we may as well look at it now, if you can, briefly. What are the locates looking like on this thing? Because I remember, but hold up here,
Good
because
point, good point.
I remember the statistic in which you were telling us from a trader specifically of yours, stating the fact that the more expensive the locates, the higher return or the higher the profit factor was for that individual in their trading. What are the ADVB locates looking like at this very moment?
Right now, I think it's, let me tell you, I'm asking both here, it's like $90 per 100 shares.
90? 90.
90, yeah.
Whoa.
It was like 25 few minutes ago, but when it broke, because look, let me see if I have it here. There you go, ADVV. When it broke this $13, was a very important level from a couple of days ago, I think. Let me check. There you go. When it broke this level, it cost like $20, $22 per 100 shares. When it broke, it went like $50, $60, $90 now to locate this one. So it is not possible to locate anymore on this one. And what we were talking about was if the locates are for free, so it's easy to borrow, statistically, it doesn't work to short these small caps. Statistically, of course, many of them work, but because it's easy to borrow, the probability of a short squeeze is higher, right?
Right.
When it's very expensive, they work, but statistically, the P&L, the profit, it gets very, burdened with the locate cost. So it's always when it's like mid-price, between maybe $1 to $5 per 100 shares, that's the best range of price locates and probability that the trade will work. So it's not only about money. Sometimes you see free locates and you think, oh, good, it's free locates, so I'm going to short. And just the way you think, many people think, and they don't short 1,000 shares, they short 10,000 because it's for free. And then you got this snowball, shorting squeeze, and so on, right?
Perfect. Good stuff. All right, brother. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's see what this name gets up to as it's starting to move a little bit higher. Some strong time in sales. Thank you, Luis.
I just want to remind everybody again, guys, if anybody wants to learn small caps in a structured way, head to adaytrading.com. Luis said that there's a link on that website there. You can sign up for the small cap course. Get it today. We all see Luis. He's got a great setup for the shorts, and that gives you kind of both. It's a double-edged sword. You watch us take it long. You learn from Luis and company how to view this. So make sure you're signing up if you're a small cap gapper and client.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, man. Fantastic stuff as always. You guys know where to find the man. If not, Luis, I know you have X. You're on X as well. You're in the chat and at A Day Trading. Sorry, I should say. .com.
We never asked about the weather because we're not as jealous.
We're not jealous anymore.
Like
so
now it's summer. You don't ask, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like we don't care.
Yeah,
I am still a little concerned about the pothole.
You don't feel so miserable like in winter. You do.
We were absolutely miserable and jealous. Of course we are in the winter, man. That goes without saying.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks for being on.
Hold on. Before we set it up, how's the pothole scenario over there?
The what?
The potholes, like the holes in the ground, in the roads.
No, we don't have that.
We don't have that. What is going on over there? That's crazy. We don't have that.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have any in Texas.
But they didn't have it.
Frankly, like no, not as much.
I guess it's not. I guess because it doesn't freeze over.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it freezes here in the winter too.
Yeah,
that's
and
why
everything
we
gets
have
destroyed.
potholes over.
Join Terry for Barcelona trip. Come on.
Yeah, bro, let's go.
Yeah, you're going. Well,
the thing about that, Luis, we can't both be on vacation at the same time. That ends up being a problem.
Well, I highly attest to that. Luis,
Let's make Sean and Neil work a little bit. Come on, they're close to be retired.
Exactly.
Luis, I'm still waiting for my plane ticket. You see these numbers right here. It might be a little bit difficult. So whatever that name was that is halted, these are the numbers that we picked.
HD, I don't forget. It's NHD.
What's it doing? Yeah, what's it doing? Are you buying me
Still
my
close.
plane ticket yet, or?
It's still halted. It's still halted.
Oh, it's still halted?
Hold on.
That's crazy.
There's another question in the chat from Eclectic Passions. Ask Luis about the course schedule. Is it Barcelona time on the description, or what's the time, Luis, for that?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, we are open to do it at any time, here, but we thought that if we try to do it in Spain morning, let's say, it would be like 4 at night in the US or Canada or something like that. So for us, it doesn't matter. We will fit the time schedule for the students. What we think is easier, I think it's from, let's say, lunch time there. So it's from 6 to 9 here. It is 12 there to 3. Okay. So lunch time with the market. But if the people are, if we have a lot of feedback and there is another time schedule that it fits better for the students, that's okay with us, but because of the time change between the USA, Canada, and Spain, that we thought this would be the easiest one. But let's see how it works.
Amazing. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck.
And we'll mention it again, Luis. If you can, brother, please send me that flyer in the DMs so that we can kind of show it every now and again, just to remind people that they can do that. Yeah. Thank you for coming on, Luis.
Amazing, man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Take care. Have a great day.
I wrote, by the way, I wrote Brendan. Where is Brendan? He's in holiday forever.
Yeah, he's just, he's taking a couple of days off, but he'll be back in hopefully very, very soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Say hi from
yeah, we'll tell him to say hello. All right, brother.
Thank you for that, Luis. Just before we start the news, sorry, Sia, we went overtime. Guys, I have to let everybody know ZBAO is ripping into 40 pennies. Great kind of rounded bottom there with a 25 penny hold. 41.50 high, showing 39.38 at the moment. Trade this one carefully, but another small cap gapper. Now this one is below the dollar. It's below the $0.50 as well. ZBAO. Sia.
Sia, yes, right here. We're going to talk about GE Vernova right now, sliding further down over 7%. Now, I told you guys we'd get a very intricate outlook over what's going on here. They posted their earnings, so let's take a look with the numbers not looking the best here. Analysts were expecting an EPS in the range of $3.04 to $3.17. EPS has come in under delivering at $2.47. Revenue standing at $1.11 billion, and Wall Street had been expecting $10.8 billion, so there's a solid beat in the revenue, I could say. Full year guidance has been raised to $46 billion, up from $45 billion. Full year 2025 revenue outlook has also been raised to $46 billion, up from $45 billion. GEV has gained 65% this year alone and 85% over the last 12 months. However, the backlog has grown to $150 billion, $265 billion at the end of first quarter, and now it stands at $176 billion. CEO of the company, Scott Starzik, has said that the data center orders have doubled as compared to the year 2025. Now, why you need to understand this is that gas turbines have emerged as one of the hottest segments overall in the industrial market that's powering a booming AI infrastructure build out and also onshoring of manufacturing here. And he's continued to say that we now expect to have at least 125 gigawatts of gas equipment under contract by the year end of this year. That is 2026. We are also seeing continued demand growth in electrification, with data center orders reaching over $5 billion year to date, more than double our 2025 total goal.
Great summary, Sia. Let me touch on a couple of points that I wanted to touch on. Free cash flow. I don't want to call it a free cash flow illusion because they actually have the money, but their free cash flow exploded to $5.1 billion. However, a lot of that was from a one-time upfront payment by a customer, meaning the generation kind of was driven by customers locking in future delivery dates rather than any operational earnings. So a free cash flow, I don't want to call it an illusion, but it is a one-line item. Now, I also want to talk about their wind division because it's really a drag here, okay? The wind segment was their worst performing. They lost about $275 million in the segment, and their their revenue on that declined 13.6% year over year. That's not a surprise to me, given the current administration's disdain for the wind and, power generated by that means. But I also want to talk about their data center revenue, man. Unbelievable. Electrification booked $5 billion in data center orders just in the first half of the year alone. And Sia was mentioning their gas turbines. Not surprised by that. To process the $176 billion backlog for power that they have from customers right now, they're basically spending a storm CapEx here to build out output to 20 gigawatts by Q3 of 2026. Then they're gauging they'll be at 24 gigawatts by 28, and then finally 30 gigawatts by 2030. So that's kind of their ramp up there. And specifically, we're talking about the the gas turbine expansion. So they have their hand in many cookie jars: electrification, wind, gas. So they're a full kind of service energy provider. But a decent report here. Where's it at right now, technically? Are we up or down on the day? We're getting clipped, down 8%. Is this thing SSR? No, it's pretty close to going SSR. I have to mention this. ADBV is coming back into 17, guys. 1761 limit up. It's above 17, Joey. 1720. Again, 1761 limit up on this one. Keep your eye on ADBV.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, let's send it back over to Sia, talk some Philip Morris. Oh, wow.
Philip Morris, you have PM reporting a revenue of $11.9 billion, which is a year-over-year increase of 10.4% over here. EPS is coming at $2.20, whereas EPS for the same period a year ago stood at $1.9191. Revenue has a surprise of 6.03%, according to Zacks consensus estimate that had estimated $10.56 billion. Now let's get into shipment volumes and the numbers and metrics over here. So HTU, that's heated tobacco units, 41.8 billion versus 41.37 billion estimated by two analysts over here. You also have smoke-free at 48.2 billion versus estimates of 47.78 billion. Bit of a good outlook here. E-vapor at 1.3 billion versus analyst expectations of 1.41 billion. And finally, you have oral smoke-free products at 5.1 billion versus 5 billion estimated by two analysts. Just a little bit of an upside over there. U.S. net revenue is currently standing at $856 million versus estimated at $762.34 million. International combustibles, $6.46 billion versus $5.97 billion. And ultimately, you have international smoke-free revenue at $3.88 billion versus estimated of $3.83 billion. Philip Morris, the name PM, up close to 3% on the day.
I think it's kind of obvious that smoking is slowly growing older. It's not as popular, obviously, as it was in the 90s, 80s, and so on and so forth, before my lifetime. But what's really interesting is this smoke-free business is really starting to gain some ground and starting to be the driver within some of these companies. Now, if you're going to equal to over 42% of total revenue and up 0.5%, I was making the point that this is a big time turnaround, and with these companies finding the ability to adapt and change to the ever so changing environment as people are continuously dropping alcohol beverages and smoking flat out tobacco via cigarettes, switching into these pouches is an absolute a pandemic. I'm going to call it that, an epidemic, whatever you would like, because it is really starting to sweep across the youth and even individuals my age. You're seeing that rotation into the physical cigarette, where we know all the health negatives that come with that, to a tune where you can just use a different vehicle to kind of get the same fix, which is an odd thing to say, but it's the nature of the beast, and I really like that. Now, one thing that I also want to point out is that, guys, I think they're charging us a little bit too much for our ZYNs. Why? Gross margins on these smokeless, smoke-free vehicles, I guess we can call them, 70%. All right, so some solid margins there. And I mean, at the end of the day, listen, Zyn, Zonic, whatever it is, are continuously growing in popularity. And I think that's going to be the narrative as a lot of individuals step away from things like alcohol, right? And you're starting to see the alcohol-free or the 0% alcohol drinks really starting to uptick. Now, this still has nicotine features in it, but it does eliminate a lot of those carcinogens from inhaling the tobacco smoke itself. So I like everything that Philip Morris has got going on. We can look at it from a technical standpoint too. I mean, this isn't a name that we often talk about, nor I don't think anybody's really ever day traded it. I'd be surprised if we had. But Philip Morris over here, are we at all-time highs? Not quite. We'll zoom out a little bit more to the monthly and see what we got going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case we are around that neck of the woods. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, very interesting. I don't know, maybe, yeah, so maybe an exchange change right here from 08, but a nice move from $40 all the way up to 192, giving you 305% now at all-time highs.
Just before we go back, I just need to cover Nick W's super chat. Thank you very much, Nick Dub. Sharif, is there a small cap you think may move a lot overnight? VEE, VEEE, that you called last week. Thanks. Look, you know, I got to first and foremost tell you, I don't think I've ever held a small cap overnight. Not as a bag hold, not by intention. So I just want to make that very clear that that's not my style. However, I'm looking at ADBV's daily chart, and you have 3 positive days now in a row. You got the breakout on the 17th. You got continuation on the 20th. You had an inside day and ended up holding the lows, which was red on the 21st. And then look what happened today on the 22nd. So I don't want that to be an endorsement for ADBV as a long, but I'm just saying to you that, you know, this one does have a multi-day trend. Just by way of comparison, if you look at the price action, for example, on the daily on ZBAO, just like flip to the daily, look at that. It's still a continued downtrend. There is no uptrend to be had there. Let's look as well at ZCMD. Let's look at the daily on that. Is this one have an uptrend? Multiple day uptrend? The answer to that is no. It was basically just straddling $2. So again, I want to emphasize, it is not my nature to ever hold small caps overnight, especially the ones that I trade intraday. But yeah, have a look at that one that I was mentioning there. ADBV, it does have a multi-day run for it. So thank you again, Nick, for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to the OG Nick Dub. Let's send it back to you.
That's AT&T has topped its revenue estimates that have come in at $31.6 billion, which is an upside of 2.3% compared to the same period a year ago. 65 cents per diluted share, beating estimates of 59 cents. EPS and continuing operations are up 66 cents, up from 62 cents in the year-ago quarter. Also, the company's postpaid phone base has grown 432,000 net subscribers just this quarter alone. Internet subscriber growth, which is also coming in strong here, standing at 646,000 net additions across consumer as well as business accounts. This quarter, it's also posted the strongest consumer postpaid wireless account growth in more than 3 years. In 2 segments over here, you have the fiber network and the fixed wireless. Chairman and CEO of the company, John Stankey, has said that the company is accelerating its planned share repurchases this year to approximately $10 billion, up from roughly $8 billion it had outlined earlier. Currently, AT&T, that's T, up over 2.5%.
Look, I mean, I get that it had a good day today, AT&T, but I think I've made my point very clear about how I feel about these telecom companies in the future. I think they're ripe for disruption in the way that taxi cabs were ripe for disruption when Uber, you know, made its way onto the scene. And the reason is quite simple. Low Earth orbit satellites, whether you're Rocket Labs, whether you're SpaceX, I think we get direct to satellite cellular service. And that, by definition, cuts out the middlemen here with terrestrial towers that, you know, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, everybody else we have on Rogers, TELUS, Bell, the Canadian company. So I don't like it. I wouldn't be punching in to a telecom company. I realize they have other forms of business, internet, television, etc. But I'll submit to you that their bread and butter is mobile, and I want nothing to do with this company.
Chapman, I would never, bro. What are you talking about? I didn't see you tag me at all. What's up, man? Yeah, you don't like the telecom. You don't like the telecom.
No, I don't.
Sector because you believe it's going to be disrupted. I can completely understand that, brother. But revenue growth has relatively muted, but profitability improved in the most recent annual snapshot. Now, one thing that I wanted to point out is that you're getting some. They're growing their glass fiber connectivity, hitting. I think it's record around 40 billion, or I believe, lines across the board. Let's see if I can find the actual 40 million. Sorry, total fiber. So fiber to home, it's huge, right? Growing, something that we've seen here north of the border in Canada a lot. Voiding copper and getting straight to that glass. Other than that, I don't have much to say. I like the transition into fiber. It's a little bit more difficult to repair, Sharif. Yes, sir. But at the end of the day, faster connectivity gets the better service for you.
The fiber is harder to repair than copper, and you would know a lot about that.
By far,
so I take your opinion immediately.
Yeah, glass much more difficult to repair.
Yeah, but
glass
faster,
goes far,
right?
But much faster. Yeah, faster.
Yeah, because I remember like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Electrons through copper, photons through glass.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's the geek, the nerd.
Yeah, that's the
nerd.
Yeah, but it's a lot more difficult. Fiber can stretch a lot farther than what copper can.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. Less loss.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to read out Jay Lee. Shout out to the OG Jay Lee. He tagged you and I both. In my humble opinion, as he always starts his sentences, love that. We should be shorting the TQQQs up here while USO is above $132. I expect the Qs will dump at least $1 from now to close, maybe even $2. Shout out to my man, Jay Lee. Love this. Shout out to Nick Dupp for another super. Sharif, what do you think about Dell on the daily? Like the bull flag, taking a swing long. Love the question. Let's bring in Dell. We were looking at DLLL today, which is a Dell leveraged ETF. But I do want to mention that Dell doesn't have the news catalyst, right? This is SMCI's move here that Dell is running in sympathy with to the tune of 9.81%. But let's take a quick look at the daily. Yeah, absolutely a bull flag on the daily with 375. There goes ABBV into another area high. 375, bottom end of the range, Nick. And I realize that this one did get into the 490s, but look where the majority of the prints close out, 450. So you're kind of close to that 450 level right now, Nick. In fact, we actually got to 451 and a third today. So I'm not telling you what to do. It's never financial advice. It's only suggestions and things that I would do. But I'd be putting a buy order here around 400, and I'd set up another buy order in the 370s, high 70s. To account for this range, because I want to build my position towards a lower end of the range, Nick, right? That way, if it loses trend, for example, if it loses 350, I'm only losing 30, 25 a share rather than $100 a share, right? So to me, that's what would make sense. But of course, you risk the fact that it goes without you. So I hope that helps, Nick. I hope you print up multiple storms. Get it, Bovin. I don't know why Streamlabs holds back Bovin's booms. Right? Like, Bovin should be able to boom freely in the chat, Streamlabs, without you babysitting him.
Why does he get it? Why does that happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Whatever. People are saying news is out on ZBAO. I got to look at that one real quick. There's no news. Sia?
No, Randy's got the RC car going.
ZBAO. Just 1 second. Signs non-binding. That was like an hour ago, or even before that. Non-binding agreement. Term sheet for about 3,500 Bitcoin as consideration for pipe financing. Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's send it back to Sia.
So Reddit is not having a big up day. It's having a big down day, and shares have continued to slide further down. It was down 7%. Now it's down more than 8.5% at the moment. Wall Street Journal had reported today that Reddit had discussed shutting off Google's access to its content for AI use. Now we'll get a bit deeper into this. So Reddit and Google has struck a deal back in the year 2024 where Reddit was going to allow that Google would train its AI models on Reddit's content. However, Google's AI summaries have now reduced traffic to websites from the search results page, which is one of the main reasons and the only reasons that Reddit is reconsidering the benefits of this deal. So according to the Wall Street Journal, Reddit's $60 million a year deal with Google might be ending soon, but the companies are also in talks to potentially renew this partnership on maybe newer terms. With that, you have Reddit down on the day, 8.5%.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting story, as we spoke about this morning on the rundown. So the fundamental business conflict here between Reddit and Google. Google's AI overviews, kind of they answer the queries that were directly searchable on the results page on Reddit. That strips away Reddit's click-through advertising, right? So, I mean, all of a sudden, their advertising revenue is dropping huge because AI overviews is giving the answer that would have appeared on the Reddit page. So fundamental business conflict. And now if you want to get rid of that, if you want to get out of AI overviews, you almost have to get out of the index as a whole. Under the current web indexing protocols, it's extremely difficult to block Google's AI scrapers without simultaneously delisting from the main Google search results. So walking away from the deal actually means removing Reddit threads from the general Google search. That's not something they want either, right? And then you have analyst firms here that are going to be bearish on Reddit as a result of this business stance that they're taking. Why? Because they were licensing their information, their data to these LLMs, not only to be searchable on Google's indexing, but to actually be training some of these models, right? And they were getting $130 million combined from Google and OpenAI. And you had analysts at Wells Fargo that were predicting they were going to make $500 million doing that because they were going to raise the prices. Well, where the hell is that money now going to forecast if they're going to cancel this deal? So all of a sudden, you got to start looking at Reddit from a fundamentally different perspective because their revenue stream might change. That's point number 3. And then point number 4, Reddit is not alone here. You got USA Today, you got Reuters, you got Penske Media, right? All are actively evaluating these crawler bans, and they're pursuing as well, some of them, antitrust cases against Google over AI summaries. This is a really, really interesting story. And there goes ADBV into another high day, 1873 high. It's up 150.
Yeah, man, it almost ran into 19. Yeah, I think there's from a Reddit perspective, I think it's important that when you type into search that Google can actually steer you to the page, because how much traffic does that actually bring? And I think that's going to be massive, to Sharif's point, to its fundamentals. Right? Like, you don't want to change that, in my opinion. There's not much more I can say about it. That's an IPO last year that was pretty hot for a while and tend to cool down. We can look at some of the technicals, but again, I stand on that point. Like, just having Google in your corner, yeah, you got to stand on business on that one, Sharif. Having Google in your corner, I think, is a positive, regardless of what data it's taking from it to train its AI models. I would be like, hey, man, that's okay, because I think the traffic and that's going to help, obviously, digital ad revenue and everything. 545% from those lows, right? That's substantial. What? RDDT from the weekly. Like, think about it. We're looking at the core weaves. We're looking at all of these names, and these exactly what I was just about to draw right there, Sharif, is those consistent higher lows. And I mean, at the end of the day, you look at some of the tech plays, and none of them have lived up to their word, but this has. Look at this, like almost every single one dipped below and head below that issuing price and sold off, but Reddit is continuing to hold on. I mean, an ad revenue giant, but if you take Google away, that can definitely change the fundamentals.
I want to read Ichiro's comment here, very interesting. Google search ads CPM is up for good websites. The AI results amplifies good websites. That's interesting. That is interesting because, you know, in a sense, I see what you're saying, Ichiro. Maybe Reddit, not the best information that you can get in terms of accuracy, but it seems to be what the LLMs want, especially for training these models. I think, you know, to some respect here, I don't want to say that they're only hunting for good information. I think they're hunting for just information. I don't know how to feel about that. But also, Travman for real says it's absolute trash. He doesn't like Reddit. Frathos says sometimes I use the AI summary, but more frequently, we'll still go directly to Reddit threads to check for details. That is actually interesting there. I don't know. I don't think you're the rule. I think that maybe you're the exception, hence why Reddit is a little bit annoyed by this kind of tie-up here. But all great comments, guys. Let's send it back to Sia.
We're looking over at AMD now, Advanced Micro Devices. So AMD has announced a strategic partnership with Anthropic, said that it'll be investing $5 billion in the company, quote unquote, in the future. As a part of this deal, Anthropic will be deploying 2 gigawatts of its AMD Instinct MI450 series GPUs in AMD Helios rack scale solutions. The first gigawatt will be deployed in the first half of next year, Adira. And AMD CEO Lisa Su has said in a statement that, quote unquote, we are thrilled to deepen our partnership with Anthropic and deploy AMD Helios at a gigawatt scale. AMD right now, I just want to check what the levels are. It's up close to 2.5% on the day. Adira, give us what's up.
Yeah, so I don't want to talk too much about this in particular. Like, I think it's an interesting look. Oh, sorry. Give me a second there. Yeah, I think for me, it's like just a reminder, guys, this AMD has this advancing AI event. There's going to be a whole bunch of public companies there. I had said the keynote was today. I was blind. I read wrong. I apologize. It's tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And there are 2 days full of programming. So we're going to actually kick that off here today, 4:20 p.m. Just in terms of public companies that are there. You're going to get Google, Celestica, Synopsys, Dell, Rivian, Marvell, Supermicro, SMCI, RXT, Broadcom, Arista Networks, and HP. That's today alone. You get a whole bunch of other companies. They're going to be present tomorrow as well. So just be aware, guys, that this AMD Advancing AI event is a lot bigger than just this one Anthropic announced. But I think it's interesting, too, how the stock reacted, because we already heard reports we were going to get this Anthropic AMD collab. Bit of a bump up on that, but then it actually gets announced. And again, kind of buy the rumor, sell the news. So we're going to have to wait and see, I guess, what happens at the keynote tomorrow with CEO Lisa Su in less than 24 hours. I think that might be more of note here.
Yep. The Katina Man is now short SpaceX, guys.
Okay.
What's the price, Katina Man? Just right here. SpaceX is tanking here. It's down 4%.
Man.
It's losing it. All right, so Katina Man, short SPCX. Let me talk a little bit about this. Let me tell you something.
118?
I know.
It's all-time lows on this thing.
Of course. Yeah, of course. It continues to bleed its own blood. Didn't you hear about the short
Yeah, but we were talking
interest,
about
33%?
Yeah,
oh my
man.
God, the public float.
It's done. It's over.
It's over. It's going to zero. This guy, bro. I love it. All right, man. Let's talk a little bit about this. Starting the second half of next year, Anthropic looking at purchasing 2 big boy gigawatts of AMD's MI450 chips, of course, and then AMD will reciprocate. They're going to throw $5 billion Anthropic's way, depending, of course, on the specific deployment milestones. We've been seeing this a lot. You buy from me, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and everything is good. Nobody itches, right? Anthropic is also going to deploy its chips across its own data centers as well when it builds them, because it's looking at building them. They don't have any at the moment, as well as the data centers that it currently leases. And then AMD, they're also discussing providing financial backstops for Anthropic's leases so then they get a better rate, right? You got 2 guarantors on that lease, all of a sudden your rate drops. Who's seen that before in real life? Also, there's going to be an engineering collaboration between the 2 companies. So the partnership's going to include what we call this kind of reciprocal deal where AMD is going to actually leverage Claude to help optimize its own performance of its chips. And we've been seeing this a lot more where these companies, these fabless companies, fabless chip designers are using AI to even improve their chipset. Something that I was thinking maybe would be used in the healthcare space, hence why we chose that pick. But this is actually being used in silicon development.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So stating it as strategically significant as each win deepens AMD's credibility as the number 2 to NVDA and supports the slow, steady share gains underpinning its AI growth story. So, I mean, one thing that I want to know, and I think it's a good question, this is a fantastic question. Now, in regards to the deal, we know about the cyclical nature, right? Like we invest, you buy our chips, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, when you see these companies invest into other ones, on the back side of things, you're looking for an ROI. Now, this leads to the question. AMD gives $5 billion to Anthropic to use. Where's the profit? Fantastic question. What's going to fall into ad revenue? That's going to be a massive revenue stream for some of these large language models. And then also the paid tier system, right? The higher the tier, the more cost it is. Now, I think what these companies, Anthropic and ChatGPT, want to do is integrate into our day-to-day lifestyle, which they're currently doing right now, but to the tune where it's so deeply embedded into our lifestyle where you have no option other than to essentially dive into the ecosystem. I mean, we know about the freemium and how it's really difficult for these companies, and you're asking ChatGPT and Anthropic, where's the money coming from? It's going to come from digital ads and the higher tiers. And that's where I stand on. I think these guys, I said to Sharif this morning, I think Anthropic at one point has the potential to be one of the largest companies on the planet, if it's not already. I mean, it's already like $900 billion valuation. I think we can see this at
People are talking about this thing hitting 3 trillion.
Easily.
Yeah.
Should I say it again?
Easily.
Listen, dude, I mean, we went over the monthly active users before, and Anthropic was on the lower end of the larger participants, and the top 2 being OpenAI and Gemini.
But does that matter? Because they focused on enterprise.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, right?
And
They're going to the deep pockets, Joey.
That too, but also what I was going to get at is think about it, who has the most room to grow. From
That's
that
another good point. So if you want to
like,
go the customer route. See, I think they're kind of compute constrained right now, though. That's the thing.
That's why they're signing all these massive deals, man. They need,
deals,
Dario needs the compute power.
Yeah,
man.
but Dario is, don't forget, Dario is actively running a reg capture campaign, a regulatory capture campaign. So even though I want to make it very clear, I think Claude's amazing. It doesn't mean that, he stopped his reg capture kind of approach. Reg capture is basically he wants him and a couple of other, sort of oligopolies to influence the regulatory framework that's designed. So the idea there is to box out competition by saying, oh, we need to protect ourselves from AI, that whole doomerist approach. I don't think he's changed that at all, right? So I like Anthropic. I have my reservations when it comes to Dario and, the strategy he's employing, but what do I know?
Yeah. I mean, at the end, same question, right? Like, so it's like, Joe, but what about the ad revenue? How do you get this? Like, how are they going to? Well, you got to pay. But who's going to be paying? They're going to put the ads on the freemium, so you can monetize that, right? That's what we're seeing within ChatGPT, and it's only a matter of time until you see these companies become digital ad giants. Because why? People are using these search engines more and more from a day-to-day basis.
Let's take a look into Samsung smart glasses. So this is a very detailed story here. I want to get a bit into it at the end with my take as well. So Samsung has detailed the features of its smart glasses that also include gesture controls as of today. Samsung had previously unveiled the quote-unquote intelligent eyewear during the Google I/O, which is Input-Output conference back in May, where it showed off the product that had been designed with Warby Parker and Gentle Monsters. You can see on my screen right over here. Samsung Galaxy Unpacked event that was today. The company has said that the glasses have an inbuilt camera that can, besides record videos or take photos, can also read the content off a whiteboard or any kind of chart or any presentations and summarize them into notes. It can also, like I said, summarize people sending long messages into smaller notes. Executive Vice President at Samsung, James Choi, has said that this product will be priced at a premium and will only be available to people via its partners' sales channels. Now, here's my take. This is a market that has been dominated by Meta for quite some time. As long as we can remember, 69.2% is the stake that Meta currently holds as of earlier this year in the smartwear glasses markets. And Choi has also said that the glasses will be at the quote-unquote lower end of the money, but also won't be exorbitant either. So I don't know what to say about this, but it is also important to keep an eye and keep a note of the fact that Meta has dominated this market for quite some time. So Samsung coming in is going to be serious competition at the same time. But these two, I would say, designs look pretty cool. But yeah, let's see what the guys have to say.
Yeah, I tell you, I don't have much in the way of commentary on this. I do like the fact, though, that they do come in different styles, like we saw with Meta and the tie-up they made with Kylie there, as well as some others, and the designs that she threw out. So it's a good look. They look to be very similar in design to Meta's glasses. It looks like the same camera placement, wider kind of handles there that go over your ears where they're going to store the battery. Yeah, good look for them. Of course, as you mentioned, Meta does dominate the space. Let's see how Samsung's able to penetrate.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up, Sia, because I feel that the ground and the popularity of some of these wearables isn't there just yet. I think we're still gung-ho about these devices. I understand that the smartphone and everything along those lines, as from a technology standpoint, is it doing what we want it to do? I don't know, but what is important is that Meta is the first to market pretty much with the best quality product at this point in regards to actual the wearables, the glasses. You see the UFC fighters wearing them. But it's good for Samsung to step right in and slowly start to grab some of that market share. But I don't think we've seen, we're nowhere even close. I don't even say, I believe we're not even close to the pinnacle or the peak of these wearables, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot more room to run. I'm looking forward to see what Apple has to do if and when they release some glasses or something along those lines. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Meta is dominating it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it gets leapfrogged at one point.
I'd be interested to see too if we can get those AirPods that are supposed to have those fisheye camera lenses that perceive your surroundings and then give you kind of
like a feedback.
Yeah, because you're already seeing a little bit of that, like with the new Apple Intelligence. By the way, Beta 4 out for iOS 27 users. Katina, man, did you get on that iOS 27? So update, brother, because there was another one yesterday, Beta 4. And you're already seeing that, right? You're seeing Apple Intelligence already in the camera app where you can just kind of point at something and it gives you information on it. So I think that would probably be the first step, right, for those fisheye lenses and that kind of thing. I'm really interested to see how Apple's able to kind of make that all into one ecosystem. Because you got like Samsung, kind of the same player too, right?
Yeah.
They've got the phone.
They got the phone.
Exactly. So they can kind of consolidate all that into one. I like that. I like that approach.
I like that. Yeah, I like that approach, man. I'm looking forward to the future. Unfortunately, I'll be oh, that's a crazy shot.
What?
Pull that shot back up. Do it.
Bring it.
No, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. Do it.
Do it, Assassino.
Hit it one more time, Assassino.
I think. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it was a
got
close
the big
up.
boys, baby. Get it,
All right,
Katina, man.
yeah, I get it, Katina, man.
And zoom in on Katina, man.
Yeah, well, that's what it was,
exactly
man. But no, they were zoomed in on the back of my boy's head. Like, what kind of criminal activity is that? But no,
Neil Short BMNR,
yeah,
not more downside on BMNR.
SpaceX is absolutely bleeding its own blood. Tesla's falling off a cliff as well too. So yeah. Let's see. Are you gonna buy Zuck's smart glasses? Is that something that you would be looking?
I bought them when the first gen, and I returned them.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not really interested.
Like the Oakleys or anything like that.
I don't know. I'm not interested, Joey.
You know what I do like is the point of view, POV.
Yeah,
when you wear them, like if you're like recording something.
All I see is dudes wear that and then try to riz women on the internet, and like they're just trying to they're going up, speaking to them, and they got the smart glasses on. That's the only purpose I've seen
so
online.
Far? Okay.
Yeah, Rizzlers.
Well, maybe the Rizzler. Do you know who the Rizzler is?
Rizzlers, of
course. Yeah. No, but I think if you're like playing sports, good for recording sports and stuff. But do you know that guy? You know the Rizzler?
I know about the Riddler.
No, not the Riddler, the Rizzler.
Yeah, so he's something. He's obviously doing his thing there with people. Why? What does he do?
No, it's just this little kid that they call the Rizzler.
What does he have good riz?
No, he's a little kid. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why do they call him that?
I don't know.
All right. Take care. 5 minutes in the bag.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
Yeah, I think we're up to an hour now. We might have to take Friday off, guys.
All right, the guns are for gun content, POV. Like, come on, bro. We're tired. I mean, like, it's cool, but there's so many different points of views that you can use these things for.
All right, man.
Let's get out of here. Yeah, 5 minutes is a lot, dude. That's crazy.
Cool.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
What up, everybody?
About using those glasses maybe for sports.
Like coaching,
like
first
that,
person.
Yeah. But it is weird. You're talking about like people wearing them into clubs and out at bars and stuff like that. Like, what's really the point of that?
You don't feel like
Like,
one of the things is, are people feeling like they can't be themselves or afraid to like let loose because on the dance floor someone will be recording you and then you get embarrassed. But the application for like I was thinking about it. Well, if I was coaching first base or something and whatever, like your team and having them on, I think that would be pretty cool. We'll see. You guys obviously know we've got some earnings tonight, and we're locked and loaded and getting ready for that. That's all the different camera shots we can get the turnaround for sure. So yeah, it's going to be a fun. We got a couple of hours, or less than 2 hours now, until earnings palooza.
And I put down on the good old X account over there. It's too bad that we were not here at this time, and it really sucks because we were actually going to hold SpaceX. We wrote down 125 on the sticky note today. And that's that short that we waited for pretty much all day. As soon as we went off air is when it was starting to go. Could have, should have, would have stayed around for that trade. And now you're seeing where this is, and it's just absolute chaos to the downside here today for SpaceX. And I was having to do some work with Fabian there and missed the 18 out there, but that's okay. We'll see if it comes back in right there. 18 low take there for SPCX as we get ready to rock and roll. But before we do anything, we got to talk to you about Oragenics. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. Of course, the ticker is OGEN on the NYSE American. They're developing ONP-002, which is an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please go check them out. No matter what you're up to, check out Oragenics. We've all know somebody or have had potentially a concussion ourselves. So go get that all looked at. Boom. Again, we take that trade at 12:30. Not even, we just posted up that's where we sort of wanted this level for IBIT. We had put into our, on our sticky note here today that we wanted IBIT at 37.75. That's, we are lucky enough to get a 50 fill. Goes down into VWAP. Now we're starting to cover some of this. So we are going to be short on IBIT. This will actually be, one of the only positive stocks today that I have. I'm not down that much on NVIDIA. We got the long there up to the top side. Then I went short when I thought it was failing up there at 214. It broke out. What a good day there for NVIDIA. The bigger loser for me today is this TQs, which is just funny because if I just don't stop out and I basically hold forever, which is never a good sign, and that's not a trading strategy, you don't even have too much to worry about because it doesn't break 71.50. Now it's underneath pretty much every level that we shorted earlier. So yeah, not a great look there for the TQs today. Just stopped out too many times here as we kept on ripping up near 11 o'clock. So this will be the big one there. We'll see if we can short it again if it does come back up. But here comes SpaceX right back to that level again of 119. I like the short break just because of the momentum. We had seen that break right there and held, so it didn't break. And then once it did break, we punched down and we got 10 cents worth of slippage, which is fine. And we were able to cover some at 60s, some in the 40s. But like I had mentioned, there did not get the O's out, which I wish we would have. I was doing some testing of these cameras, but normally I have a bid down there. I just didn't put it, which is my bad. So we got another out there at 60. So let's see what winds up happening now at the 25 period moving average. It's SpaceX. I wanted to hold this against 120.
Did you say O's?
O's, yeah. What did I say? O's 118. Yeah, O's, yeah, maybe 118.
Do you know what Snoop Dogg's least favorite favorite cereal is?
Let me see. I'm trying to think about it. What is it?
It's Cheerios. You know why?
Because it's missing the hose.
He don't love them O's.
Yeah, exactly. Good one. Yeah, I was thinking about that one there. It's a good one there.
I can't claim credit. I'm trying to remember. I want to say
some kid
I don't
jokes?
think it was Chappelle. I want to say it was Chappelle, but I don't remember who did that one. It damn sure wasn't. It ain't my joke. That's for sure. That being said, Fruit Loops are delicious. I'm going to throw that out there. Why have Cheerios when you can eat Fruit Loops?
Frosted Flakes.
For all you Americans, Fruit Loops taste different here than it does in the U.S. I don't know. I'm just saying, it tastes better here. So if you've had Fruit Loops in the U.S., come to Canada, eat our Fruit Loops, and trust me, that's some good-ish. I'm only in one trade right now. It's BMNR. I pivoted from IBIT to BMNR because, so this morning, there was a couple of good opportunities to short, but it kept making higher lows and higher highs. And that top in BMNR ended up being topping tail, lower high. So that actually continuation looked like a little bit more of a short. And then when we bounced off VWAP here, throw in here that ETH is doing absolutely nothing. So ETH under VWAP. It also didn't make any fresh highs after the morning top. So just a little bit of extra weakness over in this bad boy. Though I might want to take another cover into this wick in the 40s. Looks like it's just supporting these 40s. So I'm going to get on the bid here, take another out. We are going to be looking at a bunch of earnings names. I want to get this poll right away because, hey, it's earnings. So who am I missing? The question is going to be, if you're in the chat right now, the question is going to be, which earnings name are you riding with? Who's your pick? Look, you got to pick one, and you got to say this is the one you think is going to be the best long. All right? So I'm hoping we can have, who am I missing? Alphabet, Tesla, ServiceNow,
those are
IBM.
the big ones.
Is there a big one? Am I missing a big one?
If you can't get bigger than that, can you?
Okay, I'm gonna
Google, Tesla, IBM, ServiceNow, TXN. Those are, I think, the 5 biggest.
Did I put TXN? No. TXN, no disrespect, Texas Instruments. We'll leave it with these three. Yeah. We'll start the voting right now. So type 1 if you're rolling with Alphabet, 2 Tesla, 3 IBM, 4 ServiceNow. Remember, let's see what happens, but we want to see what the viewers will think. Runaway right now is Alphabet. Like, we just opened it up, and it's 60%. 60% Alphabet. IBM bringing up the rear at 10%, and same thing with ServiceNow, but 11. Tesla giving you the other 20 to 25 pointers. So we'll leave that one up. Again, it's just to see what everybody thinks.
I never like it when it's one way.
Whenever it's, yeah, you want it to be one way.
Yeah, I don't want Google to be.
Remember the Apple polls for the Mag 7? Like, we did those polls, and every single one, which Mag 7 do you like the best? Apple, dead last. Which Mag 7 is the one that went to the all-time high? Apple. Like, it was the absolute opposite of the overall. Sometimes it's how it is. Like, if everybody's short, it goes up, like that kind of a deal. But we're going to find out in just a couple of hours. Very popular. Everyone's going with probably the best company out of all of those. But there's a difference between the best company and what happens tonight, possibly.
Yeah, no, I mean, you never know. We've loved Google for a long time, and it's been like, a love-hate relationship. On earnings, you can be up or down. 10%. The expected move was 6%. We'll get some of those going for you guys in just a couple minutes. This is what Adara puts out every day. And so even this is going to be important. We're going to stay late with you guys today, but we won't stay too much past 4:10. That's IBM. So we'll be there for Google. Texas Instruments we'll have on board for you guys as well. There into the close. And we'll have some Tesla at 4:05. IBM coming at 4:10, and then Google right out the hop right there early at 4 p.m. So should be a good, will be a good earnings show for sure. It's just a matter of will the earnings come the way we all hope, and that is upside right there. And you can go get all of these, including the full week's calendar over there at Trader TV Research, TTVL. Just type that in, you'll find it immediately. G Vernova is down 10% or 8% or so today. 8%. So that was not a great look there to start it off with. But then tomorrow we've got some good names as well in the after hours.
Lockheed.
Just Intel tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. And then Nokia tomorrow in the pre-market. These are all pre-market American Airlines. We sort of talked about maybe the impact of oil having on some of these plays there recently. So we'll have a check on that. Comcast, I don't know, man. We've seen Netflix and what they've been doing. Although Netflix was up this morning, we can have another look there. And of course, on Friday, nothing coming in the post-market, but we do got Verizon, and we talked about, potentially not the death of, but we've seen some downside slides in some of the telecommunication names there. And then American Express. So some good names coming this week for sure. Just a matter of, sitting tight for tonight and waiting to see what these big dogs are bringing out for us right there. SpaceX coming back in, so that'll be good. I was waiting for right here at 119.35 at the time. Now it looks like 119.25. We want to go short again off of, and it's really, you don't need that many trades, to make some money. But there's that SpaceX short 125. It was the number one trade idea for myself. I just wasn't here when that hit. And I don't want to just put an order there, especially on a SpaceX, but we could have done that. And it would have actually been completely fine. 124.75, the high, 124.90 actually, the high of the day. So, that one now would be $6 in the money, but, it doesn't really matter. We don't have it. We're going to try to play the momentum low side right now. I'm going to put a bid out here at 66 or whatever just got filled there. just to get a piece out. We have fallen back into this level one more time. We got a piece there, 72. So we're starting to get out. I actually only have now 60% of what I took right there left on board, with the rest waiting for lower. So let's see if that does come through, man. And then we'll just hopefully celebrate on a 118 break, and then we'll just go from there. We are very nervous about August the 6th, and that's going to be when that lockup happens.
I think everybody is.
There,
it's the lockup more than the earnings.
Right? Yeah, no, the earnings are going to be a problem, but what are they going to talk about in the earnings, right? Like, we don't really know what to expect from Elon Musk and company on that. What are they going to be talking about? Mining asteroids? Are they going to be talking about Stargate?
I think they're going to be talking about like the
Starlink,
the growth in earnings, because the revenue growth is going to have to be the story. Like, you're going to have to explain.
Yeah, because they have no revenues until 2031 or something.
Like, you're gonna have to explain to us like that 5 to 10 year window, like how you're gonna get exponential from there. And I think that's the story. That's why people want to own it long term. Only because you brought up. I'm not trying to put a downer on this, but you did mention Netflix and the gains that it had this morning. About those gains, they're gone. So Netflix, it's up because it gapped up. Like, a lot of times you're here at the close. Actually, it fell back from the highs at the close a little bit, so technically it did gap up, but it closed the entirety of this breakout gap for Netflix. So 1 step forward, 2 steps back, at least 1 step forward, 1 step back here for Netflix. But the good news is the earnings resistance level on day 2, that can be some support. So Netflix, just hold the 69, and maybe you aren't an abject disaster forever, Netflix. For the small cap people out there, it's hilarious because a couple of times that Sharif was talking about ADVB, like, you heard me, I went to shot him like, he's looking at AbbVie? Nice. And then, like, no, he was talking about ADVB. That one's trying to stop falling, halted down, open lower, pulling into VWAP. It's already lost $5 from the high, maybe a little bit more than $5 from the highs. The volume's still pretty solid, so I imagine there's probably some active lookers here. That's the most recent one that halted. Actually, no, there's a STFS, but I'm not familiar with that one. We're going to Adara first, and then maybe find some other interesting plays, as the market's still kind of pulling back here.
Yeah, let's talk here about USO. USO, pretty stagnant here, but I do think I have to mention this comment made by the aerospace commander of Iran's IRGC, Mousavi, saying that, quote, Iran will cut off the electricity of U.S. regional allies if its bridges or power plants are attacked. So once again, here we've got the U.S. threatening to, attack bridges or power plants of Iran. If they attack, now Iran's saying, hey, if you do that, we're going to do this. So these threats continue to cascade here, unfortunately, between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Yay. What we need is more escalation, everybody.
We heard this morning, it was like, okay, what's the next story here? And it was, the more they hit us, the more we hit them, and it's a back and forth.
Hopefully no troops on the ground, but I don't know. It feels like we're not hearing the end of it. And at this point, like, when USO pulls back, it's not really pulling back. Every time you think that oil's having, like, at least recently, right? Like, it looks like it's having a weak day. Not really. Like, it's more consolidative than anything else. Like, today, obviously, if I just put up a 3-minute chart or a 1-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, even here, of course that looks like a pretty weak day for oil. But it's still a gap up and then holding consolidation. Like, there's nothing that's really flushing it. We're not getting any positive headlines. You do have to wonder, we're not that far from really just filling in the gap even more. You just need one kind of major escalation and things are going to absolutely start to fly. Unfortunately for the traders out there, I don't know what to tell you, but these guys are dead. Right? You gap up, break higher. Battle did absolutely nothing. So the small cap plays that have been squeezing are not showing any signs. Part of that to me says, well, no one's really believing that we're going to sustain some of these moves. So the people that short in these names are feeling very confident and not really covering into any rallies in USO. Maybe if we break the highs or something. I feel better about SkyQ than Battle for obvious reasons, because Battle came all the way back. This one's still in a bit of an upward trend, but it's not moving. If USO breaks the highs, I think you'd have something with that SkyQ. You need to find something else that might be going. It's just not very good.
Sky Quarry.
Sky Quarry. They're like a refined petroleum products play. So you think they could be good, but
we're
1 point today only.
Yeah, we're putting some damage on IBIT. So we just got a great fill down near VWAP, man. I wasn't sure if we were going to get that again down there. We didn't have an order here when that name came through. But yeah, a bid right there at 35. So hopefully that, winds up being one of the better outs there. I just put another bid lower to see if we can grab something. Well, I put another bid at 37 to see if we can grab that. And I do have sort of like a closing trade at 32. Like if we can get VWAP proper, then I think we're doing pretty good there. We'll see about shutting ourselves out of the trade there. Hold a little bit of it, but good position there back in for IBIT. And again, the idea here was 66,000. And that's again, one of the notes from this morning that we wanted to do. Looks like, again, I'm just going to put another bid out here, just get out more 5%. And I want to try to hold, like I said, for SpaceX. It's just these are the best we've gotten. It's only dipped below 50 once. So now I'm bidding another tranche here to get down to half at 30s. If we can get the 30 fill, which we just bounced off 35, then we'll do that. And then I don't have any more bids until we break 118. So let's just take one more fill down here. It's been a good trade. I'm just late to the party, right? I mean, the SpaceX move had already happened, and we had written down, you guys can look it up, I've already showed it. We wrote down 125, but right now, that's not a thing because we're not here to take that. So we're just going to go short now. And it was late, right? We're late to the party. I would have loved to short that 120 break there. That was obviously an instant, I guess, the same kind of trade. Instantly down about 80, 90 cents there. That's what happened here. Breaks, goes down to the next penny, next dollar, and bounces off that, right? And so that's what SpaceX did now twice on these key dollar breaks. So right now, the reason why, okay, there we go. We get the 30s, thankfully. Okay. Now let's see if we can hold and do a little more damage here to the downside and help out our P&L a little bit. SpaceX will be my number one stock if I got out now, but IBIT currently holding. Oh, IBIT just tanked. Wow, okay, let's go. What happened to IBIT right there? That's a good one. I was like, the P&L just changed there a little bit, and it wasn't just because of SpaceX, but there goes IBIT, kaboom. Nice move to the downside right there. All right, well, hey, that's it. Almost end of the trade, man. That's what we wanted. We told you we wanted 32s. We get that right there, and yeah, so down goes IBIT. I mean, obviously, I wish we had never covered this one, but there it goes. That was a good one there, and yeah, man. Okay, happy with that one.
Yeah, gotta cover somewhere.
IBIT. Yeah, whatever.
Everything's flushing now, so we'll take it. You don't necessarily want the market to go red, but it is already red. So sorry to tell you guys, it's just a matter of whether the Nasdaq loses view up here. I'm not bidding again until mid 30s. I think I have 32 in there. I'll move it to 33 or 34 if we need to. But we are selling off into the close. The other thing that's happening, and when we're doing the earnings names and looking at, I guess the four that we picked. ServiceNow is bleeding all day. Software is bleeding all day, but ServiceNow is bleeding going into their earnings. IBM is getting smoked. I know it's only down 2.5%, but context matters. This is now the bottom from the preliminary earnings report in $1. So the bleed is real here. They're taking this one and woodshedding it. Some risk coming off of these names going into earnings, and we have Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesperson warns shipping companies that the Strait of Hormuz southern route is mined, post on X. Yeah, this is not good.
Oh,
Let's go. I think we're going up to Adara.
Are we? Okay.
Oh, no.
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
No, because she gone.
We're going to go. What's up, Ozan? There goes the break again. Now we're $1 and change in the money. Finally we can hit a dollar club. Oh, boy. I love being here and trading with everybody, but I love having winners just as much. And there it goes to the downside there, 117.80. Now starting to bleed a little lower there. And again, we only have a third left. So we could do the whole Brian Shannon thing. I actually called up a 2-minute chart right here. Thing is like he was saying that on a 2-minute bar cover up there. So like that's one bar there. We don't get back to that, right? So you don't get out there. You're kind of waiting for these big moves to happen, trying to cover. You might have covered a little bit there at 119, but here's a bigger move. So there's a 2-minute candle there. And you want to start to get out when it covers up the last 2 minutes. So right now we can almost just wait for SpaceX to continue to go higher here. We can even put little mini stops every time it goes back up to the upside. But I think now it's worth letting this thing go all the way down. I mean, you're at 1760 now and starting to go a little lower through there. So yeah, so far so good here. Needless to say for SpaceX on the short anyways. Hey man, I was saying $100 earlier today in the morning. I think that was just a random level. I mean, the problem with SpaceX, and this is going to be the problem with this stock for a very, very long time because there are no earnings. You know, when an IBM or something goes down, right, and IBM just keeps on falling, there's so much coverage of IBM that they can just say, okay, based on what they've told us, we can put the numbers down to a 5 multiple or down to whatever it happens to be. SpaceX has already told us there's not going to be any revenues for half a decade. You know, so what exactly are you going to base the value of SpaceX on to where you can finally say, you know what, I believe 115 is a good level. Like, I think I don't know what's going to save this other than what Kathy tried yesterday with her buy program. Like, there's not going to be someone that's going to be smart enough to say, I believe there's value in SpaceX at X level. Like, we could buy it when it hits $1 trillion. You could buy it when it hits $750 billion.
Just think like the Rebel Alliance.
How do they think?
Rebellions are built on hope.
Yeah, and I think this is a hopium stock right now, and it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's a good one. You have the it's a trap thing. Feels like this has been a trap. You know,
Sure.
all the smart money probably on the sidelines here as guys like us, you know, take pieces of our position that are now out 30, 40%. Some people out even more than that. This thing has dropped almost double from its highs. It was $230, man, was its highs. I mean, where does it stop?
Away.
You know, and that, I think that's going to eventually be just a huge story here with SpaceX, and that is that I'm going to get a piece out, and that is that where does it stop, and what's the reason for it stopping? You know, because it's not like earnings season. Elon's going to say, "Oh, guess what? We've just found out that we're starting a colony on Mars, and you know, rent starts at $1,000 a square foot, and
I'm all in.
you know, we own like 1 million square feet. So therefore, anyways." Long story short,
He's going to go save Mark Watney and the stock's going to 1,000.
Yeah, if I even know who that was. I'm probably a sci-fi guy.
He's a Martian.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. It's a good movie. Not as good as, well,
not as good as what it did.
not as good as Helmer. Definitely not as good as what we're about to see up the wall. Ooh, I see a name that we're interested in tonight.
Afternoon, everyone. It's time for today's version of To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. As Sean and Neil alluded to, today we're going to talk about Tesla. Now, TSLA is reporting earnings after the bell, so I think it's very timely to discuss this name. And this infographic is earnings related. Now, what is this? What does it mean? So way back in, I want to say April of 2025, I made this infographic. At that point, it only would have been up to date up to Q3 2024 because I made it before the Q4 earnings report. But it would have been up to date up to Q4 2024 because I made it ahead of the Q1 25 earnings report. That's not really relevant. What is relevant, though, is what I was trying to measure. So you've got the day one returns here in the light gray. Now, this isn't like the, implied earnings move or anything. This isn't what it's at open after the report. This is how has it performed in the day following the earnings release. So day one earnings, that's what we're really looking at here. Now, the red line is revenue growth. So how much revenue growth did Tesla report that quarter? Now, obviously, those metrics don't necessarily, go hand in hand on their faces, but what I wanted to look at was, does Tesla respond to what we're actually seeing here from their revenue growth with the stock? So like if we have a strong revenue growth report, do we see the stock performing strongly? Now, as you might have guessed here, it's Tesla, it does what it wants. And what's interesting is that's very clearly, I think, reflected in this report or in this infographic. So you've got, to be fair, we've got roughly 40% growth, up 10% on the stock here. But then for Q1 2023, and for Q2 2023, you still have decent growth here of 20% or greater, or in the case of Q2 23, 45% or so growth, and you're still pretty stagnant. Now, what's interesting here as well is you've got times as well here in Q2 2024, for example, where you're actually, trading higher despite revenue not growing as much or even declining. So there's really no correlation here. Then we get to Q1 2026, where you had, much like we saw with Tesla deliveries for Q2 2026, strong revenue for Q1 26 for Tesla, but the stock not really reacting. So we'll have to wait and see what Tesla gives us for tomorrow, but I thought this was going to kind of be an interesting look. I also want to let you guys know I will be away on vacation on Thursday and Friday. Unfortunately, I will not be there for the latest to Advancing AI keynote. But that doesn't mean we're not advancing infographics. Why? Because I have a whole bunch of stuff scheduled for the entire time I am away. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, arguably way too many visuals, like probably just way too many infographics. But you're going to have a whole bunch of earnings preview content. You're going to have a lot of really interesting stuff over the weekend. And you get the day 2 schedule of the Advancing AI event for AMD. What more could you ask for? I don't know, probably a lot. But either way here, TTV Research has you covered, even when I'm not here. With that, here's our final segment for a while here of to the window, to the wall. But I'll see you guys at this wall on Monday, and you'll see the guys over at the desk right now.
To 100, I think people might buy.
I don't know if people will. I mean, we're just talking
Sorry,
about
but I know Tesla. I know that's a great chart for Tesla, and we'll get to that. But
I mean, Elon's got bigger problems here. We were just saying to each other, like, who's going to actually step in here besides people that are covering their shorts to step in here and actually buy this? Like, I really, I apologize for everybody having to listen to my little rant there about it, but like, it's I don't know where this thing stops. I mean, that's the other question that we have to talk about, right? And that's what I was saying. Like, why would someone say, okay, this is down far enough, time for me to buy this up? I don't know where the catalyst is to do that. Therefore, SPCX. So now you're down 5%, which is really nothing. I mean, we could get down a whole heck of a lot more than that. And I mean, who is going to sit there and buy it? That's the question. And I think that there could be some covering. So, we do have to sort of watch out on this a little bit. At 1780 right there would be the next sort of 2-minute issue. We just talked about it being 1840. Now we're down here at 1787 or so. If that covers up that candle, maybe we, start to get out a little bit there. And here it comes right now. So yeah, watching out for a 2-minute. I can't remember what Brian said. Was it just 1 2-minute candle or 2 2-minute candles? Because if it was 2 2-minute candles, then why couldn't I just use a 4-minute chart? It must have been 1 2-minute candle. I'm going to have to rewatch that segment again, or I'll just message him right now and ask him what that was.
it was definitely a 2-minute. It was a 2-minute.
Right, and why would it ever be 2 2-minute candles? Because then wouldn't you just said, why don't you just look at a 4-minute candle?
Yeah.
Or like just maybe no one uses 4 minutes. I don't.
If Adara was watching during the segment, she'd know. But it was definitely a 2-minute. It was definitely a 2-minute candle. But I feel like it was the first 2-minute candle that closed higher
above yeah. So I'd say kind of.
That sounds about right. As I've said before, too, just I'm not always like fully listening when we have the guest segments, especially because Pete Excess was on yesterday, so I was watching that to see if oil would move as they talked about.
Oh, that's okay.
Before, so I wasn't fully listening.
No, don't.
It's not your fault. Like, we're the ones that are talking to Brian
here.
Trade,
yeah.
Like I vaguely remember it being that, but I think obviously that's important. We do have a super.
Well, I'm gonna start to cover now, anyways.
Okay, well, I didn't know. I thought maybe we had it's a great super chat. Thank you, Cheese in a Chair. Do either of you guys remember the scene from Conan the Barbarian when Conan asked, what is best in life? And he said, Canadian Fruit Loops. Yeah, that was Schwarzenegger and Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
For the people that don't know, people that hate on old school Wilt Chamberlain, Arnold Schwarzenegger said Wilt Chamberlain in the weight room was like the strongest dude he saw. Think about that perspective. Like, Wilt was just crazy. Crazy, absolutely crazy. But if we're jumping just right back to SpaceX, the way this is falling, when the lockup expires, you have to wonder if it's already under $100 by then, if it's already sitting at like 80 or something, then that turns into probably everyone's expecting people to dump, and then they might not dump at that kind of a depressed price. And now I'm starting to think of if we do not break this trend, all we do is fall at the rate that we've been going into earnings. It's just following the same rate you'd be in the 80 range. If it just continues to do what it's already doing, it kind of turns into a sell the news, which would be a buy kind of deal. I'm trying to remember who did this. I think it was day 1 or day 2 on the ARM lockup. I'm pretty sure it was ARM, where everyone came in that morning expecting a bloodbath, and there was a sell into it, and then that morning it was just like a rip your face off because everyone was expecting a dump, and it was shorts covering, and there was just no sell pressure that came in, and then it was like after the fact. So I think that could happen in SpaceX. And then back to Tesla, it was a great looking chart, but one thing I wanted to point out, if you looked at the end of that graphic for Adara, it was about Q2 2025 is when you had that spike up in revenue growth, and then there was a pullback, and then another spike up that was higher. Well, what's happening now is Tesla, that second spike, it's not really respecting it in the price action. So the price action is diverting from that revenue growth in Tesla. If that trend continues, at some point, because when you have crazy valuations, what else are you going to look at other than revenue growth versus the chart? And if you just continue to drop while revenue growth gets higher, I'm telling you, that's where you start thinking about the buying opportunity when it gets that bit of a trend line. But it does get ugly if revenue starts to slow when you're still in that downtrend. We have Chain Reactor with a super chat. Hey, thank you for the $20 super chat there. We appreciate you. SpaceX did the stair step for selling their shares for a reason. After all the early IPO sell-offs are done in December, then and only then I will buy SpaceX. The stock is simply bleeding because of the early stockholders selling. It's an exit strategy.
Yeah, I mean,
it's about where is it going to turn? I remember when ARM came out, I thought it was going to get all the way down to like $35 to $45. It ended up bouncing at like 55 or something around that range. It was just, I remember being dead wrong about how far it was going to sell off initially, and then never really got into it until on the way back to the upside. I'm trying to find come on. Of course, it's going to take forever for this chart to load. Yeah, give me a break. It got down to it did that whole pop and then drop, got down to about 46, and I was thinking it was going to get into the 30s the way it was trending down, and then it just started gradually rising, it could still head lower, and then eventually, next thing you know, it's breaking $80, and what are you going to do? So it's not always the easiest thing in the world. And then I look at the history of now look at it. 80 seems great, but man, $40, $50 would have been a heck of a lot better. And if you were buying too early in ARM, you were buying in the 60s and 70s on the way down. Now, I'm not saying, look, SpaceX is not ARM at all, but I think it's one of those things where it's not easy to predict where the low is going to be. Sometimes deciding DCA is the only way to go if you want to build your position.
Yeah, I think you're, thanks for the super chat. I think you're right. I mean, this is the problem. And we talked about the early interest in the private markets as they were trying to price discover. There was a lot of selling heading into the IPO by insiders, just knowing that potentially this could happen. I mean, if you didn't sell it in day 2 or day 3, then you're underwater pretty much from the get-go on SpaceX. And it sucks, right? And a lot of us have been sitting there buying some of these dips, but we'll have to wait to see. And I think your strategy is right. Wait till December. We had Steve Teilman on. He talked about wait years until you get involved in some of these most recent IPOs. But yeah, it's been years since, not years, but since we talked about Bitcoin on a positive note, it feels like. Still trying to see if it can hold out hope. That 64 to 66 is somewhere like a base right there. But I'm going to take another piece out here as we basically short the high of the day. Look, if it comes back into here, that's great. But we have a very small piece left on that trade. Our bigger outs were right into here, obviously above VWAP, and didn't really think this was going to happen into the close. You are getting a nice bounce. I just wanted to note the market as well, right there, bouncing off 29.2. So that's, a big level for VWAP. Also into the lows, sort of. It's not the low of the day, but as the market started to rip, we did come back in and bought up somewhere similarly near VWAP. So that's a nice little clean bounce right there for the overall market. So maybe NASDAQ is making its way back to the north side. Intel's been such a good short there. You had to wait for 106. I don't think I had it written down on here. No, not today. But that would have been, again, what a great level there, right into yesterday's sort of highs that we got into. And then it did break it, so I think you would have lost there. But if you sort of pushed it back down after you realize some of these top wicks, Intel, now printing lower. And SpaceX's low is a break of 117. We do have that fill right there in our account, and that was, we don't have that one. We've got 117.05 or 08 right there, and bought a little bit back on the way back through, and just took a piece right here as it looked like it was bouncing off of 60. But now we can try to let this go back into 117 and see if we do get a clean break there. And then maybe the next time we start talking about this, it'll be well under that 117 spot. So hopefully that keeps it going. It was a good day today for IREN, but as you had mentioned, there's some of these names like Netflix and everything like that.
They're all giving it up.
All giving it up just a little bit as the market fades, and IREN, same kind of way, straight downside right there. Trying to bounce, I don't know, but IREN right now looking a little lower for me to look for a long. Now IREN, well underneath VWAP. It's just another name struggling to get going. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I'm seeing a whole bunch of headlines here coming from the foreign minister of Iran, Araghchi. He's saying that Iran's defense doctrine is an eye for an eye. Any aggression against Iran, including its infrastructure, will compel a powerful and decisive response. And those who contribute to such aggression in any form will also be considered legitimate targets. So, again, more escalation here between Iran and the U.S. Also, we have earnings tonight after the bell, as we've discussed ad nauseum. But what are the implied moves for these earnings? Here's the implied moves infographic. And I really hate to say it, guys, Tesla and Google are kind of the most boring here. Like even CSX, which is an industrial play, its expected move is only a little bit smaller than that of Google and Tesla. So this is a little bit disappointing. That being said, if you're looking at these software plays or Texas Instruments, these are much larger expected moves than I was expecting, and maybe you guys were as well. TXN here with a 9% expected move. IBM with a 6.5% expected move. For what it's worth, last year for this quarter it was 6.4%. So I guess in line. But ServiceNow with a nearly 12% expected move for 10 p.m. with these SaaS plays should be interesting. Let's see if SaaSmageddon 2.0 takes place. But also, guys, this infographic can be found on X at TDV Research. We're going to send it over to Sia for happening now.
Let's take a look at the markets right now. Despite tilting towards the green, you have the triple Q sliding a little bit into the red, down 0.30 at the moment. You have the Dow up 0.14% with the IWM down 0.82%. Now, like Adara mentioned, we have important names that are reporting earnings tonight, one of them being Google. So I'm just going to go over a couple of things here. Google is reporting its fiscal second quarter results. We do know it after the bell. LSEG analysts have expected this. Earnings per share, $2.89. Revenue of $106.9 billion estimated. So conference call is scheduled for 4:30 p.m. ET sharp. Google Cloud is expected to grow 64% from a year ago to $22.24 billion. And the company has raised its 2026 CapEx guidance last quarter, and any update will be notable for its flagship Gemini 3.5 Pro AI model. Also, investors will be paying close attention to Alphabet's investment income after a recent Anthropic funding that took place, pushed up the value of Google's holding in the model developer Anthropic. Also, we're going to take a look at AMZ, and we also have Tesla reporting, which Adara did cover, so I'm not going to go over that for you right now. But Amazon also an hour ago saying that it's laying off some employees in its own focused in its group focused on artificial intelligence, general intelligence. It's also declined to disclose how many staffers have been let go from this unit, which has released a set of AI models that is called NOAA, which now also includes groups working on silicon as well as quantum computing. Amazon currently down on the day, close to 2%.
Oh, yuck, Amazon. I'm just going to restart my news service here because I hadn't heard anything in a while.
I've-
And we had a couple of things coming from Iran. I'm like, oh, I didn't hear that in my ear. 2 points down. If we're being real about it, okay, well, everyone's getting bled today. But there's two types of losers this morning. They're the names that reversed gains, like Netflix. You can call them a loser because they reversed their gains. You can look at some of the chip names that have given back a decent portion or a significant portion of their earnings. And then there's the names that never had a bid at all. Amazon was one of the more harsh ones because it did catch a hectic bid at 10 o'clock. And that reversal is nasty. When you do this, that's how you trap a lot of people thinking you're getting the V shape.
It's a trap.
And then it is a trap. But you know what? There was a great conversation in the chat about what SpaceX has and doesn't have in terms of viable revenue and growth and all that. But Amazon is generating cash. I understand there's going to be concerns about CapEx for sure, but they've got a lot of levers to pull. They have the 200 period moving average, which probably gets tested before their earnings. But the thing to key on tonight is if Alphabet is able to beat on that 17% cloud revenue growth, that's going to put a number out there for Amazon. Right, so there's going to be a direct comparison, and then that's what Amazon has to hit, and like nothing else is going to matter. That's what it's been the last few earnings cycles. Is well, Alphabet comes first, and now all of a sudden Azure and AWS, you know what the target is, and if you don't have the relative growth, you're going to get smacked because you're all spending big. It's just a matter of who's generating revenue the fastest in cloud, and we'll see. We'll get the first one tonight, and then we'll see about the rest. For an opportunity for this afternoon, I want to go back to Netflix for a second because it's now losing the opening breakout level of 69. So now that that's gone, I mean, it already broke 69 a second ago. This one just feels like it's bleeding into the red. But if it pops back into this open, I want to just short the next available pop here in Netflix. Like you're trash when even on one of the more bullish looks, you give back all of the gains. But the market's not at the lows. ES isn't breaking the low of the day. Netflix breaking the low of the day.
Today, because of that reason, almost feels worse than most days. Like there's a lot of names that are getting crushed. Palantir down 6. I mean, here we go. Like here's what's down right now. Like Palantir down 6, Roblox down 5, SpaceX down 5. By the way, I'm bidding some 117. I want to talk about Microsoft actually as well. Here, I'll just put on SpaceX for now. I'm bidding 117.25. I know I said that we were going to wait for 117 break, but if we can get something out there. And then, some of the names that we had just mentioned there, Coinbase, that's not good. That's down 5 percentage points as well. We can have a quick look at Coinbase there. Thought it was going to get going early on in the week, but with crypto getting hit lower, I mean, we're short IBIT right now, short BMNR. I mean, we can definitely play the short game on crypto. DraftKings, I thought they just got a upgrade, but isn't this one of the names that Burry is long, is DraftKings? Like, you want to talk about giving this guy some credit for making the right calls. Mr. Burry, that is now down pretty much 8 straight days. Shopify, obviously in the software space. SK Hynix, I'm not going to focus on that too much. It's only down 3%. I say only because, it's had moves where randomly it'll be up or down 15, 20%. Meta really sucks again. Like, I thought this would have been a great out up there, and we just didn't take it. Meta, 680. Too bad, boo-hoo. Lots of opportunity, I think, to get out of Meta soon, especially if they do beat. I do want to talk about Microsoft there. That's down pretty bad today, down 2 and a bit percentage points as well. The ones that are holding up okay, ARM, Intel, still relatively in their sort of range, only down 1.5%. I mean, you could make that back in a matter of minutes if the news starts turning around for them. Tesla flat, Google flat, and then looking at the winners there, SMCI, of course, we get the story of better margins, and hopefully this would be a space where you'd be able to look and put your money to work. I'm going to get another bid out on SpaceX because I didn't get that 25. It just stopped at 30, so I'll take a bid. There, I just punched out 35s, some right there on SpaceX. Where'd that thing go? We have to find that back again. There it is right here. That's SpaceX. And then to wind this up, just to talk about some more names. NVIDIA, we've already seen that. Moon up to 214 and change, 215 almost. USO is nicely cooking today, up 2.5%. Broadcom and Marvell. So there is some love in the data centers today, where hopefully today you're not too diversified and you're just playing the winners. Wow, that looked like a good, decent punch out there for us on SpaceX, just out of another piece. Now I'm just talking about what I have left. So like that was 10% of what I have left out there on SpaceX, not 10% of this initial spot. We sort of cleaned up a little bit to the downside there. I was trying to do the whole 2-minute thing down here, but we just keep on, it's pretty choppy right now. It's more meant for, when this is happening.
So
I don't have like an out here and out here and out here and out here, like an out all the way down like I generally do. I think it's more to see like, okay, this is a level right there. So if we do wind up breaking, then that's where you may want to get out. And this is another one, like we kept on coming down, and then right there, maybe take another piece out. So you give yourself, that 30 or 40 cents of downside before you worry about getting out. But it needs to be a little trendier more than maybe it is right now. It's just choppy down here. But we'll wait for SpaceX now. I know I keep saying that, but I don't know. It's a good trade, man. It's $1.25 now in the money, so we want to make sure that we do capture some of that. I'll be red on the day here, and we talked about why. It's if I don't trade TQs, I'm green, but I did. So what am I supposed to do? This was just too many shots right here at this high that I just thought was going to fail. We basically punched out at the highs. I mean, if I give it 20 more cents, we're fine. But, ifs and buts. So we'll just wait now for the TQs. Maybe we get back in it. Nice to see Bitcoin and crypto moving for both of us. And then I just retweeted something out that Adara put out here. And I think you guys can go over to TTV Research and find it, over to my account either as well. But these are the implied moves. So we have that up. We can go up to the big board in a minute, because at the top there shows what you guys voted on. By the way, SpaceX is now breaking 117 again. But it was Texas Instruments, 9% move. That seems lofty.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, that seems a little lofty there. So I don't know what they're looking
at. Yeah, it was 7% last year, because it was actually great. There's basically the same names reporting today that as of, I guess, last quarter, this time last year. So it's interesting enough, last time it was 7% for Texas Instruments. So this time it was 9%. So this is a significant expected move.
Okay, yeah, 7 to 9. I mean, I guess that's pretty dramatic, but I just didn't think. And then CSX, of course, not too worried about that name for technology reasons. Google there, Tesla, obviously these ones very interesting there. I feel like Tesla's going to move more than Google, but who knows? Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, Tesla doesn't have huge moves on their earnings calls.
Yeah, but I still, in the back of my mind, I keep feeling like it will.
Yeah, and then ServiceNow, of course, being, a software name, definitely looking at hits there today. So yeah, go find it out. These are the times as well. So the last report today, 4:10. We're going to stay late with you. So set your alarms, man. We're not going anywhere at 4 o'clock. We'll start going crazy when we get Google. Then we'll go, give it to you again at 4:05, and then we'll give you the big one there at 4:10, and then we'll get out of here. And we'll keep on doing that. Tomorrow's only Intel, so I think we're probably okay there. But at the end of the day, it's Google today, and I think that's going to be one of the bigger reports that traders are going to look at to get a idea, as you mentioned there, what to base the expectations on moving forward.
Someone asked me in the chat, what do you think, when is GE Vernova going to bounce? And I basically said, its first test is tonight. All that matters is the hyperscalers. We're going to go to see it for the small cap recap, but just PN, one of the small cappers that's running, it's actually fading right now and just bounced shy of the Halt band. The Halt band's sitting at 687.
Bye-bye.
687 right in here. So it just bounced off the Halt band, but rejected the $8 level. Let's go to see it.
I have 3 names for you for the small cap segment. With the IWM currently down 0.82%. ADVB, Advanced Biomed, is up 76% on the day. No reason, just rallying. This name has just been rallying for the past couple of days. I have been checking it. We are also going to take a look at KSCP over here. That's Nightscope Incorporated, up 44% on the day. It has a preliminary Q2 revenue that has tripled to approximately $9 million. It was 2 days ago, but the name has continued rallying regardless of when the news was reported. Still up 44% on the day. And finally, LABT, that is Lakewood Amdex Biotherapeutics. So NU3, which is a phase 2 candidate that targets the treatment of infected diabetic foot ulcers, has announced resistance data for the same, which is in alignment with the Presidential Advisory Council on Combating Antibiotic-Resistant Bacteria. This name is up 74% on the day.
Thank you there, Sia.
Lots of
and
names.
Slapping in the last trend line, it's actually just a bit underneath break even, but here is the trend. Almost got to fill the gap to the low and then the breakdowns. We held on to the last 10 points, but if it breaks about the 61, I'm going to be jumping out of BMNR. Netflix is not doing anything to be able to get me into it, so be patient with the next trade. Let me just punch it. No, not going to punch it. I'll just leave the stop in there. It came within 1 cent of the stop and then didn't trigger. I was like, I could just punch out myself. No, I'll leave it in there. It just kind of triggered right into it and is now falling back. What would make some sense is to just bid it now if it comes down into the 40s, sort of respect how strong that spike was and just take the last out here or leave the stop in there. What is going on with ETH? Is ETH moving? Not really. ETH isn't really moving. It might be a reentry. If ETH doesn't do anything, it might end up being a reentry, but there could also just be squeeze going on, profit taking from all the shorting from earlier. It could easily be the case, but thankfully we're able to find this one. And then what's hilarious is we had the thing about Brian yesterday and the 2-minute candles, and I have a 3-minute chart up, and I was just looking at the exits on Lucid today, and I was like, oh yeah, everything he was you hold it. You always get out the low of the day. But there's the first green candle on the 3-minute, and it's almost an hour after the entry. That's what's crazy. And this is a 3-minute, not a 2-minute. I don't know what a 2-minute looks like. I'm just looking at what I'm looking at, and there is some sense to it. Once it breaks that level, okay, fine. There's a wick there that I want to take some profit out. Probably only take one out there, but then hold to here, and then that's what you got to be doing. So you're always learning something new or trying to apply something different to your trading. So my focus is now maybe on Netflix here as it tries to pop back into 69. Just looking at the opening range low to be the afternoon high on this. Well, basically a piece of trash. The shorts have kind of led the way today, and I'm not giving them up. Even though the NASDAQ is bouncing off VWAP, I'd rather short into something that is weak as opposed to trying to fight something above the volume-weighted average price.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to do every afternoon pretty much, is try to find out what we're thinking about the market and we'll look for that VWAP. And again, you can see the market just bounced off of that. So that's, we just covered, to that point, just covered a little bit more of IBIT right there, right? Just trying to get a little bit more out as we approach back up through VWAP and on a weak name, but something to look at there for sure. What I was thinking about Microsoft, I actually think, and this is part of, SpaceX right now is at its all-time lows. We're $3, $2.50 in now on that one as it keeps going lower. I think Microsoft is a co-pilot, as that's been a story, as that's been more accepted, that drives more business to Azure, right? The minute that people start using Copilot and getting wrapped up, in their enterprise unit and whatnot, getting more and more familiar with the products that Microsoft offers and how they can use AI in your own systems or whatever it might be, right? I'm liking the fact that Copilot and could be a revenue driver for them, and therefore their cloud could actually be a little bit better than maybe what we're expecting there, just from the business being driven from Copilot, and people having to say, hey, we're already sort of in bed with Microsoft, so we're also going to use them for our cloud, and then we're going to use them for the AI, which helps that open AI talk a little bit there as well. So we'll wait to see if Microsoft can come up with a good one next week. And it's too bad that they don't report. Everything happens tonight, and then tomorrow's a little bit quiet with Intel. And then we start to go next
week. It ramps again.
Yeah, next week we get.
Next week is huge.
The big dogs there bark next week. So we'll wait to see if we get any actionable trades off of those ones. Yeah, but here we go again, right? It's the same story again. SpaceX lows. You're just getting another piece out there at 75s as we break down below. I put a bid at 116.30 now, and I just, it's not really too much. It was pretty choppy in there at 117.50. I could see maybe the same kind of chop happening right here in and around under 117 and at 116. But I got to change this now. I wanted to make sure I got out of a certain percentage of what I had left, and I'm going to try to work with half now if we break through this 50-period moving average, because this has really been the golden answer there, is to have gone short and maybe not even worried about it until we broke this. And if we had done that, I don't know if we'd make more or less money, because that would have been short right there at 119. And then let's just say it rips right now and we take it and I don't have too many covers. Well, then that would only be $1. And looking over at the math, we've made, a little bit more than that on the amount of shares that we've had, because we've have some covers underneath, right? And so, yeah, so far, so good on this look, but we'll have to wait to see if it does take this out. 117.75. So let's put in a new stop there at 117.75, and we'll get out of a little bit of what we have left, more like about half or so of what we have left there on that 117.75 out, which would be your 50-period moving average. So SpaceX, here we go again, man. Another one that looks like it wants to continue its downside push into the close. But it was nice to see VWAP bounce there on the market. So, another thing.
Not much of one.
Not much of one, but at least it gave you a little bit of love there. Those of you looking for some love on IBM, we pulled it out earlier today, and now you are as our kids would say, literally at these levels now. This goes all the way back to December of 24. So this is the spot where, the phrase is put up or shut up, and it's kind of like they're going to have to do one or the other tonight. And if they miss again, not again, but, worse than what analysts are expecting, because they've already given us that report that said, lower margins, lower revenue guide based on the action that's floating through to the SK Hynixes and the AMDs of the world. No one really looking at their SaaS models. Everyone's looking at still the data center build out, which doesn't help anything with IBM. And plus you have negative talk today of the software, and they even said that their software numbers have gotten a lot lower. So if those are even worse than projected, then yeah, I don't know, man. It tried to bounce there, and now you're on multiple legs lower here. So I would say, yeah, watch out, man. If it breaks that, then yeah, I don't know. Next level, I don't know.
I don't know what surprises they can come up with.
IBM, just for those of you, because some people in the chat were like, oh, I'm looking for levels to get in on IBM. You're at a level right now. It's just a matter of, do you think it reports better or worse? And that's a game that is a dangerous one to play. Unless you have that insider information, which I don't suggest you act on if you do have. But there it is, man. Power Hour is just upon us. And on that note, SpaceX now at its all-time lows. So let's just keep on bleeding to the downside. I started to cover a little bit more of Bitcoin there, of IBIT. We already know that. I might put another bid right here in the 20s, high 20s, just to get out because of the 50-period moving average right there. So yeah, Bitcoin, we're almost out of it all. We might as well just cover it back up if it takes out 33s. So we could put a bid in right now, cancel my former offer, which was, look, I'm short here at 52, my out was at 60s. So a break right there and we were out. So this was 8 cents worth. You know, we've done well there. So, okay, looks like it's going to take it out right now. Let's just go to 37.36, and that'll be our stop out. We have a small piece left. Let's see what winds up happening there. But that's that. Anything you want to cover before we go to Sia?
Well, I found Rocket Lab that I like, but it's not at the level yet. But I did want to show this because you were talking about how big of a level IBM is on the daily. Well, pull out the weekly. 200-period moving average on a weekly chart. It was a huge breakout level. It was support. This is bad if they lose this bid. I say this as a shareholder. I've held this for quite some time. It gets pretty ugly under here, and it's like, how do you not trim some if it loses 200? Let's go to Sia at the desk, hopefully for some more, for better news than the IBM chart.
Yeah.
The SPY is currently up 0.19%. Let's take a look at what's going on with the sectors. Electric tech right off the bat. Nvidia showing strength here, up 3%, over 3% on the day. Apple a bit sliding to the downside, 1%. AVGO's up 2.9%, very close to 3%. Micron continuing trading flat with GE and Cisco from earlier in the day. You have AMD up close to 2%. INTC inching close to being down 1% with with Dell up 9.3% on the day. TXN will be reporting today as well, up 1%. We're going to take a look at tech services. Google also reporting after the bell, trading flat at the moment. Meta down 2.7% and Microsoft down 2.2%. You have Oracle, Palantir continuing their rally to the downside, I would say, from earlier in the day. PANW and IBM down over 2% as well. But you have Netflix that was strong earlier in the day, up 2%, reversed all its gains, and is currently trading flat a bit to the negative side. Finance, you have BRKB continuing to be flat from earlier in the day, but JPM seems to have made a little bit of a reversal, up 0.74%. Visa and MasterCard down on the day. Visa very close to 0.70%, and MasterCard is over 1%. MSGS all up on the day. WFC is down, and AXP trading flat. Retail trade, Amazon down 1.5%, very close to. Walmart down over 1.1%. Costco trading relatively flat, but still a bit inching close towards the 1% mark towards the red. Home Depot trading flat. TJX also trading flat. One name that I want to take a look at is CVNA. They're down 2.9% at the moment. Moving on to health tech, you have Lilly still down 1.4% on the day, with J&J holding its strength from earlier in the day, up 1.5%. ABBV down 1%, and MRK down up 1.2%. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT down 0.80%, but CAT and LRCX are very flat at the moment. GEV continuing sliding towards the downside after the earnings report we saw earlier in the day that came before the bell today, down 7.74% to be precise. Consumer non-durables, you have KOPG up a little bit on the day. PG's inching closer to 1%, but PM also on its earnings reports, we saw a solid increase over there. It's up 3% on the day. Energy minerals, I'm seeing a considerable amount of strength in this sector, not for names MPC and VLO, however. Name EQT is the strongest in the sector, leading the entire board by 7.7% in energy minerals. Utilities, this might be one of the strongest sectors of the day. All the names in the green, pretty strong. CEG is up over 4.5% with VST up 3% as well. EIX up over 2.9%. NRG up 5%. Only two names that are not reacting at all are right over here. You have AES and PNW. We're also going to take a look at the other industries, process industries. You have industrial sectors. You also have here commercial services and transportation. A lot of these sectors, a mixed bag, I would say, reacting negatively and positively and flat. There's not a lot going on. Transport, you have Dash down over 5.5%. FedEx holding a certain strong momentum, up closer to 2%, and Uber sliding closer down to 2%. Finally, I'm going to take a look at two sectors here. Communication and non-energy. Communication team is flat, fully flat on the day. Verizon up closer to 1%. AT&T that reported today as well, up 2.18%. Echo sliding to the downside, 2.5%. Finally, look at non-energy, NEM, FCX, STLD, and MLM, all up on the day, over 2%, whereas MLM up 0.81%.
Thank you, Sia, for that information. Just one note here. Chipotle, we did see it in the chat. People were asking what's going on with Chipotle. All I was able to find is they're saying it's concerns over the cyclospora outbreak.
Yeah.
But nothing specific. Not like there's nothing hard here in terms of like evidence or anything. So it's down on volume. So there's obviously a there, but there are absolutely no specifics in the thing that I was looking at. That's from yesterday anyway. So it's entirely possible there's some like speculation that there's more, because it was already dropping on Monday and sort of looking weak. But there's nothing new. It's just a story from earlier in the week that this could be the concern. There's nothing new happening whatsoever. But that's pretty decent volume for it to be falling. So we'll keep our ear to the ground on that. I mean, I can't imagine there's too many people that are day trading Chipotle. My first thought was, if that stock gets smoked because of this outbreak, most times that you have that kind of a reason for a stock falling, it tends to be a buying opportunity. But I don't really know enough about this outbreak. I haven't been following it to get a sense of like how serious it is.
No, I don't
like,
think you
who
want
are they suspecting? I don't really know
Well,
too
what
much
they
about
expecting, there was the salads that they sell at Costco, and then they said no to that. It was Taylor Farms.
Yeah, like they have no idea what is responsible for it.
I think it is it's the shredded iceberg lettuce, but I don't know. It was Taco Bell got hit on that, and I don't think you want to buy Chipotle, McDonald's, Wendy's, any of these things until that dust settles. That's all. Like, just don't.
Yeah, like once they know.
Be careful with it until you get maybe the answer there on what's going on. We bought some more SpaceX down there. We are. I'm not going to change this. It's still 17.75, but it is a nice move to the long side right now on SPCX as we start buying back up. And it's funny because at 116.60 or so, I actually saw a lit order come for 50,000 shares. Like, imagine seeing a 500 show up here. Well, that's what happened. It got absolutely run over, and someone took it out. Like, someone sold into that 50,000, but then it kind of just bounced and kept going there. So someone bought 50,000 shares down there at 16.60 or something like that. I could probably go back and find it on the tape when it slows down. Not this tape. I have to get it off eSignal, but that sort of started this little move higher right now. So definitely someone buying SpaceX. I don't know if they meant to show all 50,000 there, but upside move right now for SPCX, trying to get back. And I'm going to stop out at 17.75 and just have a very, very small piece
Probably a
left.
panic.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Like, someone's not stepping in to buy it, I wouldn't think, but we'll wait.
It's like a short cover.
Like I said, yeah, maybe someone that bought yesterday at 128 is averaging in right now down at 117.
Oh, shoot, that reminds me.
But okay, Amazon. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up to Ure Bros there? I just saw you there in the chat. We can definitely put your comment up there. We said we missed something there on Microsoft. So we could definitely gave you guys a layup on Microsoft Snipe. So yeah, that's good. Let's talk about it. What level were you looking at there for Softy? Probably could have been. I mean, I talked about it. I like the name. I do like Microsoft. The Nasdaq's trying to battle back upside. Maybe you're talking about. I mean, that wasn't much of a snipe if it's down there. Snipe generally means like it breaks a level you're in and then watching it go. So was it a break of the 200 period? Maybe it was 389 upside right there. Let me know there. I bought the 230 bottom candle at 230, Jura says there. So, right into here maybe? Yeah, well, I mean, that was a good break lower there, and then boom, right back there to the upside. So yeah, I think that was a great one if you're able to catch that bottom somehow. And I think it was a good look there when you look back at it. Well, by the way, SpaceX going lower, we like that. Yeah, so you said this 230, that's right here. So yeah, I would see this, that little breakout level right there. So there's the breakout, the move down, there's the break, and then it coming back in, snipe that, and then straight there to the upside. Yeah, good look there. Whoever nailed that one.
Sniper, no sniping.
Nice one. Yeah, shout out to Dora there. But yeah, so there it goes. Good move there on Microsoft as its move is way back up, looking to maybe get short. 390 could be something there on Microsoft, but the market bounced nicely there off VWAP, so we'll continue to hold on to everything and see what ones are happening next.
It did bounce. Netflix didn't give the bounce, but I was sort of alluding to before we went to CN there. I was looking for Rocket Lab as it broke consolidation, held, like it's been trending down like bear, what do we call this? Like, it's not really, is it a bear flag? It's probably a bear flag. I'm not a chart market technician, but you guys see the channel at the bottom? So it broke to the top end and now right back into the low. I'm looking low of the day, but also prior. It's not the prior day close because like it did a jaunt like right up at the end of the day to get to like 69.42. But I'm basically looking at this bottoming tail wick for an exit point. Here's Rocket Lab's also getting blasted too. Like if you wonder, like SpaceX is not just like selling off every single day. I have a point about that in a second. But it's taken a few things down with it. Like ASTS, Rocket Labs, even when they have good news, Rocket Labs actually had positive news this morning, and they're going to be heading back down. And same thing's happening with ASTS. I can pull up UFO, but you know what's going on there. I imagine Sidhu, I haven't even looked at this, but be surprised if it's not at the lows, as anyone would expect, even when they have some strength. But the weird thing about SpaceX is, I feel like this is like a pattern. Like this is the second day in a row, at least for myself, where it's like, yeah, there's the area, the one place that it works, the short. Like the one place where, like yesterday, this was the one place that it worked. At this short yesterday. And then look what happens when it breaks the level that it bounces off. Like that entry. And then there's this short and that entry. Granted, whatever. I wasn't even here when it broke that level, so don't at me, I was on my walk. But it's where it bounced in the morning, where you're like, oh yeah, the short's working. And when it bounced, that was it. Like that was it ended up being a flat bottom break at the low. That's the same thing. Like here, if you got the top in the morning, then like yesterday, then your out was 127 at best. When 127 lost, it was dead. And same thing again here today. So that's a pattern I'm going to try to play some respect for tomorrow. But for now, the scalp and Rocket Lab is going to be in. There is one thing about the earnings tonight that is, like, see this vote? It's now up to 60% for Alphabet. Yeah. IBM is actually lower. I think IBM was like 9 or 10. It's now 7% for IBM. ServiceNow is up at 13%. Think about that. Like IBM is the one that already told you how bad it was going to be, and they're down at 7%. ServiceNow is at 14, and we don't know for them. Another software name getting absolutely smoked. If the sentiment is that bad, the bar is the lowest for these guys. Like by far, they have the lowest bar for IBM. So it does give it that chance. It's at that monster level. I just feel like they just have to not screw up tonight. And if it's not down tomorrow, then if it's even a little bit up, that still gives it some relief rally potential as well. It's so one-sided. And not that our vote is gospel or anything, but oftentimes if nobody expects something to happen, like that's the last thing they're looking for, what happens when it does? Everyone's caught off guard, and then you get a better rally than you would normally get.
Using Google over there.
60% Alphabet.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think Alphabet is like a chalk name, right? I mean, a lot of people want that to go up, and I think there are reasons, but we'll continue to ride the bear here in crypto. I mean, we get it falls right into again our lap right there. So good. So far, so good on that out. It looks like there for BTC, for IBIT. As we look at those levels and see if we can get just a little bit more excitement into this name to the downside. But we're pretty much covered up now on that trade. And I don't know, do we take a 116? I mean, my best fill on this is 116.30s. You're now below that, into all-time lows again here for SpaceX. So, still going lower there. DRAM today was exciting because it's one of the names that, or one of the ETFs, I guess, instruments that has a nice run in it now and is above VWAP. There's not too many things right now that are looking like this. As the NASDAQ comes back in right here, it's starting to bleed a little to the downside, obviously. And DRAM in for hopefully a hold. I mean, this VWAP area isn't horrible there, 57.65. I mean, it matches with this. You know, you can draw your little line there. And, you know, and as we had Brian on yesterday, and as we talk about the different trade strategies and whatnot, VWAP isn't like, oh my God, it's at VWAP, therefore this has to do something. It's just an area that you're looking at. So you've come back in and bounced there, bounced again, bounced off, that's 57.65, I don't know why, bouncing off there. So it's given you a couple data points. Like it was good, fell, broke, kind of like retested, and now it's coming in to look to retest again, 57.60. So not only do you have, you know, the past performance on the day, but then you have VWAP just a little bit lower there at 57, let's call that 57.62. This is 65. So, you know, getting along in the 60s, I think is okay. And then maybe you want to hold that, I don't, you know, up to you, but maybe 10 cents, like you want a firm break of VWAP. Like right into here, we broke it, but that was at, that's 56.30. That very bottom wick is 56.10, so that's 20 cents. So if you want to use that as a guide, you know, give yourself 20 cents or so for downside risk there. But DRAM, you know, could be something coming in right now as we look for more trade opportunities and different trade ideas. Nothing. ADVB, Sia brought this to our attention. It's been on the show all day.
There's one going I'm trying to look up here.
Yeah, there's PN.
It is the PN. I see everyone in the chat mentioning PN.
Are they? Okay.
I don't see a story. Thanks, Adara.
Oh, sorry. Couldn't find any news here. Nothing that I saw here. News-wise on PN. There was a lot of social media attention. But even with the social media attention, it seemed kind of manufactured to me. Like, there's a lot of people sharing almost the exact same post, which I always find to be a little seedy when I see it.
Well, it's in the energy space, right? I mean, it's PN Smart Energy Limited. Obviously, don't know anything about it. It's got, like, who are their peers, like SkyX, ChargePoint as well. But it's not a huge, it's a 7 million flow, not a lot of it's short. So without a story, it's not like it's not an exorbitantly small short float, to be honest with you. Like if it was like less than 1 million shares, it's like, yeah, you don't need a story when the float's that small if it just gets going. And it's not like a big short float either. So I'm hesitating with this. But one reminder, you have to always do this. And that we always show the daily chart when it's one of these crazy 100% or 200% type of runners, and understand that when they do flip, they can fall back down to earth much faster, or sometimes even farther than they came from, or even much faster than you might expect. There are bag holder levels right about here at $9, and then through there, it's like 11 and a half or so. Shoot, I thought I saw a super chat out of the corner of my eye, or there was a message or something. I know I saw something on the program, but there we are from TikTok. Danger Carlene. Hey to you, all of our viewers, whether you're TikTok, we appreciate you. If you got a symbol you're interested in, let us know. Obviously, you know, YouTube, TikTok doesn't really make a difference. It's whatever you guys are interested in and want to watch. But just be careful with this. Skeptical of the ones that have zero story. Like, there's got to be something happening here, I would think. But yeah, I wouldn't personally be chasing a no news story at the highs at the end of the day. What was the one from yesterday? What did we say? It was CH, China, CNH,
CPHI or CHPI, one of those.
CPHI. Yeah. I'm not saying this is going to happen. This is not. I'm not saying this is going to happen to it, but sometimes they just die. This is a little bit different. They actually announced an offering. Good thing they didn't announce the offering when it was at like $17. Imagine how bad it would be if they announced the offering when it's actually at the top, as opposed to in the pre-market right before the open, which is pretty nasty to do as well. That said, it's better than doing so right at 9:30. Let's go back up to the desk. We've got Sia with an update.
Yeah.
Let's look at what the money markets are up to, starting with the pair USD JPY, very flat on the day at the moment. Finance Minister Satsuki Katayama has said today that Japan will be taking decisive action in the currency market if needed, signaling Tokyo's readiness to intervene in the market as the yen slid to a 40-year low, also saying that the government was ready to, quote-unquote, respond as appropriate at any time, in a sign of Tokyo's alarm over the sagging currency, which also pushes up the costs of imports and broader inflation overall. Let's take a look at DXY here. So the dollar had dipped to a one-week high earlier today. From a one-week high earlier today, I apologize. After 4 straight daily advances, currently the dollar is also relatively flat, but down 0.06% on the day. Currently sitting at 101.129 to be very precise, consolidating minor gains after a certain recent bounce.
All right, I'm going to here's PN. So this name is starting to go again. Just watch out because this is that $8 mark that we saw back in May. So obviously some good action right now on PN as it's starting to go. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 300 million. So ATM at the money. Oh yeah,
look, I just want to give credit to Mick Zed here. Now I haven't confirmed whether this is true or not, and obviously everybody should be. But consider this for any gap or a runner small cap. If you're considering holding one overnight, you should at least do the diligence to know whether or not they have an active, they can just drop an offering on you at the moment, or do they have to file, and then it could be days or weeks before they could drop an offering on you. If they could do it at any moment, do you really want to be caught holding the bag when it's up 100%? And you're holding overnight thinking continuation, and you know they have 300 mil they can drop. So it's just one of those due diligence things that, look, I don't swing trade and own penny stocks like that. I've done it in the past like once or twice. And yeah, you do just, it doesn't take you very long to do that check. And this is years ago before AI. It's probably like a heck of a lot easier now than it was like 5 or 6 years ago. Probably the last time I was in one of these. Nick Dubs, do you like the long swing on Dell on the daily and the weekly? I like Dell in general. I am trying to take a long swing, good company in that space. Absolutely good company. Every time someone asks about SMCI, my answer is usually Dell. So it's got a great looking bull flag. You said the weekly, I'm assuming, because I know the weekly because I looked at it this morning. I absolutely love the bull flag. It's at the absolute top end of the range here, though. So like, when you want to, I don't know, like my brain would tell me if I was swinging, I'd want to be buying in at the low of this range and then being able to give it to the low instead of buying the top end of the bull flag. I suppose that could be nitpicking. Maybe you're already in and you just want to see what everyone else is saying. But keep in mind, like SMC, if it's good for SMCI, it's good for Dell. One of these stocks is upward trending and the other one is downward trending. It's much easier to look for long positions in upward trending stocks, I believe. So you got it right there. Buy good companies if you can. I always look at it this way. If you lose on a strong-looking trend stock or buying in a good company, you're going to feel a heck of a lot better than if you lose buying something that's been telling you that it's weak. Trust me, that's just how it goes. It's the same thing. Like I tell the kids, look, man, when it's player pitch, and these are 9-year-olds, I don't care if you swing. If you go down swinging at a good pitch, I'm never going to say a word. Never. If it's to foot over your head, fine. Hey, let's wait for ours, that kind of a thing. If you stare down something down the middle, like I want you taking hacks. You're there to hit. You're there to learn the game. Like don't worry about swinging and missing. It's baseball. It's trading. It's investing. You will lose, but just lose at something that was in the zone, as opposed to chasing something over your head.
Always good advice there. I'm sure.
Which a lot of kids do.
I'll have some kids chasing tonight for sure. We've got 3 call-ups as most of the team is on summer vacay. But it's always nice to have the call-up.
Yeah, this time of year is
like. That'll be good. All right, so yeah, thanks everybody. We've got Sia behind us. We've got Adara here as well. So, keep the questions coming here in the chat. I was just looking at the NASDAQ. It's kind of doing nothing right now. And then I was looking at Intel maybe for a trade. It's already 324. We could get some downside push. I've been covering a little bit more SpaceX here, but we've been talking about it, so whatever. It's at 116.50. Yeah, this is interesting here, VWAP as well. We talked about that VWAP on DRAM. Almost looks the complete opposite of this, where DRAM was above and bouncing into VWAP. Intel, because the market started to push down, and I've lost on the short already today. That's what I was trying to look at. I was like, why was I shorting it into these levels? But it was right into there, and that's where we wound up getting out. Just didn't think that this was going to rip off. And we didn't even start it until it was already, like Intel starts today at 101.50, a same key spot from yesterday. And that was actually yesterday's trade that we got stopped out on was right here. And that's basically the level between 100. I mean, that was at 9 o'clock, so we don't worry about that. But right off the open, 101 looks like that's a good little hold spot there for Intel. And then once it came up through, we're just like, nah, man, this is just way too much. Like it was up 3 or 4% there in the first 10 or 15 minutes. And we shorted that and obviously got blown out. But now you're kind of making a way back down in right there underneath VWAP. We'll see if there's some love there for Intel. We can check back on that DRAM trade. Nothing's halting right now. We've been looking for a while. Nothing's halted for 30 minutes. Again, so there's DRAM, and we were saying it was coming right into these levels that you could have bought any kind of dip, but that kind of stopped. It didn't get into 57.60, so now that's starting to go back there to the upside. And just remember, I've already retweeted this out. Right now, I want to thank let me see how many of you have looked at the sticky note today. 5,500. Thank you so much for checking that out. Oh, and by the way, this trade right there is your short of the day. SpaceX 125 short. The high of the day on SpaceX right now, SpaceX is printing 116 lows. The high of the day on SpaceX, and I'll put this in there. You guys can go have a look at it if you want. The high of the day on SpaceX, as if we wrote this at 12 o'clock, right there was, and you got it, nailed it, 124.90 right there, the high of the day, and we don't have anything. We weren't sitting here at that time, which we were, 125. Maybe next time I'll just put an offer there with a stop, but there it goes, downside. And we finally get involved. You're never too late to get involved in a good trade. And right there, downside on 119, and boom, right there, goes right to the top of the board today, SpaceX. We don't even start trading this till 2 o'clock, and it's the number one stock. So there goes SpaceX, very, very good there. Number one losing stock I have also is the TQs. So, a little bit of both of these, but there it goes to the downside now. And then IBIT, just a couple more covers right there as we try to break. My stop is still here, break at 35, but we're able to get that bid at the 50 period of 26. So there it goes there. But yeah, just waiting for SpaceX to do something in IBIT. Those are the two trades. And I don't mind that Intel, if we can get a short around 105, I think that's something. And then why I actually called up my account here is because this is what's happening tonight, right? I mean, Adara's already done all the work here, so we say thank you, Adara. We do have, I have a button for that. It's right here.
Thank you very much, Adara.
So there it goes, man. 9% for Texas Instruments, CSX, Google, Tesla, LVS, ServiceNow, and IBM. We are all staying late. Oh, yeah. And a big shout out there. If we put that super chat up right now, if we have it, Andre, I
got it.
Okay, good. So MF Dane, man, thank you for all the contributions on my Twitter, as well as the $10 right here, showing gratitude for our closing show, which starts back up today with these 4 big names right in front of us there. So yeah, we're going to stay a quarter after or so, give you guys all the updates with the moving names here this afternoon. There's more than this. So if you are interested in any kind of a name there, join us tonight, and we'll do our best to cover the stocks for you.
Fabian's still setting up over there, making sure we're locked and loaded and ready to go. It's going to be a good one. 30 minutes to go for that. But I'm going to actually use the, it's a 3, not a 2. But hey, we shorted the pop, the next lower high. And then the second we had, I did wait for the bar after the first green 3-minute bar and then punched out. So I'll take it. Maybe we could have got an extra 20, 30 cents out of it, but going to look for the next opportunity to try to short a pop. We have about 15 to 20 minutes before I'm concerned about whether it's an imbalance trade. There's nothing crazy in here. I don't even know what MGY is. And then that's like a treasury product. Citigroup is a buy of 1 million. JP Morgan's a sell of 1 million. So pretty much a nothing burger. UTZ, that's actually a buyout from the other day, from yesterday, I believe, as well. And then KO. So nothing too crazy on the locator, but I wouldn't want to be getting into position too close to the imbalances. All right. Lee, Broadcom is going nuts. Earlier this morning, when I think there was discussion about NVIDIA and how strong NVIDIA was, Broadcom was also going ham. Value on Broadcom. Broadcom, remember we were talking about this a couple of days ago, maybe it was probably last week. And when Broadcom hit the 200 period moving average, it slapped into the 4 PE went to the teens on Broadcom. Like that's a pretty good value for Broadcom. And so you might start to see this, and I think it's true of Nvidia as well. Like it got so cheap relative to the other big players in the market that suddenly the buyers are just a little bit more present because, well, they'd rather buy the name that's contracted and then has got that. They've got better justification for at least they're buying on the dip because, let's be real, you get, if the market's still in the mid-20s and Nvidia's at 19 and Broadcom's at 19, that starts to look a heck of a lot more appealing than some of these names are still sitting in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and God forbid even. We got another super chat. Can you explain the implied moves again? I could get Joey options up there, but just it is a fluid concept because all they look at is all of the open interest and puts and calls in and around this, whatever the earnings name might be, and then you basically get a moving target. But as you're getting more buying and selling, that could move. It starts to compress because, well, let's be real, like at 4 o'clock, it's going to start moving on those earnings, but really, it's just a calculation based on all the bets that are being made in the options market going into any individual stock. And it's not even like it's not a concept that only applies to earnings because there's options trading on these things all the time. Like Nvidia's not reporting, but you could find out what the expected move is on this sucker before Friday. It's just that you wouldn't have the catalyst. Let's go. We have another super chat, but we're going to go back up to the desk first, and we'll get that one for you. Mint cheese. Did you see this, Joe?
Sorry about that, Neil. Let's take a look at crypto, what's going on with the crypto markets, and then we'll send it right back for the super chat. And then you have Juan joining us, talking to you about Asian markets, if I'm right. Yes, Asian markets. You have BTC USD currently down on the day, very close to 1%. Ethereum down 0.13%, I apologize. And Solana, that's down 0.53%, I apologize. So we have BTC starting with trading around the $65,800 region, very close to $65,900 here. Ethereum, I want to take a look at, sorry about that, currently trading around $1,927 region, and Solana around $77.6. So now Balance Coin, that is a low circulation algorithmic stable coin, is meant to hold a dollar peg, has crashed more than 99% as of today after an attacker exploited a pricing flaw in the protocol behind it. There's a blockchain that showed this kind of activity. The token that traded near a $1 peg a day earlier has fallen to about, stay with me, $0.0014, nearly erasing all of its roughly $3.5 million in nominal value. That's all for your crypto. Right back to the guys.
Thanks, yeah. I mean, I said we had a super chat to get to. You never really know. Like, the problem is I started reading it, and oh, come on, you can't do this. So this super chat is from, because you have
We'll
to.
take the $10.
We'll take the $10, but it's from Mint Cheese Pickle Sanger Cornetto. Why not? For the increased electricity bill with all these big screens running overtime in the earnings season. Well, speaking of them running overtime, they're probably on, I'm just going to spill the beans here for a second. They're probably on longer than they need to be sometimes, some of these screens and some of these lights. If we really could, I'm just saying, like, we'll be sitting here in the morning and the show's not on yet, but these lights are blaring down at us. I'm just throwing that out there. Got to put on my blue light glasses before the show starts.
Yeah, it's a little bright.
No,
we appreciate it. Little bright.
It is a little bright.
But yeah, shout out to everybody there. Thank you for the super chats. And if Joe joins us, then that 10 euros is gone completely because we got to pay him extra and all that kind of stuff right there. Hey, Joe, nice phone case. Right there, my guy.
You guys are twinning.
There you go. We're twinning. Right there. Shout out to Amazon. $10 on Amazon.
He shaved his head without letting me know. We're gonna line it up again.
Joe? He's shaving it. How often you guys shaving? A couple times a week.
I do it every time. Like, I know I need to, so I'll go home and I'll turn to my daughter and say, "Is it okay if Daddy shaves his head?" And if she gives me the puppy dog, "Please don't," then I don't. If she says it's okay, then I do. Keep it simple. Yeah, my hairstyle is determined by my 9-year-old daughter and whether she thinks it looks good on Daddy or not that day.
Yeah, Fabian's going to be dead very soon. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to keep on talking about everything you guys want us to, really. Thanks, Sia, there for the look at the dollar a while back about they're going through. We do have USO as well, looking at something here today. I mean, it's not really moving around too much. They're 133 top and changed for USO, making a move back into 132 right now. We're going to go over to one and Adara at the desk, but yeah, USO. It's just, I wish there was a little bit more happening right now. I mean, the NASDAQ is trying, and we can, you know, I've given you DRAM, a little look at Intel there, some kind of a look at different opportunities that are going to present themselves. But for right now, let's go to the back and talk and see what opportunities One and Adara have on their minds.
Yeah, President Trump right now actually just beginning to speak here at a high school in Georgia. So that's happening. But what's happening right now over here with us is talking about the Asian markets with One.
Thank you, Adara. So, Asian markets extending their gains overnight, a massive rebound in semiconductor as well as tech, shrugging off any geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. If we take a look at some of the indexes, Taiwan, they were the regional leaders, up by 1.54%. They definitely maintained their solid green territory, and everyone's going back into global chip demand. You can see TSMC also up by about 1.3% overnight. In South Korea, KOSPI also up marginally. That was led by Samsung Electronics, rising about 0.68%. But we can see in Japan, a little bit marginally lower. They had a 2% morning technology spike, but they did go below the tape, maybe feeling a little bit cautious ahead of earnings from Alphabet and Tesla. But if we want to talk about the open, let's talk about the open. Alphabet earnings, of course. Those results will serve as a definitive indicator, especially for Taiwan and South Korean desks, especially in data center capex. We have to take a look at those specific numbers. Data center capital expenditure. If there's any deceleration in those numbers from Alphabet, that will definitely trigger some selling, especially for stocks like TSMC and SK Hynix. Now, KOSPI's 7,000 resistance retest, we know that they dropped a little bit last week, but they failed to go over the 7,000 threshold. But watch tomorrow's volume closely, especially after the Alphabet earnings. If foreign funds resume some block buying or maybe some margin liquidations, especially, will accelerate the downtrend for the KOSPI. Now, in India, the 23,830 will be your support line. Check if the N50 or the Nifty 50, there might be a short squeeze back over 24,000. We did hear that President Trump's got some proposed tariffs on generic drug imports for that region. So that triggered a lot of panic selling, especially in pharmaceuticals in India. So if those tariff anxieties increase or persist, that might have a breach below today's lows, and it would be a quick drop down the 50-day moving average at 23,830. So watch out for that in India.
Lots to watch out for. You can always watch out in this space at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., where One will cover the European markets and the Asian markets, respectively. In the meantime, back to the guys.
Thank you, One and Adara there. And also thank you to Dave for becoming a new member. And if you become a member, you are going to get Sharif's morning note. If we have that ad, we can put that up right now too. But if we don't, you can just come over to my screen quickly and I can show you. This is what the note looks like right here today. Talking about why the surge in oil, potential levels you may want to look at, what the bias is, what your trade plan are, what the mindset for execution. And that is for every single story that we have there today. So today's, 14 pages or so. You get Google, AI, and talk about useful information once earnings season starts. Here's SpaceX first lockup. So you want some questions about lockup? It's all into here. August 4th, August 6th. 20% of their unlocked shares, 10% becoming available. Like there's all this information here that Sharif and Joe sort of go through during the midday show when they do their news segment at 1 p.m. You can join along, follow them, but for only $5 a month, you get all that, and you get some fun little emojis like Blicky Spears just got there. You get to become green here in the chat, and just help support the show for $5 a month, and it gives just a little bit of extra revenue, as you said, to keep these lights on around here. I want to thank Sharif for the work he's doing on the morning note. But yeah, back over to Adara.
Let's talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA in focus. We know that some comments have been made here by Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, recently about the Chinese government here and how the U.S. government should not be banning or restricting China AI models. He did this interview with Axios. We saw some of this earlier, but I'm seeing it circulate again today. So I just want to mention it. Like when I say today, I mean right now. During this interview with Axios, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said, quote, "The U.S. has nothing to fear from China's open source AI models," and also adding that, quote, "There is no scenario where China runs U.S. companies off the road." So yeah, again, this interview happened at least a day ago, circulating right now. I thought I'd mention. Also, President Trump is still talking in a Georgia high school. Back to you.
July 10th.
Right,
yeah.
so 25%. So
in
thank
1,
you, Adara.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 days.
So 8 days, SpaceX is off 25%-ish.
Yeah, and you give another 25%, and that breaks you through that hunch. So, and that's going to be a problem.
This is by the time you get to earnings, I think I didn't do the math, but I think it is probably close to $80 at this current bleed rate.
Oh, well, at this bleed rate, you're not, yeah.
Maybe even
it's
further
than
that?
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I don't think SpaceX continues to bleed like this. I just took a 116 fill, but, you know, it's $3. It's bleeding down. Like, obviously, we wish we held the whole damn thing, but there it goes, man, just making it worse and worse and worse for everybody. As I just took another fill there at 115.85, but boom, SpaceX downside. Wish we just would have held the whole thing. It's down and not looking any better, guys.
Nope. Absolutely not, and it will not get any better for sure. And there was Scott in the chat was asking about this name. I'm pretty sure tomorrow Lucid's gonna fall over itself again. You know what happened?
Please tell me people have sold their positions.
Well, see, here's the thing. If it was 550 when they were talking about bankruptcy, and okay, fine, it was fake, but it went down to 250. Then it starts squeezing. Well, look at the hard top at 7.5. Now it's losing the support that it had for this week, and the next bid sits, I think I said 620 in the chat, and then from there, $5.50. This one is going to be a short. You got to pay for it tomorrow, and I think the same thing is probably true on absolute sympathy. We're going to get Tesla tonight. Let's not forget, like, all the EV names are bleeding in. Rivian's also giving up its gains from last week. Not that there were much. One of them was a squeeze name. The other one is absolutely nasty as well.
And SpaceX is down 50%, down $110.
Well, I'm being unfair.
highs.
I'm saying the 150 because that's where I bought in front. Like, it's, if we talk about it from the highs, which is what we should be doing. Like, I was cherry picking where I bought, which is not.
Yeah,
even
you bought 150. Thankfully,
that's not relevant. But
well,
from the highs is more relevant. You're right.
Oh no, it's not about your not being relevant. I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, it's this is the halfway mark. Like, it was 230. That is what it was. So right now you just touched 115. Like, we actually have a fill down there at 115.85.
Hang on.
There on SpaceX. So yeah, I mean, there's more than emotional damage being done right now. There's financial damage being done, and even people in the chat.
That guy doesn't get paid.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about, oh look, only 2,000 messages since I last refreshed this. Man, we have such a great community. Someone in here said they just lost $5,000 on it. Right there, I don't know where it was, but yeah, those of you that have been trading into SpaceX, you know, it's going to be one of those trades that you're probably not going to feel bad for getting out right now. Like, if your idea is like, what have I done? Then you may be wondering more about your life decisions in the next couple of days, because we wrote down the 125 short, right? And I'm going to be trying to prop up, you know, this stock when there's reasons to, and when there's not, you know, it's just, like I said, I can't find the reason why. We wrote down 125, we don't have it, but I can't find the reason where someone's gonna come in and just all of a sudden buy this name up. I don't see the catalyst for bids right now.
I can think of one.
I mean, maybe ahead of August 4th.
I think it'll basically be, it could end up being down so much going into the lockup that it bounces because everyone's expecting sell and so much selling's already happened. that's the one thing that stands out outside of some kind of earnings surprise. We have a super chat here.
That's what I think. I mean, it might actually bounce days leading up to the report.
Yeah, I can. With the reports on
People getting
7th.
excited about it.
So if that's in the middle of the week, then think about it on the Monday. Like the week that they report, start thinking about it on the Monday, maybe. The SQ analyst.
Down.
If we held hostage aside, I was about to show you the chart because I agree down for this reason. Hey, we made a nice bounce. We double top. Everyone's going to be concerned about Alphabet here tonight. So just look at who's reporting tonight. And really, we're in front of that resistance point.
No, it's like, lest we forget what happened last earnings season. These were
They
huge
sold every
reports,
single.
and
They
everything
sold them
sold
anyways.
off.
They sold them anyway.
Like it didn't matter what the report was. You know, Nvidia, great report, sold off. The Nasdaq sold off. You know, so my guess would be down.
Also, the trend on the Qs
up.
is downward sloping since the highs as well. So
Wow,
the trend is also your friend.
Kathy Wood, man, do not buy SpaceX with her. Trump on Iran, we do not need the Hormuz Strait. Well, you do, but we do need it. Oh, wait a minute. We don't need the Hormuz Strait, but we do because we have to do it.
Yeah, he's saying, sorry, it's because we do it because we have to do it. Like he's saying, I guess Iran, like bombing.
Okay.
I directly quoted him there, so a lot of things were said.
I get it, yeah.
But yeah, basically the point he's trying to make is we don't need the Strait, but also we need Iran to not have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
But yeah, I am seeing this whole we don't need the Hormuz Strait quote circulating a bit.
Yeah, so I think he's trying to get at the fact that, like, they need it for security reasons, but they themselves, the United States with Venezuela and all the oil that they have.
Oh, the U.S. is producing like crazy.
Yeah, potentially don't need to worry about it, but for the rest of the world, they will worry about it. So
And they could, and the thing
that's
is,
what I take from it.
like the U.S. could be upping production if they wanted to in the next couple of years, and that gas production's at all time. Well, I don't know if it's all time high, but it's certainly at ridiculous highs. Like look at the supply just going through the roof there. So I kind of get that sentiment, but if we're being real. No, like the world needs a Strait. It's like if you think about it, like maybe you say you don't need it, but remember that thing called inflation?
Nope.
Yeah. Well, that thing is a problem. We've already seen the Fed fund, like the chances of a rate hike are already going up. Again, they came all the way back down, but now they're starting to creep up again, and it doesn't get any better unless you secure that. Or forget, open it up. Secure is not the right word. Open it up is what matters.
I wonder if these imbalances are going to come positive or negative for SpaceX.
It hasn't had one the last little bit. It was. Remember, it was a small buy yesterday.
I'm gonna cover some more IBIT.
I'm gonna put it up here just so I have it on my solo watch list. Actually, I'll put all the earnings names too, because this one has everything. So what I usually do, I'll even show you. I'll make a list and it says close show, and then I put all the symbols that right at 350. I just want to look at like the 3 or 4, so I can go like IBM, and then I can go. Google, whoops, but that's NASDAQ, that kind of a deal. And then that way, I'll have an imbalance locator that's just sort of key names that you're watching and not everything on the board. It's just an easy trick. And if you're at Real Trading, hey, there you go. If you want, sponsored by Real Trading. I didn't even see that was there. Scan the QR code if you are interested. The campus programs might be going again.
Yeah, it might be. We don't know. Go check it out there, campus program.
Be possible.
I just took another bid on, I've been buying these 115s. It's just really because, I mean, I'm now bidding 115 13s. I don't really know why I picked that number 13, but we'll wait there on the downside now. We just got some more covers. And, you know, this has been a live trade that we took, you know, basically with you guys. This is 215 right here and downside since then. So it's funny because we just missed our reload. We were at 119.50 there against 120. All of this short, now $3 in, was just giving us $1 worth of range. I was going to stop out if it broke through 120, and now we've actually, look how good the 50 period moving. Actually, you know what? I got to cancel that stop right here because I have way less shares now. So yeah, we'll just watch it. That 50 period moving average has been golden to the downside there, and just bouncing it off. And you know what? I asked a sort of rhetorical question: who's actually going to step in and buy this thing, or what's going to happen? The ending imbalance could be a buy because some traders that may be short from 120, from 125, from weeks ago, who knows where they're short, they could put a bid to cover at the close, right? So if you see like a 1 million buy, that'll shoot the stock up $1. But that doesn't mean that like someone's actually buying it. Like we don't know if it's going to be a cover of a short or what it is. So we'll have to wait to see that. And I just right now put out another IBIT fill. So just getting, fill by fill here. We'll wait to see if we do get a downside push there, but we are going to stop out above VWAP if that winds up happening. So it's been a real productive and real, energetic here afternoon. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show as we get ready for 12 more minutes until big time tech earnings hit, right? We're going to have, I don't know, Joe, are you staying with us or? Yeah, okay, good. Joe's going to be here with us there, so that should be really fun and exciting. And Daryl will be here, Seal will be here. We'll all be sitting here talking about these earnings. And it won't be too long, but we'll give you the good ones, and they all hit right away, right?
They're all in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, the last one's 10 after is IBM.
Right, exactly.
So we'll do that, and we'll stay a couple 5 minutes after that. We want to thank MF Dane for his contributions there today as well. Cerebras, though, look, a lot of the DRAM names are up today. A lot of the RAM names are up, and Cerebras is just holding on. This is another one of those IPOs. Someone said, worst IPO ever, SpaceX. I mean, you're not going to be right, but you're also not wrong, really. It has not been a good one, and considering all the hype that it's had, it might be one of the bad ones. But this name, Cerebras, came out at way overextended, right? And the thing about Cerebras is its price that everyone was excited about, that it came out at, I think was 180, right? And then it busted out at 350 that day. It's not their fault where the market brought this name.
Don't blame them.
Space, oh, there it is. The market and closing balances are now out there.
2 million bought.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So there's the cover a little bit there on SpaceX. So it is a good thing that we were able to get out of it. Look how fast that gets paired off. So people are saying, oh, 2 million, okay, we'll sell into that. So now we'll wait to see where this name goes. I think it probably goes down from here as people starting to pair that off. But there, I think that's a good example that we just showed you there. Imbalances, maybe a sell. Okay, so flattish. NASDAQ a buy. Part of that's going to be SpaceX. I don't really see any other names on here.
There's nothing here.
IBIT with a buy. That's not moving it. We're into that. So both names I'm in, of course, are the opposite, of course.
PayPal's a small sell.
Yeah, I don't see. Oh, SMCI I just saw on there was a small buy. Wow, good day for SMCI, although they faded off $2 from their highs as well. Netflix, sorry to tell everybody, that's a sell also. I don't think anybody should probably be too.
Unless someone's trading on this, they probably don't care about that small name.
There's.
But it's a pretty decent balance.
SpaceX just came right back in. I'm gonna take another bid at 97, and then still wait for a downside push. I'll put one at 115.50. Maybe we get flushed down to there, and then we'll get out of this and get ready for our closing show. So.
Yeah, just so you know, nothing on ServiceNow, small sell imbalance. IBM is a 200,000 sell as well here. I'm reading off of this list there. So nothing on burgers on those. Alphabet's only 185,000 to the buy side. Tesla's only 100,000 to the buy side. SpaceX is still 1.3. So it paired off a third, let's call it. I think I saw 2, and it's at 1.3. So actually a little bit more. So 40% is already paired off in the first minute. What you can expect would be that at 355, it probably usually pairs the rest. But that's a bit of a nothing burger whatsoever. I bet you said it was a buy.
Yeah, it's not doing anything, but it's a buy.
Yeah, I was just going to double check. I wanted to see how the out on BMNR, what's weird about this is it held up, but look at this sucker respect VWAP. There's some sellers. Crypto might be a sell again tomorrow. And I also still don't understand why. It doesn't have to. But like ETH continued to go lower, and then there was that little mini squeeze on BMNR. So you could have just stayed with ETH, which is at the absolute lows of the day. So we got about 7 minutes to go. Yeah, I know. I saw someone mention Apple in the chat there. There isn't a buy imbalance on Apple that's of any size, but it is flying for what it's worth. So it's not gospel. Stock has an imbalance, it should go up. Or it has a small imbalance that shouldn't be significant, and then it flies a lot. It's entirely possible. The other thing to keep in mind is, there can be like pent up, like sell pressure, and then maybe it just squeezes technically, and then the small imbalance goes the other way. In this particular case, it's actually a sell imbalance on Apple. I just threw it up here, 600,000 to sell, and Apple's charging higher. So some people could be, I would say, covering shorts at the end of the day is probably the most likely, but it's Apple. Apple doesn't need an excuse to go up. Apple right now is probably the safest Mag 7 name, and it's not even about valuation. It's just, if Google disappoints tonight and is down 5, 6, whatever percent it might be, just remember that Apple's the one Mag 7 name that will not be as bad in sympathy. If Google does poorly, all the other ones are going to get smoked. Apple's going to be flat because they won't care. Nick Dubs, Dell rally, really nice steady move up. There you go, Nick Dubs. It's your answer to SMCI. Just buy the good one. buy the dip on quality stocks if instead of trying to find the low. Anytime you're trying to find the low on something, there's probably something in the sector which is better. Not always, but most of the time there is.
Yeah, I would say that's about right. You always want to look, and that's your SMCI, obviously there.
Yeah, that's all I'm
as you just
referencing.
mentioned there. So SpaceX turning itself around here, going back lower as this is getting hit. Down. Okay, there it is. We just took a 65 fill. I'm still bidding 25s. I mean, we just got the low all-time low fill now on SpaceX. So we'll see if it gets into one. Wow, I'm still bidding lower, man. I'm bidding 115.25s now. But yeah, there it is. IBIT still that bid. We're going to stop out of IBIT soon, but it's not doing anything. NVIDIA gets hit with a sell at the end of the day as well, heading into earnings for Google. So there's a sell that down there for them. Walmart, 109. Yuck. Not a great level for Walmart there, but they had a nice move higher. And they actually went right into that Joe low there that we were talking about, the guaranteed low. And it was a good call by Joe because it didn't go lower from 108, but tomorrow it will as it's breaking through those. Tomorrow it will, right through those levels because it just bounced pretty disturbingly, actually. This is now 4 straight down days, pretty aggressively there, almost 10% down. If it breaks, it would be 10% off that. But Walmart is fine. I really like the stock. Just getting hit there. We'll see if it does bounce off 108. I guess it's 109. That wick down there is 107. I don't know if we get to that on No News tomorrow, but yeah, right now 5 minutes left. Okay, there it is. We get our SpaceX. So, hey, man, it's $4 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, as it just keeps getting lower on SPCX. I don't know. I'm bidding 115.13s, like we said. That's still there. And then we'll just do our best after that. IBIT, we might as well just put a bid out and get out of IBIT at 31 if we could do that. But yeah, SpaceX, more lows incoming now. The all-time low for SpaceX is right here, right now. So, you're watching history. Will the all-time low come tomorrow? Yes, it will. It might get into 105 tomorrow. And the next thing you know, you're into that 100 level, and then you're punching short as it breaks. I will be punching short as it breaks through $100 there again. Like it's down $10 from the posted 125 today that we had.
100 maybe on Friday, not tomorrow.
Might be tomorrow, man. I mean, if we open up around 110, it just went down $10 in 4 hours. Give it all day to trade tomorrow. I don't know. Look, I hope
that's like 13% though. That seems a bit much. I can see another 7. 13 seems like. Yeah, it's possible. It's certainly possible.
Hey man, I'm just a day trader.
Friday makes sense. I am too. I just sort of look at it.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying it could easily get to $100 tomorrow.
Friday there's gonna be some gravity because options expiration. I can only imagine what the strike looks like at.
I mean, we've had multiple days where this thing, has just not caught. I mean, it was just 3 days ago. The high of the day was 136 and the low was again like 125 or 124. So yeah, as a percentage wise, obviously it's going to be harder to make $10 as we get lower. But there goes SpaceX, man. And yeah, if you have bids at 110, pretty sure those will get filled tomorrow. And then we'll wait to see what happens after that. But 3 minutes to go. SpaceX is done.
Done like dinner. And Tesla's also done too. Sorry. Tesla broke the low. It was a small imbalance that flipped on Tesla, but it's back to a small sell. Now heading back into the upside. They report after the bell. Remember, ServiceNow, LOD, also dead. IBM reports tonight. IBM not quite at the low, but effectively at the the low at the closing bell. The only other name, there's other names that are reporting, but the other name here, Alphabet, even worse and continuing to fall. It doesn't mean anything, the fact that it's selling off going into the earnings print. We've seen this be completely irrelevant. Stocks rip going into earnings and then tank, stocks tank and then rip. But, I mean, it doesn't really help the cause either. So 1.5% down. I never closed the poll, but it's exactly the same as it was before, and I'll close it now. 60%. Remember, we said which name are you riding with? 60% said Alphabet. You can see what's happening to it. Tesla 20%. 7% liked IBM. The ones that have already warned about how bad it's going to be, so maybe you've given you their bad news already, and that's not where the confidence is. ServiceNow also bringing up the rear. Last time we had this poll, you know what happened? It was the name that people liked the least that actually did the best, and that was Apple. Can IBM do the same thing in 12 minutes?
I'm going to hold SpaceX into the numbers. I'm just going to hold this over as we're doing the show. I'm going to hold this. Let's see how low SpaceX get after hours. Okay, I'm not going to cover it at 4 p.m. I'm going to hold it to 4:10. Okay, we're going to see what happens to SpaceX here after hours. So if you want to have some fun with me after hours, watch out for SpaceX. I'm going to hold that and see what winds up happening. What is Google doing here into the close? Oh, shitting the bed. Okay, I mean, see you later for Google, man. I mean, people are not very excited right now for this report. It doesn't seem like. If anything, it is a big time move to the downside right now for Google, breaking through that 345, got into 342. Like, it's not going to matter, because if the report comes out and it's great, you're going to get back up. But at the end of the day, it's not a nice move here for Google. All right, let's go over to the desk. We're going to switch around and we'll get Adara and Sia ready to go. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. The chat's on the big screen. We're excited. Earnings staying late. Day number 1 starts now.
Day number 1 of earnings we care about here anyway. So guys, I'll just go over the numbers here. Oh, we're going to get the closing bell. 7, 6, 5. This is sponsored by our friends at VinFast, so they're going to drive us quite literally here into the close. And thank you, VinFast, for sponsoring the bell. And let's talk earnings. You've got Google and TXN at 4 o'clock, as well as CSX at 4:05. You've got Tesla and LVS at 4:10. You have IBM and ServiceNow. So lots of stuff to talk about here. Here's a look at Google, because we're expecting these first. The second I get these, I will keep you posted. I have the website open of the company. I've got the X open, like if we see anything, I'll let you know. So again, guys, revenue estimate $101.22 billion, EPS estimate $2.87 per share. You've got last quarter, they actually beat revenue quite heftily. They beat EPS by roughly double. Google Services revenue up 17% year over year. Google Cloud revenue up 63% year over year. So growth across the board here for Google. As the guys get set up, here's a reminder of what to expect from our friends at GOOGL. Then, of course, again, guys, ServiceNow and IBM, I think, in the software space are going to be on watch. Whenever Sean and Neil are ready, I will let them take over so I can look here for Google for you guys. Let's start checking X, because I think it's going to get pretty spicy. How are you guys doing today?
Anything's out yet. Welcome everybody to the show again, and thank you so much. We do have the chat up right now as well. Texas Instruments is out. TXN. We could have a quick. I have like a completely different situation over here, but there's Texas Instruments. We had a 9% move, I believe, on this one, Adara. Texas Instruments starts off the move at 294, down to 291 right now, but it's doing okay. A big spread of $10. Texas Instruments will get that information for you ASAP. Fabian, the only problem is you didn't turn around one of those cameras, so we can't see if we're on or not. There goes Texas Instruments down to 284 right now, going lower. There goes Texas Instruments downside. Adara, let us know when you have those numbers.
Texas, they're out. They did actually beat top line, so 2.214 versus 192 estimates. They also beat on sales, so they beat top and bottom line. Got to be a bad guide here, maybe, Adara, because certainly TXN beat top and bottom and tanking. We're going to have Alphabet up next. Let's go to Sia.
Absolutely. Let's take a number and look at TXN here. EPS at $2.14. That was coming out estimated. That was $1.93. Revenue at $5.46 billion, estimated $5.24 billion. And then you have operating profit at $2.31 billion, estimated $2.11 billion. You have CapEx, We're going to go out at Google, moving it to Adara right now. We're going to cover TXN.
I have all the numbers, and I actually have the report in front of you guys, too, if you can look right at your screen. So here's a look. The column on the right is the numbers. The column on the left is last quarter. So the year-over-year growth for revenue, guys, pretty significant here. It's up 24% year-over-year, $119.79 billion. I was seeing estimates of $109 billion. So it's a massive beat. It's also well above last year's report of $96.42 billion. Let's see if we get CapEx. I love being able to search stuff live for you guys. Capital expenditures, not seeing, okay, capital expenditures. We define free cash flow. Okay, I'm not seeing the actual capital expenditures print. They're mentioning it a couple times, but if I get any number here, I will keep you guys posted. Revenue, though, for each of these segments here, Google Services revenue, $94.5 billion. That's going to be up year over year. Google Cloud revenue, almost double year over year from $13.6 billion to $24.7 billion. Other bets, basically same as last year, not really a sector that we care that much about. But yeah, guys, really strong growth here on a year-over-year basis for Google, for all of the main segments that we care about. And again, that revenue well above estimates. Just to recap for y'all, $119.79 billion versus $96.4 billion last quarter. Again, growth on a year-over-year basis for every major segment. Google services, $94.54 billion in revenue versus $82.54 billion last quarter.
I'll let you confirm this, but I saw CapEx at second quarter 44.92 billion versus 44.15. So it's slightly higher, not an exorbitant amount, but it is slightly higher on spending. They clapped it both ways. They basically ran stops through the high and then ran stops through the low at this point, but you're inside the range. This is not so bad.
No, I mean,
it's not so bad at all.
By the way, Fabian, that screen in front of us is not the show, but we'll get that going. Okay, more on the show. Let's go, Adara.
Yeah, so more on Google here, guys. Apparently, they're over the last 12 months here, CapEx 3.3 billion, which is kind of odd here. Revenue guide for Q3 5.65 billion to 6.15 billion. That's going to be above estimates of 5.57 billion. EPS guide for Q3 2.23 $2.23 per share to 2.57 per share, well above estimates of 2.13. So guys, again, EPS beat, revenue beat, and guidance beat across the board here for Google. I guess maybe we're getting Tesla here. Again, yeah, the CapEx, just to recap, Q2 CapEx, 44.92 billion versus 44.15 billion expected. I'm going to look at Tesla.
After hours, that didn't take too long. There it is right there. So we had that question, gun to head. You're going to go short or long? Tesla, short right there. It is downside. And here goes the NASDAQ as well, right? Start to get hit there in the down, now at the lows. Now the NASDAQ down 0.5%. Going lower right there is Tesla. Downside. Oh, bouncing a little bit. We'll get those numbers for you in just a couple seconds. But Jode, anything?
Adjusted EPS miss. Their revenue was a beat of $2 billion for Tesla. 28 versus 26.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't care.
Look, they're selling a lot of cars, man. Tesla's a very, very popular ride, that's for sure. And
it's margin.
It's not even that expensive to get those cars, and that's what you might be talking about, maybe the margins.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Google to me is like, honestly, I love Tesla, I love your car, but I mean, we've been knowing the stock's been a problem for a while. Google's right now at 333 and getting hit right now on Google. We'll go over to Adair for Tesla.
Tesla here, Q2 revenue, as Neil mentioned, massive beat, 28.24 billion versus 26.32 billion expected. EPS 32 cents, just missing estimates of 33 cents, more or less in line here, though. Adjusted EPS 33 cents. That's going to be well below estimates for adjusted EPS of 51 cents per share. Q2 gross margin here, as Neil mentioned, 16.8%, well below estimates of 19.4%. That is nearly 3% lower than what we were expecting here. Automotive revenue, 20.52 billion, hefty beat compared to estimates of 18.68 billion. Services and other revenue, 4.58 billion versus estimates of 3.72 billion. So still going to be a beat. Energy and storage revenue. People keep talking about how Tesla's an energy company, not according to these numbers. 3.14 billion here versus estimates of 3.77 billion. Active FSD subscriptions, just over estimates. 1.48 million versus 1.4 million expected. Negative free cash flow, negative 1.09 billion. That's better than estimates of negative 3.6 billion, but kind of a rough report, especially if you're one of those people who's banking on Tesla being an energy company.
Well, I think it could really just come back down to the margins, man. Declining margins is never going to be good. Especially, look, if you have a high valuation, you have to hit both aspects. You want to hit on growth, revenue growth you still hit on, so fine. But the margins are declining, then that revenue growth doesn't matter, and that's why the guidance on the EPS is not going to be good. And it's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
When you look at the move, it's down 4% to an expected 6%. So for now, that's not the end of the world. If you drop a couple more points and we lose 360 tomorrow morning, then you've got some trouble for Tesla. But you can say that this one, no, that's not a great look for Tesla. Already into some downward pressure, can't like it. But I mean, obviously, Alphabet's a bigger story.
Yeah, I just covered some more SpaceX down here at 1462. We're short $5 now in the money on this one, as that's going a little lower. And we're just looking at SpaceX, see if there was any sort of a comeback there with that name. What I want to say about Tesla was that it's just at June right there. Like that's June 29th, right, into the month of July. So you're basically giving up all of July today. I don't think it's necessarily too hard of a look here for Tesla. I mean, we'll wait to see if there is a bounce spot. But yeah, just back into where we were there in June. It's more about Google right now that's the problem, right? I mean, that was down to 333. And it's only down 2% Google. I mean, maybe we did get a nice little bounce spot there from 334. Okay, Dare, what's up now?
Couple more things on Tesla. I'm waiting for service now. People are saying it's out. I haven't seen it. But TSLA here, Q2 operating income, 398 million. Well below estimates of 1.39 billion. So that is roughly a $1 billion miss on operating income for Tesla. I cannot overstate that. We also have here, I mentioned those Q2 FSD subscriptions. Apparently this is their best ever quarter in history for FSD ads. So I was underwhelmed, but apparently a good look. Yeah, and Sean gets some credit for that. We also have to talk about the fact they're expecting Optimus production in Fremont later this year. So Optimus production update, that's the look here for our friends at TSLA. Send you back to the guys. I'm looking for ServiceNow still.
IBM looks like they're out. IBM's also starting to move.
I want to
IBM
get Joe's
tagged,
opinion. I mean, I'm paying this guy
tagged
extra.
$200, man. Like, this is looking nasty.
Not doing a whole.
Joe is just chilling over there,
all right,
not mic'd up. Basically, like he's just over there chatting with us and dogging on Tesla.
We're going to tell accounting to put a stop payment on that check then for Joe.
That's what I'm saying.
Not being mic'd up. IBM is out.
It's up.
Okay, well, if it's out, you could fool me, but we're going to go over to Adara.
Yeah, you've got here IBM. I'm seeing some of these numbers here. Earnings of $293 per share, in line with estimates of $293. That's exactly the estimate I was seeing too. Revenue here, 17.16 billion, just below estimates of 17.18 billion. This is a pretty underwhelming report, guys. Again, you've got EPS in line with estimates, sales just below estimates. I'm seeing apparently software revenue for IBM, 7.76 billion. That's going to be below estimates of 7.99 billion. So miss on software revenue. Just barely missing here on revenue. Inline EPS. This is not a great look here for IBM. International Business Machines is not doing great business for this quarter. Let's put it mildly. Take a look here at ServiceNow as well here. NOW pushing higher. For some reason, we're going to have to deal with now later because I'm not seeing these just pushing higher. Give me moaning here for ServiceNow, but IBM looks like we mostly missed.
I mean, the good point about basically sandbagging and had that horrible and awful letter that they had is you got told the worst. Already. What the heck is that? You got told the worst already from the CEO. So that's the reason you can go up on a bad quarter, because they told you it was going to be abject disaster when it comes to IBM. And it was the bottom of our poll.
Doing okay right
and it's
now.
the one that's doing the best, would be IBM.
Yeah,
I think sometimes when everyone's expecting the worst.
We thought there was a kitchen sink there on
they already
that report.
gave it to you.
Gave you down to 205. We talked about it numerous times there. That 205 level goes back, to the 2024, I think it was September of 2024. So what do you got on this, Adara? You got more?
I've got more here on our friends at IBM. Operating EPS, $2.93. As I mentioned here, this was in line with estimates, but I guess it was up on a year-over-year basis. Revenue was a big miss. Revenue was a slight miss. Software revenue, big miss. Consulting revenue, $5.33 billion, below estimates of $5.39 billion. I have yet to see a segment in which they've substantially beat anything. Free cash flow, $2.54 billion versus $2.95 billion expected. Fiscal revenue guidance, they're still seeing, 4 to 5% year-over-year growth versus their prior estimate of over 5% year-over-year growth. And they're still on track to deliver that quantum computer by 2029. Not like that was likely in doubt, but I like them mentioning that because it's kind of like, yes, this quarter was bad, but our longer-term goals are still happening. So I kind of like that look for them. I'm still looking, though, for ServiceNow. We did LVS. We can get to that in a minute. But yeah, I just think if I see anything more on IBM, I'll keep you guys posted. Still seeing comments from Tesla management / our friend Elon Musk here. Battery pack capacity remains a limiting factor for them. So once again, energy and non-car related things, a bit of a struggle for Tesla.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for staying with us. We're going to be disconnecting momentarily, but we'll wait for, ServiceNow is $97. I don't know. It's still down on the day, but it's trying to get going here. ServiceNow, good daily level of 91. Looks like we might have wicked down there initially. If you're looking to buy some ServiceNow, if the numbers are out, Adara's still parsing through to see if we could find it, but maybe that 90 might be a good bounce spot there. And then, of course, Google,
Michael Green
right
here.
back.
Michael Green.
So there we go, man. Wow, what a great opportunity that was to buy at 333, $11 from now. There goes Google, nicely trading there, back up to the upside. Texas Instruments has repaired itself a little bit. Back up triage unit, back for Texas Instruments, now to 284 and change as well. We'll go over to Adara.
We're going to talk here about ServiceNow. I have these numbers. This is a revenue beat, $3.99 billion versus $3.93 billion expected. Adjusted EPS, 90 cents above estimates of 85 cents. GAAP EPS, 29 cents. Net income, $298 million. Subscription revenue, $3.88 billion. So that's going to be the bulk of that $3.99 billion revenue print that they shared. Their fiscal 2026 revenue outlook is going to be a problem. $15.76 billion to $15.78 billion. Estimates here of $16.19 billion. Apparently, the top of the guidance is still roughly $400 million below the consensus estimate. So, ServiceNow, might not be giving great service later in the fiscal year. Sorry for that terrible pun, but yeah, that's all I have really for ServiceNow. Strong quarter, poor guidance. I just got some more numbers in here for ServiceNow. Q3 subscription revenue, they're guiding between $3.97 and $3.98 billion for. Again, for Q3, that's going to be at least a sequential beat. Not sure how that compares to last year's print.
There you go. A quick recap. I mean, Alphabet, not so bad. Actually had a chance to turn green there. Tesla, it's down 4 points on Tesla. It was expected to be close to 6, like 5.9%, I believe. And no, I really don't like the margins there whatsoever. IBM and ServiceNow, everyone hates software, and IBM said it was going to be terrible. So I guess that was pretty much baked in at this point. So at the end of the day, I think everything's going to weigh on the overnight reaction in Alphabet. The CapEx spend actually wasn't that big of an increase over expectations. That was pretty close to in line. When was the last time we said that? Usually you're expanding that. So that could be a big one. It gives a little bit of a bounce, hopefully, to some of the down the wind of the AI play.
950 million monthly active users.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 950, almost 1 billion active users there. Google turning positive right now.
Yeah.
Sia, how you doing?
Investor calls here as well. Alphabet also saying that AI features are driving search query growth. So you're seeing Google go a little bit to the upside right now. Not a bad look over here overall, just looking at the numbers.
Okay, good job there. See, I'm going to cover the last bit of the SpaceX trade. But yeah, so far so good here today. Remember, Google, I have them missing 285 versus 290 on the EPS, right? But everything else looking pretty good there for Google. Cloud up, everything. The only red thing that I see on here, and this is just from X, was right here. EPS, X disclosed equity gain on impact. So there's some sort of, parsing through the numbers, but that's the only red dot we've got, 285 versus 290 right there. Everything else, okay. Search, plus 70% year over year. Little pause for concern. Search again, and that's about it, man. And then CapEx, as Neil just mentioned there, slightly higher than that, but plus 100% year over year. But hey, we've already heard it from the boss, right? I mean, if you don't spend on CapEx, somebody else will.
You'll get left behind.
And you'll get left behind. So we like that look, man. I mean, the most recent buy that I have on Google is right here at 348. So who knows where we're going to go from here. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining us late one more time. And we see tomorrow we'll have Intel up. And so thanks Sia and Joe or not Joe, I mean. He
he's here.
Didn't mic up, but thanks to Dara, who's still doing work. Thank you, Sia, Neil, and Fabian, and everybody working in the back for us. So it's been a good one. And thank you to everybody for joining us. I mean, that's the whole thing. We wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have an audience.
Remember to like and subscribe.
All right, so
well, 100%, yeah. I was going to say 100% true. I want to give a big shout out to everyone. The super chat's fantastic. We appreciate all the positive message. We just got a super chat here 2 seconds ago. I can't put it up on the screen like we usually do, but I want to shout out to Cheese and a Chair.
Yeah.
One of our esteemed viewers. We're still all in on the cheese dispenser business. Hopefully it performs a little bit better than Tesla. That'll be the key question.
I got to see when do the cheese earnings come through? That's what I want to find out. Is this,
don't worry about
it. Is this a SpaceX story where we're not going to get revenues until 2031 or something?
That's exactly the story. It's not going to make any money, and I want my exit liquidity when we IPO.
That's Space Cheese.
Are you in on this company too, Sia?
Space Cheese?
Yeah, Space Cheese?
Absolutely.
Okay, good, me too. All right, good. So we're going to be running that Space Cheese. But thank you, everybody. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. We're back live tomorrow at 8 a.m. And I promise you, Joe will be mic'd up. And Adara, are you here tomorrow?
No, I'll see you guys on Monday.
So that means Sia
Here,
in the hot seat tomorrow morning
and
with Sharif. So join Sia tomorrow. And Adara, make sure you do have a great time off. That is for sure. So thank you, Adara.
Lots of infographics for you guys. I just finished one on Tesla sitting up right here. And oh my gosh, the theme of this is it's really ugly. So you guys can look at that ugliness for yourself on Friday when I post it.
Good. All right. More infographics. Who would have thought? Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Ciao for now.
I just want to vomit.